As a child, Michael Thornton grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, a city known for its contrast between wealth and poverty. His family lived in one of the most disadvantaged areas, where daily challenges required resourcefulness and ingenuity. Michael attended a school that was more like a battlefield than an educational institution. From an early age, he learned that to survive, he needed to be smarter and faster than his enemies. Here, on the streets of Baltimore, Michael first encountered the criminal world. Already in his teens, he began to notice how easily some people made money using less than legal methods. This remark sparked his interest in the more challenging and risky aspects of life. He started with petty thefts, gradually learning from more experienced criminals. Michael realized that every stolen wallet, every deception could be steps towards something more. Over time, Michael began to develop his skills and gain a reputation in Baltimore's criminal circles. His first major success came when he was only 16 years old. Together with several friends, he planned and successfully carried out a robbery at a local jewelry store. This risky step brought them considerable profit and attracted the attention of more serious players in the criminal arena. However, Michael did not just want to make money. He wanted more: control, power, respect. He began to study other cities and the methods of operation of large crime syndicates. Each new success strengthened his position in the criminal world, and he soon became famous not only in Baltimore but also far beyond its borders. Every year, his operations became more daring and sophisticated. Michael attracted the best specialists to his team: safecrackers, hackers, document forgers. He understood that strength lies in the team, and therefore he tried to surround himself only with the most reliable and talented people. By the age of 25, Michael Thornton was already a legend in criminal circles. His name evoked respect and fear. He could organize a robbery of any complexity, be it a bank safe or an elite estate. But despite his achievements, he always remained in the shadows, skillfully avoiding the attention of the police and competitors. One day, Michael decided to commit a robbery that would forever remain in history. He learned about the transportation of a large shipment of diamonds through Baltimore. The operation was prepared to the smallest detail, and on the night when everything was supposed to happen, he felt that he was at the peak of his capabilities. This raid marked the beginning of a new era in his life, cementing his status as the most elusive and successful criminal in America. Michael understood that now he was not just a thief, but a legend, and there was nowhere to retreat. After the robbery that catapulted Michael Thornton to the heights of criminal fame, he knew his life would never be the same. His every move was now under close surveillance not only by the police, but also by other criminal organizations who saw him as both a threat and a potential ally. Michael decided to change his tactics. He began to act even more secretly, developing complex schemes that included many stages and dummies. His team grew, and so did his ambitions. Now he sought not only wealth, but also control over the criminal world. He began to establish connections with international crime syndicates, which allowed him to expand his operations beyond Baltimore and even the United States. During this period, Michael met Eliza, a talented hacker who became his right hand. With its help, he could penetrate the most secure systems and obtain information inaccessible to even the most experienced hackers. Together, they developed a plan to rob the largest bank on the East Coast. Preparations for the robbery took several months. Michael and his team studied every corner of the building, every cell, and every security schedule. Elisa hacked the bank's security system, which allowed them to access internal data and create an accurate plan of action. Finally, night came when they decided to put their daring plan into action. Everything was going according to plan until one of the team members made a mistake. The alarm went off and the police were on the scene within minutes. Michael understood that they had only a few minutes to leave the building with the loot without getting caught. He quickly made a decision and began the evacuation. Eliza remained cool, helping to break down the final barriers and providing the team with a way out. Michael knew that the loss of even one person could cost them everything, so he did everything possible to ensure that every member of the team came out alive and unharmed. They eventually escaped with the loot, but the heist proved to be the most intense of his career. It showed Michael that even the best laid plans can fall apart with one mistake. He decided to change his methods and become even more careful, realizing that the price for his success was becoming increasingly higher. Michael continued to build his empire, but now he realized that in order to stay on top, he needed to be not only smart and fast, but also extremely careful. He knew that his path would be full of challenges, but he was ready to face them, because he knew that this was the only way to remain a legend. After that intense heist, Michael Thornton became even more careful and strategic. His successes attracted the attention of not only the police, but also the FBI, which began to closely study his affairs. However, despite the growing danger, Michael continued his operations, but each time they became more complex and sophisticated. Michael knew he needed a new direction to expand his empire. He began exploring international markets and found new opportunities in Europe and Asia. His team was replenished with specialists from different parts of the world, allowing him to expand his operations to several continents. His next major project was a robbery in London, where rare and expensive works of art were kept. It was a goal that required maximum preparation and extreme caution. Michael and his team spent several months studying the museum, where valuable exhibits were stored, developing a detailed plan for penetration and evacuation. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, his reputation continued to grow. He became a legend not only among criminals, but also among ordinary people who heard about his daring robberies and his skill in eluding the law. Michael understood that every step he took was becoming more and more risky, but he could not stop. The operation in London was successful. They managed not only to enter the museum, but also to remove priceless works of art without leaving a single trace. This success confirmed that Michael and his team are capable of the impossible. However, despite his success, Michael felt increasing pressure from authorities and competitors. He knew that any slightest omission could cost him his freedom or even his life. That is why he decided to act even more secretly, using false documents and dummies. His next target was Japan, where he planned to rob one of the largest banks in Tokyo. This operation required not only skill, but also knowledge of the local culture and language. Michael began to study the Japanese language and traditions in order to avoid suspicion and be able to penetrate the heart of the Japanese financial system. While he was preparing for another heist, his team continued to work in other parts of the world, bringing in millions of dollars in jewelry. Michael understood that his success depended on the coordinated work of the entire team and their ability to adapt to any conditions. In Tokyo, he faced new challenges, but his plan was so detailed that they were able to go through all the stages without a single mistake. The robbery went so smoothly that the Japanese authorities did not even immediately understand what had happened. This was another confirmation of the skill of Michael and his team. Despite all the successes, Michael always remained wary. He knew that his enemies were not asleep and that any step he took could be his last. But it was precisely this tension and danger that gave him the strength and confidence to move on. Michael Thornton continued to build his empire, becoming an increasingly legendary figure in the world of crime, and his story is far from over. After a robbery in Tokyo that netted Michael's team a multi-million-dollar payday and confirmed their status as the world's most elusive criminals, Michael decided it was time to take a short break. He understood that success depended not only on audacity, but also on the ability to retreat and take a break in time. The time they spent in a hidden villa on the Italian coast was an opportunity for them to regroup and figure out their next steps. But Michael could not stay away for long. He received information about a large shipment of gold that was to be transported from one of the Federal Reserve Bank vaults in New York to a new, more secure facility. This was an opportunity that no criminal could miss. The robbery of the U.S. Gold and Foreign Exchange Reserve was something on the verge of fantasy, but it was precisely such challenges that always attracted Michael. The preparation for this operation was the most thorough in his career. He used all his connections and resources. Eliza, his faithful hacker, hacked the bank's security systems and was able to gain access to the routes and schedules of cash collection vehicles. They developed a plan that included not only a masterful penetration into the bank's system, but also a diversionary maneuver that was supposed to divert the attention of the police. Day X arrived. Michael's team was ready for action. They split into several groups. One began to distract the police, creating false calls and accidents throughout the city, while the other group, under the command of Michael himself, headed towards the cash-in-transit vehicles. Everything was going according to plan until an unexpected complication arose at the last moment. One of the collectors turned out to be a former military man who noticed something was wrong and managed to raise the alarm. The police were on the scene within minutes. Michael and his team found themselves in a difficult situation. On the one hand, the gold was already in their hands. On the other, they were surrounded. Michael didn't lose his cool. He quickly got his bearings and proposed a risky escape plan through underground communications that were part of the city's old infrastructure. Eliza, using her hacking skills, hacked into the access control systems, and they were able to go underground. The pursuit was intense, but Michael's team knew the city better than the police. They were able to escape using abandoned subway tunnels. Reaching the surface far outside the city, they disappeared into the night, leaving no traces. This escape became a real legend. Michael and his team have once again managed to fool law enforcement agencies, proving that they are impossible to catch. They disappeared, but everyone knew that this was not the end of their story. Michael understood that the stakes were getting higher each time, and that was what made his life so exciting. He knew that new challenges and adventures lay ahead of him that would make him a legend that would be talked about for many years to come. Michael understood that for further operations he needed not only skilled professionals, but also people who were loyal to the end. He knew that there were real talents in prisons all over America who would be irreplaceable on his team. Then he came up with a daring plan to organize the illegal release of these people in order to attract them to his side. The first target was not chosen by chance. One of the country's most secure prisons, known as Alcatraz Ventnil, housed one of the best safe crackers, Jack Burglar Brown. He was arrested several years ago, and since then he has repeatedly proven his skills by helping the prison administration with increased security. Michael knew that if he could get Jack out, it would be a powerful step towards creating an invincible team. Preparations for the operation began with a detailed study of the prison system. Elisa was able to gain access to internal plans of the prison as well as guard shift schedules. Michael contacted several trusted people who helped him develop an escape plan. Everything had to go according to plan, and not a single detail could be missed. The night of the escape arrived. Michael and his team entered the prison premises under the guise of a repair crew. Eliza hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and opening the necessary doors. They quickly found Jack's cell and brought him to freedom. However, at the last moment, one of the guards noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. The real race has begun. Michael and his team had to leave the prison before it was surrounded by special forces. They took advantage of pre-prepared escape routes through underground tunnels that were used for maintenance. At this point, Elisa hacked into the prison's communication systems, creating false signals and distracting the guards. Thanks to the team's teamwork and Michael's skill, they managed to break out of prison and escape into the night. Jack, amazed by the courage and precision of the operation, agreed to join Michael's team without hesitation. The success of this operation inspired Michael to make new escapes. Over the course of several months, they organized several similar operations, releasing the best specialists in their field from prison: burglars, hackers, strategists. Each operation was carefully planned and carried out with the utmost care. Michael understood that each new team member represented not only an increasing strength for their organization, but also an increasing risk. But he was ready for this, because now he had a team ready to do anything for success. Their next goal was to rob the largest bank vault in Europe, and Michael knew that with such a team they had every chance of success. With each new escape, Michael Thornton's team became stronger and more professional. Successful operations to free specialists from prisons made them real legends in the criminal world. Michael knew that his next move would have to be not just daring, but carefully planned to prove that his team was capable of the impossible. Europe attracted him with its possibilities. In the heart of Paris was one of the most secure banks in the world, Banque de la Concorde. This vault was famous for its inaccessibility, and even the thought of robbing it seemed crazy. But it was precisely such challenges that attracted Michael. Preparation for the operation took almost 6 months. Eliza, using her hacking skills, was able to hack the bank's security systems and gain access to the building's plans. Jack "Burglar" Brown developed a detailed plan to break into the vault, and new team members with unique skills prepared for their roles. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in Paris under the guise of tourists and businessmen. Everyone knew their task down to the smallest detail. Eliza coordinated the actions from a safe place behind her laptop. Jack and several other specialists entered the building under the guise of security officers. The first few stages went smoothly. Eliza disabled the security systems for the required time, allowing Jack and his group to reach the vault. However, an unexpected obstacle awaited them inside the building, a new security system that they did not know about. It was the latest development, protected from most known hacking methods. Michael quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. He ordered Jack to use the backup plan they had developed in case of unforeseen circumstances. While Jack and his team were working on bypassing the new security system, Michael created a diversion. Several team members set off a fire alarm in a nearby building, causing panic and diverting the attention of the police and security services. Finally, Jack managed to hack the security system, and the team entered the vault. They worked quickly and smoothly, unloading valuable documents and jewelry into prepared bags. At this time, Michael and the rest of the team held back the onslaught of security and police, who began to understand what was happening. When all the valuables were collected, the team began to retreat. Eliza, who had been monitoring the situation through surveillance cameras all this time, directed them through less guarded exits. The police and security were one step behind, but Michael's team knew the city better. They used underground subway tunnels and abandoned buildings to reach the surface away from the robbery site. Despite the stress and risk, the operation was successful. Michael and his team were able to escape with the loot without leaving a trace. This robbery was the largest in their career and brought them not only enormous wealth, but also even greater fame. Now Michael and his team were at the top of the criminal world. They knew that new challenges and dangers awaited them, but every member of the team was ready for it. They became true masters of their craft, and no obstacles could stop them on the path to new achievements. After a successful robbery in Paris, Michael Thornton and his team decided to lie low for a while to avoid the attention of the authorities. They found refuge in an ancient castle in the Swiss Alps, where they could calmly plan their next steps and enjoy the riches they had gained. But Michael never stopped there. His continuous pursuit of excellence and new challenges constantly spurred him on. He used his time in Switzerland to review recent operations and look for new opportunities. He wanted to strengthen his team even further by attracting the best minds and talents from around the world. One day, Michael received information that could be his team's next big target. It was one of the most secret and protected storage facilities in the world, Fort Knox in the USA. This target seemed impregnable, and even the most desperate criminals never dared to attack it. But for Michael, this was exactly the challenge he was looking for. Preparation for the operation took several months. Elisa and her hacker team developed a complex, multi-layered scheme to hack Fort Knox's security systems. Jack Burglar Brown and others were involved in planning the infiltration and evacuation. Every member of the team was involved in the preparation, and everyone knew their role down to the smallest detail. Michael knew that this plan would require not only skill, but also extreme coordination. He decided to involve several more people in the operation, freeing them from prisons around the world. Among them were professionals whom he had long wanted on his team: elite burglars, explosives experts, and former special forces. When everything was ready, the team flew to the United States under the guise of tourists and businessmen. They located themselves in several different cities so as not to arouse suspicion. Elisa began hacking Fort Knox's security systems while remaining in Switzerland, allowing her to work from a safe distance. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team entered Fort Knox using forged documents and prepared tricks. They knew that every minute counted, and that any mistake could cost them their freedom or their lives. The first stage was successful. Eliza was able to disable the main security systems, and Michael's team reached the inner perimeter. But a surprise awaited them there, a new defense system that they did not know about. It was an autonomous security system capable of operating independently of external interference. Michael quickly assessed the situation and decided to use a backup plan. The team used explosives to break through the barriers. This attracted the attention of the guards, and a real shootout began. Michael and his men worked in unison, covering each other and using every angle and cover. Inside the vault, they found not only gold, but also secret documents that could be worth even more. Michael made the decision to take everything they could carry. During this time, Eliza monitored the external situation and guided the team through safe routes. The escape was tense. Michael and his team made their way through a maze of underground tunnels, trying to avoid pursuit. Ultimately, they were able to get to the surface and hide in an abandoned industrial area where prepared cars were waiting for them. This operation became the most difficult and risky in their careers, but also the most profitable. Not only did they walk away with a huge haul, but they also cemented their reputation as the world's most elusive and dangerous criminals. Now Michael and his team have become true legends. They knew that their every step would be accompanied by attention and persecution, but this only spurred them on to new achievements. New goals and new challenges awaited them ahead, and they were ready for any test that fate had in store for them. After the Fort Knox robbery, Michael Thornton's team became legends in the criminal world. Their audacity and ability to avoid the law admired and frightened. U.S. authorities and international organizations intensified efforts to capture them, but Michael was always one step ahead. In the meantime, they took refuge on an island in the Caribbean, where they could calmly discuss their next steps. On the island, Michael realized that now he needed something more than just money and jewelry. He decided it was time to move to a new level: political influence. Michael began to build connections with corrupt politicians and officials in different countries, offering them his services in exchange for security and access to classified information. One day he received an offer that he could not refuse. An Eastern European oligarch asked Michael to help free his brother, who was imprisoned in one of Russia's most secure prisons. In exchange for this, the oligarch offered huge money and influence, which could open new horizons for Michael. Preparation for this operation required enormous efforts. Elisa and her team of hackers worked to break into the prison security system, studying every detail. Jack and his specialists were developing an infiltration plan that had to be so precise as to avoid the slightest suspicion. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in Russia disguised as businessmen and tourists. They used false documents and complex schemes to hide their presence. Eliza coordinated their actions from a safe location, ensuring constant monitoring of the situation. The first part of the plan went smoothly. The team was able to infiltrate the prison using forged documents and hacked security systems. They quickly found the oligarch's brother and took him out of the cell. However, an unexpected turn awaited them at the exit. The security system turned out to be more complex than they expected. Michael quickly made a decision. He ordered the team to use a previously prepared backup plan. They staged a diversion, causing a fire in one of the prison buildings. This distracted the guards and gave them time to escape. While the guards were busy putting out the fire, Michael and his team led the freed man through the underground tunnels. The escape was tense, but they were able to break out of the prison and hide in the woods nearby. Prepared vehicles were waiting for them there, which quickly took them to a safe distance. The oligarch, impressed by Michael's skill and determination, not only kept his promises, but also offered him permanent cooperation. This success opened up new opportunities for Michael and his team. Now they had not only money, but also political influence, which allowed them to act with even greater freedom. They could plan even larger-scale operations without fear of persecution. Michael continued to build his empire, expanding his sphere of influence and strengthening his connections with the most powerful people in the world. His team became not only a force to be reckoned with in the criminal world, but also a real secret order, capable of influencing political and economic processes in different countries. Each new operation brought them not only wealth, but also new opportunities for manipulation and influence. Michael knew that new challenges and dangers awaited them, but he was confident that with such a team they would be able to overcome any obstacles and become true masters of the world of crime. As his influence expanded and his connections strengthened, Michael Thornton became a figure talked about not only in criminal circles, but also at the highest levels of government. He understood that each new step required even greater caution and sophistication. As his empire grew, so did the risks, but Michael was ready to go to the end. Michael's next goal was to create a network of secret hideouts and bases around the world that could serve not only as a hideout, but also as logistic centers for his operations. He established contacts with corrupt officials in South America, Africa, and Asia, which allowed him to establish these bases in the most unexpected places. One of the key sites was an abandoned military complex in the mountains of South America. This complex was ideal for his needs: an isolated location, access to waterways, and many hidden tunnels. Michael and his team spent months upgrading and fortifying the complex, turning it into an impregnable fortress. Meanwhile, Michael continued to develop his political connections. He began to support various movements and parties, providing them with financial assistance and information. In exchange for this, he received protection and the opportunity to influence important decisions. His influence grew, and he soon became a figure to be reckoned with even by the most powerful politicians. However, Michael did not forget about his roots. He continued to engage in criminal operations, which brought him income and strengthened his reputation. One of these operations was the robbery of the largest cryptocurrency storage facility in Hong Kong. Eliza developed a complex hacking scheme that allowed them to gain access to millions of dollars in cryptocurrency. The operation was carried out with the highest precision. Michael and his team broke into the vault using the latest technology and fake documents. They were able to bypass all security systems and gain access to funds. However, this time an unforeseen complication awaited them. The guards turned out to be more prepared than they expected. An intense firefight began. Michael and his team worked together, covering each other and using every angle and cover. Eliza, monitoring the operation remotely, was able to guide them and disable security systems in real time. In the end, they were able to get out with the loot but suffered serious losses. This incident made Michael think about his next steps. He understood that every time he risked the lives of his people and that it was necessary to look for new ways to achieve goals. Then he had the idea to create a network of informants and agents who could work undercover and collect information about his enemies and capabilities. Michael began recruiting people from all walks of life, from corrupt police officers and officials to ordinary citizens who were willing to do anything for money and protection. He created a complex network of agents who could quickly transmit information to him and help him implement his plans. This new strategy allowed him to further strengthen his influence and expand his reach. Michael knew that every new success required extreme caution and strategic thinking. He continued to build his empire, preparing for new challenges and adventures that lay ahead. With each new operation, Michael and his team became more experienced and professional. They knew there were still many challenges ahead, but they were confident that they could overcome any difficulties and continue their legendary careers in the world of crime. Over time, Michael Thornton's network of agents became the most powerful and effective in the world of crime. It allowed him to act with unprecedented precision, anticipating the actions of enemies and law enforcement agencies. But Michael knew that real success requires constant movement forward in search for new challenges. One of these challenges was a rumor about a large shipment of illegal diamonds that was going to be transported from Africa to Europe. This shipment belonged to one of the most dangerous and brutal crime lords known as Leon the Lion Montalvo. Leon was famous for his ruthlessness and influence, and no one dared to interfere in his affairs. But for Michael, it was a chance to prove his integrity and strength. Preparation for the operation took several months. Michael and his team used all their resources to obtain information about the route and transit times. Eliza hacked into communications and surveillance systems to find out exactly when and where the cargo would be located. They developed a plan that included not only stealing the diamonds, but also eliminating Leon himself in order to eliminate possible threats in the future. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team acted smoothly and quickly. They ambushed a convoy of cars transporting diamonds in a desert area where they could not be quickly detected. Coordinated actions and precise strikes allowed them to quickly neutralize the guards and seize the cargo. However, Leon turned out to be a more cunning opponent than they expected. He knew that someone might try to attack his cargo and prepared a backup plan. At the most unexpected moment, he attacked Michael's team from the rear, using trained fighters. An intense firefight began. Michael and his team fought desperately, but Leon was a skilled strategist. It seemed that luck had left them, but Michael did not give up. He used all his knowledge and skills to break out of the encirclement and beat Leon on his own field. In the end, they managed to win. Leon was killed and the diamonds were captured. This operation was one of the most dangerous and complex of their careers, but it also brought them enormous wealth and cemented their reputation as the most elusive and dangerous criminals in the world. However, Michael knew that with every success, attention to them also grew. He understood that new trials and dangers awaited them. The authorities and competitors will not leave them alone, and therefore you need to be prepared for any surprises. Michael decided it was time to further strengthen his empire. He began exploring new technologies and techniques that could help them stay ahead of the curve. Among other things, he became interested in the possibilities of using artificial intelligence to analyze and predict the actions of enemies and law enforcement agencies. To this end, he hired the best specialists in the field of AI and cybersecurity. They began developing a complex system that could analyze huge amounts of data and predict potential threats and opportunities. This system was a real breakthrough and allowed Michael and his team to act even more accurately and faster. Michael now knew that his empire had reached a new level. They could operate in any corner of the world, anticipating the actions of enemies and avoiding traps. New challenges awaited them, but Michael was confident that with such a team and technology, they would be able to overcome any obstacles and continue their legendary rise in the world of crime. After a crushing victory over Leon and the successful capture of the diamonds, Michael Thornton realized that his team had reached the pinnacle of criminal excellence. But with each new success, the risks also increased. Michael knew that enemies were becoming smarter and more sophisticated, and law enforcement was becoming more persistent. He knew it was time for change and new strategies. Michael began actively exploring the use of artificial intelligence, AI, and emerging technologies to improve the safety and efficiency of his operations. He assembled a team of top AI, cybersecurity, and data analytics experts to create a system that could analyze and predict the actions of enemies and law enforcement. The team developed a complex network of undercover agents and informants, gathering information in real time. This data was sent to a processing center, where the AI analyzed it and made recommendations for further actions. This allowed Michael to always be one step ahead of his enemies and avoid unexpected threats. The system soon proved its effectiveness. One of the agents reported a planned raid on one of Michael's secret warehouses, organized by competitors. Thanks to operational information and AI analysis, Michael was able not only to prevent the raid, but also to organize a counterattack, destroying competitors and seizing their resources. Realizing the power of new technologies, Michael decided to use them for even more ambitious purposes. He planned to organize a series of synchronized bank robberies around the world. This would be an unprecedented operation requiring top-level coordination and precision. The preparation took several months. Michael's team carefully studied bank security systems, cash collection vehicle routes, and employee work schedules. Elisa and her hackers created fake data and red herrings to confuse law enforcement and security agencies. The day of the operation arrived. In different parts of the world, Michael's teams began to act simultaneously. They broke into banks, disabled security systems, and opened safes, operating with amazing precision and speed. Eliza controlled the process from the control center, coordinating actions and responding to any unforeseen situations. The operation went so smoothly that law enforcement did not even immediately understand what had happened. Michael and his team were able to get away with the loot without leaving a single trace. This triumphant success cemented their status as invincible masters of crime. However, Michael understood that each new success attracted more and more attention and effort from enemies and authorities. He knew he had to be even more careful and sophisticated. His next goal was to strengthen his connections with politicians and influential people in order to create a protective shield around his empire. Michael began investing in various charitable projects and social initiatives, which allowed him to create an image of a respectable businessman and philanthropist. He began inviting influential politicians and public figures to his events, which helped him strengthen connections and gain access to important information. Every new step Michael took was aimed at creating an impenetrable network of influence and security. He understood that this was the only way he could protect his empire and continue to expand his horizons. Michael Thornton became not only a legend of the criminal world, but also a secret ruler whose influence extended far beyond crime. New challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but Michael was confident that with such resources and a team, they would be able to overcome any obstacles and continue their ascent to the heights of power and wealth. The system of influence and security created by Michael Thornton allowed him to reach unprecedented heights. But he knew that to maintain his position, it was necessary to constantly move forward. One day, during one of his charity events, Michael received an offer that could change everything. An influential businessman approached him and offered him something unusual: to steal a rare artifact from a closed and carefully guarded museum in Rome. This artifact was of great historical value and was rumored to have mystical properties. Michael, who loves challenges and adventure, could not resist this offer. Preparations for the operation were no less difficult than for the Fort Knox robbery. Michael understood that he needed to not only penetrate the museum, but also leave with the artifact without leaving a trace. He assembled a team of the best specialists and began planning. Elisa hacked the museum security systems and gained access to internal cameras and building plans. Jack developed a detailed penetration route, taking into account all possible obstacles and security systems. They knew they had to be extremely careful because the museum was equipped with the most modern security systems. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in Rome disguised as tourists and scientists. They mixed with the crowd so as not to arouse suspicion. Eliza began hacking security systems, turning off the cameras for the required time. Michael's team entered the museum through the office premises, using fake documents and prepared tricks. The first part of the plan went smoothly. They reached the hall where the artifact was kept. But just as they were about to pick him up, a hidden alarm system they didn't know about went off. Security was instantly activated, and the real race began. Michael and his team had to act quickly. Eliza, monitoring the operation remotely, was able to disable some of the security systems and guide the team through safe routes. But the museum was a real fortress, and getting out of it was a real challenge. Using all their skills and abilities, Michael's team made their way through the labyrinths of the museum. They clashed with the guards, using skill and cunning to avoid capture. Finally, they were able to reach the surface and hide in one of the old quarters of Rome, where prepared transport was waiting for them. They had the artifact, but Michael understood that new problems awaited them. Authorities quickly figured out what happened and began a large-scale operation to capture them. Michael and his team hid in one of the secret shelters to wait out the wave of persecution. However, the mysterious businessman who ordered the theft of the artifact had his own plans. He offered Michael and his team a new goal, an ancient castle in Scotland, where ancient relics and treasures were kept. Michael understood that this could be a trap, but his interest in new adventures and the desire to test his strength took over. They began preparing for a new operation, studying all available data about the castle and its protection. Eliza took up hacking the systems again, and Jack developed an infiltration plan. Michael knew that this time would be no less difficult and dangerous than the previous ones. When the day of the operation arrived, they went to Scotland. The castle stood on a cliff, surrounded by impenetrable walls and deep ditches. Michael's team got inside using nighttime and knowledge of security weaknesses. Inside the castle, not only treasures awaited them, but also new dangers. Michael and his team had to overcome many traps and security systems to get to the main hall. But when they finally arrived at the treasury, a surprise awaited them. A mysterious businessman and his men. It turned out that the businessman wanted to use Michael and his team to gain access to the treasure and planned to get rid of them after the mission was completed. But Michael, anticipating a possible trap, prepared a backup plan. A tense fight began. Michael and his team fought for their lives and freedom, using all their skill and experience. They managed to defeat their opponents and take the treasure, but the price was high. They suffered serious losses, and Michael realized that in the world of crime you can't trust anyone except your team. With these new lessons and riches, Michael and his team headed back to their refuge, knowing that new challenges and dangers lay ahead. But they were ready for them, confident in their abilities, and that they could overcome any obstacles on their way to the heights of power and wealth. Returning with treasure from Scotland was a turning point for Michael Thornton and his team. They realized that their successes and wealth attracted the attention of not only enemies, but also traitors. Michael decided that now was the time to strengthen his position and expand his influence using his newly acquired resources. The first step was to create a hidden base on one of the Caribbean islands. Michael chose an isolated island with natural protection, rocks and dense forests. The team began construction, using the treasure to finance the project. The base included modern technology, underground storage, and training areas for their operations. While the base was being built, Michael continued to develop his network of agents and informants. He understood that in order to stay one step ahead of his enemies, he needed to be aware of all events in the world of crime. Elisa took charge of coordinating the network, ensuring up-to-date information in real time. At the same time, Michael decided to start legalizing part of his wealth. He began investing money in various legal businesses, from hotels and restaurants to technology startups. This not only helped launder money, but also created the image of a respectable businessman, hiding his true activities. One day, Michael received information about a rare and valuable artifact kept in an ancient monastery in Tibet. This artifact, according to legend, had magical properties and could bring enormous power and influence. Michael decided that this relic would become a symbol of his power and went to Tibet. The path to Tibet was not easy. Michael's team faced harsh high-altitude conditions and difficulties in penetrating the monastery. However, Michael knew that such a goal would justify any effort. They used forged documents and diplomatic channels to gain access to the monastery. New trials awaited them inside the monastery. The monks were not only spiritual mentors, but also skilled warriors who guarded the artifact. Michael and his team had to demonstrate not only physical strength, but also the ability to find a common language and negotiate. Michael, realizing the significance of the spiritual traditions of the monastery, decided to offer the monks a deal. In exchange for the artifact, he promised protection and financial support for the monastery. After much negotiation, the monks agreed to give the artifact to Michael, recognizing his desire for power and influence. With the artifact in hand, Michael and his team returned to the Caribbean island, where a completed base was already waiting for them. With an artifact, a legalized business, and a fortified base, Michael felt that his empire was becoming impregnable. But he knew that the real tests were just beginning. The enemies he left behind and new threats will constantly haunt him. He decided to use the artifact to create a secret order that would protect his empire and spread his influence throughout the world. The order, consisting of the most loyal and talented members of the team, was supposed to become not only protection, but also Michael's striking force. New challenges were not long in coming. Shortly after returning to the island, Michael received news that several powerful crime syndicates had teamed up to destroy his empire. They were planning a coordinated attack on his businesses and bases around the world. Michael realized that in order to survive and maintain his influence, he needed to launch a preemptive strike. He decided to carry out a series of synchronized operations that would undermine the strength of his enemies and destroy their coalition. Elisa and a team of hackers began hacking into their enemies' security systems, gathering information about their plans and resources. Michael developed an attack strategy, dividing his forces into several groups. Each group had to hit key enemy targets simultaneously, creating chaos and disrupting their coordination. Day X arrived. Michael's teams acted quickly and accurately, striking enemy bases and storage facilities. Elisa coordinated operations, ensuring constant communication and adjusting plans in real time. Michael personally led the attack on the enemy's main base, demonstrating his determination and strength. Operation was successfully completed. The enemies were defeated, their coalition was destroyed, and Michael's influence only strengthened. He showed the whole world that his empire was not only alive, but stronger than ever. Now, with an artifact, a protected base, and a powerful order, Michael was ready for new achievements. His influence spread far beyond the criminal world, penetrating into the highest echelons of power. But he knew that there were still many challenges ahead, and he was ready for them, confident in his abilities and the dedication of his team. With the destruction of the coalition of enemies, Michael Thornton strengthened his position in the world of crime. His reputation became legendary, and not only crime bosses began to turn to him, but also influential politicians who needed his unique talents and resources. However, Michael knew that as influence increased, so did the risks. He soon realized that he had to move on and expand his horizons. One such challenge was an offer from a high-ranking official from the Chinese government. This man, let's call him Mr. Li, offered Michael help in exchange for completing a special mission. Michael needed to infiltrate a secret research center on the outskirts of Beijing and steal important scientific data regarding the latest technologies in the field of artificial intelligence. Michael knew that this proposal involved enormous risk, but also incredible opportunity. He accepted the challenge. Preparation for the operation took several months. Eliza and a team of hackers began studying the center's security systems, while Michael and his team trained in conditions as close to real as possible. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in Beijing disguised as employees of an international technology conference. Using false documents and Mr. Li's connections, they gained access to the secure area. Eliza hacked the security systems, allowing Michael's team to enter the center undetected. The first stage of the operation went smoothly. They reached the laboratory where the necessary data was stored. However, just as Michael was about to extract the information, a hidden alarm went off that they didn't know about. The center's security was instantly activated and a fierce battle began. Michael and his team were ready for this turnaround. They used their skills and tactics to break through the guards. Eliza, monitoring the operation from the control center, directed them and disabled security systems as needed. Michael managed to download the data onto a portable drive and they began to retreat. Escape turned out to be even more difficult than penetration. Michael's team made their way through the labyrinths of the center, encountering security and automated defense systems. Every step was dangerous, but they moved forward, guided not only by experience, but also by intuition. Finally, they managed to get to the surface and hide in one of the old quarters of Beijing. Mr. Li ensured they had a safe passage back, and they soon returned to their base on the Caribbean island with valuable data. This success opened new horizons for Michael and his team. With scientific data from Beijing, they were able to improve their artificial intelligence system, making it even more powerful and efficient. Now they could predict the actions of their enemies with incredible accuracy, which gave them a huge advantage. However, Michael understood that with each new success, attention to them also grew. He decided that he needed to not only strengthen his base, but also expand his influence in other parts of the world. It began building new bases in Africa, South America, and the Middle East, creating a global network of its operations. One day, during one of his meetings with influential politicians and businessmen, Michael received an offer that promised to be the most ambitious project of his career. A group of international investors invited him to organize the kidnapping of one of the most protected people in the world, the head of a large transnational corporation who possesses secrets that could change the balance of power on the world stage. Michael realized that this proposal was associated with enormous risks, but also with incredible opportunities. He decided to accept the challenge and began preparing for the operation. Its success could not only strengthen his influence, but also open new horizons for his empire. Preparation for the operation included collecting information, developing a plan, and training. Michael and his team studied every detail to be prepared for any eventuality. They knew that this project would be the most difficult of their careers, but they were ready for the challenge. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in the city where the head of the corporation was located. They used all their skills and resources to infiltrate the guarded building and capture the target. Eliza coordinated the actions, providing communication and surveillance. Operation was successfully completed. Michael and his team were able to kidnap the head of the corporation and take him to one of their hidden bases. This success brought them not only huge money, but also new opportunities for influence and manipulation on the world stage. Now Michael Thornton and his team have become the real shadow rulers of the world. Their influence extended far beyond the criminal world, penetrating into the highest echelons of government and business. But they knew that new challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, and they were ready for them, confident in their strengths and devotion to each other. After kidnapping the head of a multinational corporation and obtaining important information, Michael Thornton found himself at the peak of his career. His empire spread throughout the world, and he became a figure whose influence was felt in a variety of areas. However, Michael knew that maintaining this position would not be easy. Enemies and competitors were not asleep, and he needed to be one step ahead. New data allowed Michael to develop plans to infiltrate his agents into strategically important companies and government agencies. He understood that information was the key to power, and his main goal was to create a network of spies and informants who could provide him with valuable information in real time. One day, Michael received disturbing news. His old enemy, a former intelligence officer who many years ago vowed to destroy Michael, has reappeared on the horizon. This man, Jonathan Ricardo, had extensive connections and resources, and his return meant a serious threat. Michael knew there was no time to waste. He decided to set a trap for Jonathan and end him once and for all. This required a carefully planned operation. Eliza began gathering information about Jonathan and his movements using all available resources. Michael's team prepared to face the most dangerous enemy they had ever faced. The operation began with the infiltration of one of Jonathan's hideouts. Michael and his team used forged documents and diversions to gain entry into the building. However, Jonathan was prepared. He knew about Michael's plans and prepared a trap for him. A fierce battle began. Jonathan turned out to be not only a skilled strategist, but also an excellent fighter. Michael and his team fought desperately, but the enemy rose to the occasion. During the most tense moment, Eliza was able to hack the building's security systems and activate distracting signals, allowing Michael and his team to escape the trap. Despite the temporary retreat, Michael knew that this fight was not over yet. He began to prepare for the final confrontation with Jonathan. Eliza continued to gather information while Michael developed a new plan. He decided that he needed to strike at Jonathan's most sore spot, his financial and information resources. Michael and his team launched a series of attacks on financial structures and databases controlled by Jonathan. They used the latest technology and tactics to destroy his empire. Jonathan gradually lost his resources and influence. Finally, the moment has come for the final operation. Michael received information about the whereabouts of Jonathan and his remaining supporters. He knew that this would be the last battle, and he prepared for it in the most careful way. Michael's team infiltrated Jonathan's hideout using the latest technology and tactical tricks. The fight was brutal and merciless. Michael and Jonathan fought head-to-head, using all their skills and abilities. In the end, Michael managed to defeat Jonathan, but not without losses. Several members of his team were seriously injured, and Michael realized that their victory had come at a high price. With Jonathan's destruction, Michael was able to strengthen his influence and continue to expand his empire. But he understood that the world of crime would always be full of dangers and betrayals. Every day required new efforts and strategies to maintain the gained positions. Michael decided it was time for new challenges. He began working on projects that could not only bring him wealth, but also change the world. He invested in the development of new technologies, medical research, and environmental initiatives. Michael understood that true power lies not only in money and power, but also in the ability to influence the future. His empire became a symbol not only of criminal power, but also of progress. Michael Thornton went from legendary outlaw to a shadow lord whose influence was felt everywhere. New challenges and adventures awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them, confident in his abilities and the loyalty of his team. With each new success, Michael Thornton continued to amaze the world. His name became a symbol of skill and strategic thinking, and his empire became an impenetrable citadel. However, despite the apparent calm and confidence, Michael knew that he could not relax for a minute. Michael's next step was to expand his influence in the high-tech industry. He understood that the future belongs to those who own information and know how to use it. Michael decided to invest significant resources in developing new artificial intelligence and cybersecurity systems. This would not only strengthen his position, but would also allow him to predict the actions of his enemies with even greater accuracy. To implement his plans, Michael invited the best specialists from all over the world. He created a closed research center at one of his bases, where work was carried out to create new technologies. Eliza led this project, coordinating the work of scientists and engineers. One of the most ambitious projects was the creation of the eye system, which could analyze huge amounts of data and predict possible threats. This system was to become Michael's main tool in his struggle for power and influence. While work on the eye was in full swing, Michael received an unexpected offer. An influential businessman from Dubai approached him, offering cooperation in the field of energy. Michael understood that access to energy resources could be a key factor in his future plans, and agreed to the meeting. A businessman whose name was Ahmed Al-Zahir invited Michael to participate in the development of new technologies for oil production and refining. In return, he promised access to resources and protection of his interests in the Middle East. Michael saw this as a huge opportunity and accepted the offer. To begin cooperation, Michael went to Dubai to personally discuss the details of the deal. His meeting with Ahmed was successful, and they entered into an agreement. Michael now had access to the latest energy technologies and the opportunity to expand his influence in the region. Returning to his base, Michael began to actively develop new directions. He understood that energy and high technology could become the basis of his empire, and he invested every effort in their development. At the same time, work continued on the OCO system, which was supposed to become the main tool in the fight against enemies. However, Michael knew that not all of his enemies were a thing of the past. One day, he received a message from his old informant that a group of international criminals was planning to seize his research center and destroy all its developments. Michael realized that this could be a serious threat and began to prepare for defense. He strengthened the security of the center and prepared the team for a possible attack. Eliza hacked into the enemy's communication systems and learned that an attack was planned for the coming days. Michael decided not to wait and launch a preemptive strike. Michael's team organized an ambush on the way to the center. The enemies, confident of their success, were taken by surprise and quickly neutralized. This success confirmed that the OCO system works and can predict threats with high accuracy. After this operation, Michael decided that it was time to strike at his main enemies. He began planning a series of attacks on their bases and infrastructure to completely destroy their strength. Using data obtained from the eye, Michael and his team acted with unprecedented precision and speed. Each operation was carefully planned and carried out flawlessly. Enemies were losing their resources and influence, and Michael's empire was only strengthening. He soon became the sole and undisputed leader in the world of crime, but his ambitions went further. Michael decided it was time to come out of the shadows and use his influence to create a new world order. He began collaborating with governments and international organizations, offering his services in exchange for support and protection. Michael understood that this was the only way he could maintain and increase his influence. His empire became a true global force that could influence politics and economics in different countries. Michael has become a symbol of the new time, where information and technology have become the main weapons. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was confident that with such resources and a team, they would be able to overcome any obstacles and continue their ascent to the heights of power and wealth. After successfully defending the research center, Michael Thornton knew that new challenges lay ahead. He understood that his enemies would not give up trying to destroy his empire. However, he now had something that could change the rules of the game: the eye system, capable of predicting threats and enemy actions with high accuracy. Michael's next step was to strengthen his influence in various parts of the world. It began collaborating with governments and international organizations, offering them its data analytics and cybersecurity services. In exchange, he received access to new resources and protection. One day, while Michael was at his headquarters on a Caribbean island, he received an alarming message from his agent in Europe. A major terrorist organization was planning a series of attacks on key infrastructure, and information about this was to be transmitted through one of their couriers. Michael realized that this was a chance to not only prevent the attacks, but also to strike a blow against his enemies. He decided to organize an operation to intercept the courier and capture information. Eliza began monitoring all possible routes and data points, using the eye for analysis. Preparations for the operation were in full swing. Michael gathered his best people and sent them to Europe. The team had to act quickly and covertly to avoid attracting attention. Every step was carefully planned and everyone knew their roles. The day of the operation arrived. Michael's team took up positions along the courier's intended route. Eliza coordinated their actions from the control center, monitoring the situation through cameras and drones. As the data was being transmitted, the team launched a surprise attack, neutralizing the courier and capturing the information. However, when Michael began to analyze the data he received, he realized that it was a trap. The terrorists knew about his plans and used false information to lure his team into an ambush. A fierce firefight ensued, but thanks to the coordination and preparation of Michael's team, they managed to escape and take away valuable data. Returning to base, Michael realized that the enemies were becoming more sophisticated and dangerous. He decided to strengthen his security measures and develop new strategies. Work on the eye system continued, and Michael poured even more resources into its development to make it invulnerable to such traps. Meanwhile, he began to develop a plan to eliminate the terrorist organization. Using the data obtained from the courier, Michael and his team were able to identify key enemy figures and bases. They began a series of surgical strikes, destroying infrastructure and killing terrorist leaders. These operations not only strengthened Michael's reputation, but also showed his enemies that he was capable of striking back. Their enemies knew that Michael Thornton was a force to be reckoned with. His empire continued to grow and strengthen, and he was ready for new challenges. Now that Michael had such a powerful tool as the eye, and the support of powerful allies around the world, he felt that his journey was just beginning. New battles and adventures awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them, confident in his strength and the devotion of his team. After successfully defeating a terrorist organization and strengthening his empire, Michael Thornton felt it was time for new grand plans. Its eye system has become an integral part of operations, allowing it to anticipate enemy actions and prevent threats. However, Michael knew that to further expand his influence, he needed new resources and technologies. One day, during one of his meetings with scientists and engineers at his research center, Michael learned about the mysterious Helios project. This project was the development of a new energy plant capable of generating virtually unlimited amounts of energy from sunlight. Michael realized that such technology could give him not only enormous wealth, but also political influence on a global level. He decided to find out more about the project and its creators. Elisa's team began collecting information about the company that worked on Helios and its main research center located in the Swiss Alps. Michael understood that such an operation would be difficult and dangerous, but the potential benefits were worth the risk. Preparation for the operation took several weeks. Michael and his team developed a detailed plan to infiltrate the science center. Eliza hacked the security systems and gained access to the building plans. The team trained in conditions as close to real as possible in order to be prepared for any surprises. The day of the operation arrived. Michael and his team arrived in Switzerland disguised as tourists and businessmen. Using forged documents and prepared tricks, they entered the scientific center. Eliza coordinated their actions from the control center, providing constant communication and surveillance. The first part of the plan was successful. Michael's team reached the laboratory where data on the Helios project was stored. However, just as they were about to download the information, a hidden alarm went off that they were unaware of. The center's security was instantly activated and a fierce battle began. Michael and his team acted quickly and efficiently. Using smoke bombs and tactical techniques, they managed to neutralize the guards and complete the data download. But getting out of the center turned out to be more difficult than they expected. The building was surrounded and there was almost no time left for retreat. Eliza proposed a risky plan: hack the building's control systems and create a diversion. She redirected all security systems to another floor, which allowed Michael's team to escape from the encirclement. They used underground tunnels leading to an old monastery where a helicopter was waiting for them. Returning to his base, Michael began to analyze the data received. It turned out that Helios was not just an energy project, but also part of a secret program related to the creation of new types of weapons. This discovery could change everything. Michael realized that he now not only had access to revolutionary technology, but also the key to enormous power. However, this force also had its enemies. Upon learning of the data theft, government agents and corporate representatives began hunting for Michael and his team. Michael knew they needed to act quickly to use the information they had gathered before their enemies caught up with them. Michael decided to use Helios to create a new base, completely autonomous and protected from any threats. He began construction in a remote region of South America, using all his resources and technology. The new base was supposed to become not only a shelter, but also a center for the development of new projects. During the construction process, Michael and his team faced many obstacles, from natural disasters to enemy attacks. But they overcame all difficulties, and after a few months the new base was ready. It has become a real fortress, capable of withstanding any attack. Now, Michael had not only powerful technology, but also an impenetrable base from which he could manage his empire and develop new projects. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was confident that with such resources and a team, they would be able to overcome any obstacles. The eye system continued to develop, becoming more powerful and effective. Michael used it to predict enemy actions and plan new operations. His empire grew and strengthened, and he was ready for new challenges and adventures that lay ahead. When information about a mysterious data theft from a Swiss research center reached the FBI, it became clear to agents that someone very skilled and dangerous was behind it. The FBI leadership assigned the case to one of the best detectives, Jack Randall, who had extensive experience in capturing international criminals. Jack knew that such an operation could not be carried out without careful preparation and internal assistance. Jack Randall sat in his office, reviewing reports and analyzing data. He understood that his enemy could only be Michael Thornton, the legendary criminal who had so far managed to elude justice. Jack assembled a team of the best agents and began his investigation. The first step was to study the details of the robbery. Jack knew that such an operation required a complex network of contacts and highly qualified specialists. He contacted international partners to collect information about Michael's possible accomplices. He soon received information about a series of attacks on the infrastructure of terrorists and other criminal organizations that could be associated with Thornton's activities. Michael and his team continued to work on the new base, unaware that their actions had attracted the attention of the FBI. They were busy creating autonomous systems and developing new projects based on data obtained in Switzerland. Jack Randall and his team were able to gain access to surveillance cameras at the Swiss Center. While reviewing the records, they noticed some details that pointed to a group of professionals. One of the FBI agents, a cybersecurity specialist, discovered evidence of a hack that could lead them to Eliza, Michael's hacker. Jack decided it was time to act. He contacted international partners and began an operation to track all traces that could lead to Michael's base. The FBI and their Interpol partners began monitoring all communications and financial transactions related to Thornton. Michael felt that something was wrong. The OCO system has begun to detect increased cybersecurity and surveillance activity. Eliza informed Michael about a possible threat and suggested activating the base's full defense system. Michael knew the FBI wouldn't stop until they found him. He decided to conduct a disinformation operation to confuse his enemies. The team began creating false leads and red herrings to confuse the detectives and agents. Jack Randall and his team began to notice strange anomalies in the data. They understood that Michael was trying to confuse them, but they were not going to give up. Jack decided that he needed to launch a preemptive strike and organize an operation to capture Michael's base. Michael and his team were preparing for a possible attack. They strengthened security and activated all defense systems. At this time, Jack and his team were already on their way to the base, using data received from international partners. As FBI and Interpol agents approached the base, a tense battle ensued. Michael and his team acted in a coordinated manner, using all their resources and technology to protect. Jack understood that their opponent was strong, but he was ready for it. The battle was fierce. Michael used the eye system to coordinate actions and predict enemy moves. Eliza's team tried to hack into the FBI and Interpol systems to disrupt their communications. Eventually, Jack Randall and his agents were able to infiltrate the base. An intense firefight began in the narrow corridors and rooms of the base. Michael and Jack came face to face, and each knew that this could be their last fight. Using his skills and experience, Michael managed to neutralize some of the agents, but Jack was relentless. At a critical moment, Eliza activated a hidden defense system, allowing Michael and his team to escape through the underground tunnels. Jack realized that Michael had slipped away again, but now he knew more about his methods and resources. Michael, in turn, realized that his enemies were becoming more and more dangerous. He knew that new battles and challenges lay ahead, but he was ready for them, confident in his strength and the loyalty of his team. After a tense encounter in Antarctica, Michael Thornton and his team decided to rethink their approach to security and intelligence. They understood that the enemies were becoming more persistent and inventive. Michael decided to create a network of safe houses and secret hideouts around the world in order to be able to quickly move and avoid persecution. The first such shelter was a hidden base on one of the islands in the Pacific Ocean. Michael and his team began construction using resources left over from previous operations. They equipped the base with the most modern security systems and made it virtually impregnable. Several months have passed. Michael and his team continued to work on the Helios project and improve the OCO system. Michael also began to develop his influence in international circles, using his technology to gain support and resources from influential people and organizations. Meanwhile, Jack Randall and his team continued their search for Michael. They analyzed all possible traces and information, hoping to get on his trail. Jack knew that Michael would not stop and would continue his operations, so he decided to be proactive. One day, Jack received information about a major conference in Tokyo dedicated to new technologies in the field of energy. He suggested that Michael could use this event for his own purposes and went there with the team. Jack decided to infiltrate his agents into the conference to keep an eye on all suspicious persons. At this time, Michael was actually planning to attend a conference in Tokyo. He wanted to find new partners and investors for the Helios project. Eliza hacked the conference's security systems and provided Michael's team with access to closed events and meetings. As the conference began, Jack and his agents began surveillance. They looked for the slightest sign of the presence of Michael and his team. One day, Jack noticed a suspicious person who could be connected to Michael. He began to follow him, trying not to give himself away. Michael, realizing that he might be discovered, used disguises and false tracks to confuse his enemies. He met with potential partners and discussed investments in the Helios project, trying to remain unnoticed. However, Jack was persistent. He continued to follow the suspicious man and soon realized that he was indeed connected to Michael. Jack decided to ambush and capture the man to learn more about Michael's plans. As the operation began, Michael realized they were under surveillance. He ordered his team to evacuate immediately. Elise activated decoys and distractions to confuse her enemies. Michael and his team were able to escape, but Jack managed to capture one of their agents. During the interrogation, Jack learned that Michael was planning a major operation in Tokyo related to the introduction of Helios technology into the city's infrastructure. Jack decided that he needed to act quickly and prevent this operation. Michael, realizing that his plans had been exposed, decided to change strategy. He began preparing a series of diversionary maneuvers and false operations to confuse his enemies and gain time. At the same time, he continued to work on introducing Helios to other cities and countries. Jack and his team began hunting for Michael throughout Tokyo. They looked for his traces in every corner of the city, but Michael skillfully hid, using all his resources and connections. Eventually, Jack realized that he needed to change tactics and began to develop a plan to capture the eye system itself. Michael, knowing that the enemies would not retreat, decided to carry out the final operation to introduce Helios into key infrastructure facilities in Tokyo. He gathered his team and began preparing for this difficult and dangerous mission. When the operation began, Jack and his agents were ready. They began to follow Michael's team's every move, trying to predict their actions. Just as Michael and his men began installing the equipment, Jack gave the order to seize it. A fierce battle began. Michael and his team acted well, but the FBI and Japanese police agents were well prepared. At some point, Michael realized that he needed to change the plan and began evacuating. Using his knowledge and resources, Michael was able to escape with part of his team. But Jack managed to capture several key figures who could give him important information about the eye system and Michael's plans. Returning to his base, Michael realized that the fight was becoming more and more fierce. He knew that there were still many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them. While Jack Randall continued his investigation, Michael and his team worked on new strategies and plans to maintain their influence and continue the struggle for power and resources. After a series of successful operations around the world, Michael Thornton and his team returned to base in the Pacific Ocean. They understood that the struggle was becoming more and more intense, and their every action attracted the attention of more and more enemies. New challenges lay ahead, and Michael knew he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. Active work was underway at the base to improve the ecosystem. Elisa and her team of engineers and hackers worked non-stop, improving algorithms and increasing the power of computing systems. Michael saw this as his main advantage, the ability to predict the actions of enemies and plan his operations with maximum accuracy. Meanwhile, Jack Randall and his team at the FBI did not give up. They studied every little detail, every slightest mention of the actions of Michael and his people. Jack knew that the enemy was strong and sophisticated, but he was confident that he would find a way to catch him. They intensified monitoring of all possible channels of information, hoping to find traces that would help lead to Michael. Michael understood that the enemies would not stop. He decided to be proactive. His next goal was to organize an international conference on security and cyber defense, which was to be held in Berlin. Michael intended to use this event to demonstrate the strength and capabilities of his team, as well as to strengthen ties with influential figures. Preparations for the operation began long before the conference. Michael and his men began gathering information about key players, studying building plans and travel routes. Elisa hacked the conference's security systems, providing access to closed events. The entire team trained and practiced every step to be ready for any eventuality. The day of the conference arrived. Michael and his men arrived in Berlin disguised as participants and observers. They mixed with the crowd, remaining unnoticed. While the official delegates discussed cybersecurity and data protection, Michael's team sprang into action. They entered restricted areas using forged documents and technical devices. Eliza coordinated their actions, ensuring access to the most important facilities and systems. Michael knew that their presence must remain a secret, so every step was thought out to the smallest detail. However, Jack Randall was also in Berlin. He and his team kept an eye on any suspicious individuals and tried to detect signs of Michael's activity. At some point, they noticed anomalies in the security systems and began an investigation. Jack realized that Michael might be here and decided to act quickly. Michael's team had completed all their tasks and were ready to evacuate when Jack and his men began the capture operation. A tense game of cat and mouse began in the corridors of the convention center. Michael and his team used all their skills and equipment to avoid capture. Ultimately, they managed to escape, leaving behind only false trails and confusion. Jack realized he had missed Michael again, but knew he had gained valuable insight into his methods and tactics. He decided to continue hunting, hoping that next time he would be more successful. Michael and his team returned to base, satisfied with the results of the operation. They knew that the enemies would not stop, but they were ready for new challenges. Michael continued to strengthen his empire, expand his influence, and develop new strategies. He understood that the struggle continued and was ready to accept all the challenges that lay ahead. The return to the base in the Pacific Ocean after the operation in Berlin did not bring the long-awaited calm. Michael Thornton knew that his enemies would not retreat. This time he decided to do something that would change the whole game. Michael began work on a new project, codenamed Phoenix, the goal of which was to create an autonomous flying base capable of hiding from any radars and satellites. Preparations for Project Phoenix began with the recruitment of the best engineers and scientists from around the world. Elisa and her team set out to develop sophisticated navigation and camouflage systems that could make the base invisible to all existing surveillance technologies. Michael understood that this would not only provide security, but also give them the ability to move and operate throughout the world without being detected. Meanwhile, Jack Randall and his team at the FBI continued to monitor all of Michael's known contacts, trying to find even the slightest clue. They did not know that their enemy was preparing for a new step that would change everything. Several months of hard work have passed. Project Phoenix began to take shape. In a huge hangar on an island in the Pacific Ocean, engineers and technicians worked day and night, assembling parts of the future base. Michael personally supervised every stage of construction, realizing that this was their chance to stay one step ahead of their enemies. When the Phoenix was ready for its first test flight, Michael assembled his entire team. They knew it was a risky move, but they knew it was necessary for their survival. On the appointed day, a huge flying complex rose into the sky, hidden from all surveillance systems. The test flight was successful, and Michael realized that they had a new trump card. With the Phoenix flying base, Michael decided to carry out a series of operations to show his enemies his strength and unpredictability. The first target was a large financial corporation connected to criminal organizations that supported his enemies. Michael intended to destroy their infrastructure and seize their financial assets. The operation began with infiltration of the corporation's headquarters located in Hong Kong. Elisa and her team hacked security systems and provided access to internal servers. Michael and his men acted quickly and smoothly, destroying all data and capturing important documents. At this time, the Phoenix hovered over the city, ready to receive command and fly away as soon as the operation was completed. Suddenly, security forces arrived at the scene due to the alarm. Michael and his team managed to complete their mission and escape on the Phoenix, leaving their enemies in bewilderment. This operation was a real blow to Michael's enemies. They realized that his capabilities had expanded significantly, and now he could operate anywhere in the world. Jack Randall and his team began to analyze new data, trying to understand how Michael managed to carry out such a daring raid and disappear without a trace. Meanwhile, Michael continued to use the Phoenix for his own purposes. He organized several similar operations in different parts of the world, demonstrating his strength and skill. Enemies began to realize that it was becoming increasingly difficult to resist him. The Phoenix Project not only strengthened Michael's position, but also gave him the opportunity to develop new strategies and technologies. Eliza and her team continued to work on improving the eye system, making it even more powerful and effective. Michael knew that the struggle continued and new challenges lay ahead. He was ready to take on all challenges, confident in his abilities and the loyalty of his team. With each new success, he moved closer to his goal, to become elusive and omnipotent in a world ruled by information and technology. After a number of successful operations that Michael Thornton and his team carried out with the help of the Phoenix, the FBI decided to go on the offensive. Jack Randall knew that Michael was a dangerous opponent, and he understood that extraordinary methods would be needed to capture him. Jack assembled a team of top analysts and agents to develop a plan that could defeat Michael. Several months of intense work have passed. Jack and his team studied every detail, every action of Michael and his team. They realized that the key to catching Michael lay in his own technology. Jack decided to take advantage of a weakness that Michael might not have known about. Eliza, Michael's master hacker, was known for her hacking skills, but even the most skilled hackers have weaknesses. Jack decided to use social engineering to gain access to her personal information. They found Eliza's old friend, with whom she had long lost contact, and offered him cooperation. He, unsuspectingly, helped the FBI establish contact with Eliza under the guise of restoring friendship. Eliza, not suspecting a catch, began corresponding with her old friend. During the conversation, she inadvertently revealed some details about the work on the Phoenix and the Oko system. This gave Jack and his team valuable information, which they used to develop a virus that could penetrate Michael's systems. At this time, Michael was preparing for a new major operation, the seizure of secret scientific research in one of the European countries. They planned to use the Phoenix for covert infiltration and quick evacuation. Eliza worked to hack the facility's security systems, unaware that her activities were being monitored. Jack and his team introduced a virus into one of the server systems, which Eliza hacked. The virus began to work silently, collecting data and transmitting it to the FBI. At this time, Michael and his team were preparing for the operation, unaware that their plans were already known. The day of the operation arrived. The Phoenix hovered over a European city, ready to carry out its mission. Michael and his men infiltrated the scientific center and began capturing data. Suddenly, the facility's security system activated, and an alarm began. Michael realized that something was wrong. Eliza tried to turn off the alarm, but the virus had already begun its work, blocking her attempts. Jack and his team, observing what was happening, began their capture operation. They knew that the Phoenix would be their main target. Michael ordered the team to evacuate. They managed to download part of the data and began to retreat to the Phoenix. At this moment, the FBI and local police arrived on the scene. A fierce battle began. Michael and his men used all their skills to fight back and reach the Phoenix. When they boarded the Phoenix, Michael ordered it to take off. However, the virus has already managed to infect control systems. The Phoenix began to lose control and descend. Jack and his team, who were watching what was happening, decided to take advantage of the moment and launch an assault. FBI agents, using helicopters and special equipment, boarded the Phoenix. Michael and his men fought desperately, but the control systems were jammed and they were unable to use the base's full capabilities. Eventually, FBI forces were able to gain the upper hand and capture Michael and his team. Michael realized that their plans had been discovered and they had fallen into a trap. Eliza, realizing that the virus had entered through her actions, was depressed. Jack Randall knew when he stepped aboard the Phoenix that their months of work had paid off. Michael and his team were arrested and taken to FBI headquarters. This triumphant success was the result of a long and intense struggle. Jack Randall and his team have proven that even the smartest and most sophisticated criminals can be caught. Michael Thornton, despite his outstanding abilities, found himself in the hands of justice. Now he faced a lengthy trial and, most likely, life imprisonment. A new era has arrived in the world of crime, where technology and information have become the main weapons, and the confrontation between good and evil continues with renewed vigor. After the arrest of Michael Thornton and his team, the criminal world felt a serious blow. The I system, the Helios Project, and the Phoenix Flying Base have become the subject of detailed study by the FBI and international intelligence agencies. Jack Randall knew that defeating Michael was an important milestone, but there was still a lot of work ahead to expose his operations and eliminate the remnants of his empire. ## conclusion of the story. *** FBI headquarters, Washington ***. Michael Thornton was in a high-security prison awaiting trial. His entire life was now under close surveillance, and his influence on the criminal world began to wane. Eliza and other key members of the team cooperated with authorities, providing information in exchange for a reduced sentence. ***. Interrogation room ***. Jack Randall sat opposite Michael. They both knew that the fight between them had reached its climax. Jack offered Michael a deal, help in exposing other criminal organizations in exchange for more lenient conditions of detention. Michael, realizing his time was up, accepted the offer. He understood that his knowledge and experience could be useful to the authorities. ***, International Cybersecurity Conference, New York ***. Jack Randall was the keynote speaker at the conference. He spoke about the case of Michael Thornton and how the coordinated actions of international intelligence agencies helped capture one of the most dangerous criminals of our time. Jack emphasized the importance of international cooperation and the use of modern technology to combat cybercrime. ***, Pacific Base ***. Michael's remaining base was turned into a research center where leading scientists and specialists worked to improve cybersecurity systems. The Helios and Oko projects have been adapted for peaceful purposes, helping to protect critical infrastructure and prevent cyber attacks. ***, conclusion ***. Michael Thornton, despite his ingenious plans and ability to evade justice, was eventually caught. His legacy lived on, no longer as a symbol of criminal power, but as an example that even the most intelligent and sophisticated criminals could be defeated. Jack Randall and his team have proven that justice can prevail when the best of the best take on the case. The world continued to evolve and technology became an integral part of life. But the lessons learned from the Michael Thornton case remain with people forever. They knew that the struggle for justice never stops, and there will always be those who are ready to stand up for law and order. Second story of the criminal. In a small town in the south of England, a boy named James Wilson was born. Since childhood, James was not like everyone else. Instead of playing football with other children or building construction sets, he spent hours watching the cars parked along the street. His attention was attracted by the shiny bodies, the smooth sound of the running engines, and the speed with which the cars accelerated along the roads. James grew up in a family where a car was not just a means of transportation, but also an object of pride. His father, Harry Wilson, worked as a mechanic and often took his son with him to the garage. There, among the tools and spare parts, James learned to understand the workings of cars. He quickly learned how to disassemble and reassemble engines, change oil, and repair brakes. Already in his teens, James began to show extraordinary abilities. He could start any car using just a few tools. At first it was just a hobby, but over time it turned into an obsession. James dreamed of the freedom that speed could give him. He dreamed of the adventures that awaited him on the roads. His first hijacking happened when he was just 16. It was an old model Jaguar that belonged to a neighbor. James knew that this machine had not been used for a long time and decided to try his hand at it. One night he sneaked up to the car, opened the hood, and a few minutes later the engine began to roar. James's heart was pounding with excitement as he pulled out onto the deserted street. This moment was the beginning of his long and dangerous journey. James continued his thefts, each time choosing more and more complex and expensive cars. He became known in criminal circles under the nickname Master. His name was on the lips of all policemen and criminals in England. But James had no intention of stopping. His goal was to become a legend, a man who could steal any car anywhere. Over the years, James's skills improved. He studied new technologies, ways to hack security systems, and was always one step ahead of the police. His reputation grew, and not only law enforcement officers began to hunt him, but also competitors from the criminal world who wanted to prove their superiority. One day, when James was 22, he decided to carry out a daring theft, which was to become his most notorious case. The latest Aston Martin was on display at an elite motor show in London. The car was equipped with the most advanced security systems, and penetration seemed impossible even for experienced car thieves. But James saw this as a challenge. He carefully prepared. He studied all the security schemes, found out the schedule of the exhibition, and even acquired fake documents in order to freely enter the territory. On the night the theft was planned, James acted quickly and decisively. Using his skills and modern technology, he bypassed all security systems and was able to start the car. When the guards noticed the loss, it was already too late. James was rushing through the deserted streets of London at great speed. This hijacking made James a legend. Now everyone knew his name, and even the most skeptical critics recognized his skill. But fame brought not only respect, but also many problems. James realized that he had become a target for many. The police redoubled their efforts to catch him, and competitors began making plans to eliminate him. Despite the dangers, James continued to do his job. He found in this not only adrenaline, but also the meaning of life. Each new theft was for him like another stage in an endless race where his freedom was at stake. He is used to living on the edge, constantly on the move and changing locations to remain elusive. One day, James received an offer that was too tempting to refuse. One of the most influential crime bosses in London, known under the pseudonym Black Jack, offered James a job to steal several exclusive cars for sale on the black market. The reward was huge, and James decided to take on the challenge. He assembled a team of the best specialists, hackers, mechanics, and drivers, Each of them was the best in their field, and together they were the ideal team to carry out grandiose plans. Their operations were thought out to the smallest detail, and every step was planned in advance. However, no business is complete without surprises. During one of the operations, James and his team encountered unexpected problems. The security turned out to be more professional than they expected, and a shootout began. James managed to avoid arrest, but some of his men were caught. This incident made him think about the future. He understood that each new hijacking brought him closer to the inevitable end. But James couldn't stop. He was driven by a passion for cars, speed, and freedom. New adventures and dangers awaited him ahead, but he was ready for them. James knew one thing: as long as he was driving, he was not afraid of anything. After the failure of the last operation, James decided to temporarily lay low. He knew that the police had intensified their search, and his competitors would not give up trying to get him out of the way. These days he became more careful and carefully planned his every step. His hideout was in a small town on the coast, where he rented an old house and completely modernized it so that it would not be visible to prying eyes. Here James spent time analyzing his past mistakes and developing new hijacking methods. He often looked at the map of England, choosing the next targets that would be worthy of his skill. One day he received a letter from an old friend, a former policeman who once saved James from arrest. The letter contained information about an upcoming auction of rare cars, which was to be held in a private club on the outskirts of London. Among the cars for sale was the unique Bugatti Type 57 SC Atlantic, one of the rarest and most expensive cars in the world. This news shocked James. He understood that stealing such a car would be the greatest feat of his career, but he also realized that the operation would be extremely risky. The club was well guarded, and there could be people inside who would do anything to protect their valuables. James began preparations. He reassembled his team, but this time he chose only the most trusted people. Among them were a hacker named Max, who could hack any security system, and driver Lucas, known for his high-speed maneuvering skills. Auction night came quickly. James and his team arrived at the club early to inspect the grounds and make sure everything was ready. Max hacked the video surveillance system and opened access to internal cameras, which allowed them to monitor the security and movement of guests. When the auction began, James and Lucas sneaked in disguised as attendants. Their task was to pass unnoticed and get to the exhibition hall where the Bugatti was parked. During this time, Max remained in touch, transmitting data about the movements of the guards and helping to avoid traps. James and Lucas acted quickly and accurately. They managed to get to the car without arousing suspicion. But when they were almost ready to leave, the alarm suddenly went off. Panic broke out in the club, and security guards rushed to the exit to block all paths. The situation was becoming critical, but James did not lose his composure. He ordered Max to turn off the alarm, which bought them a few extra minutes. Lucas took the wheel and they took off, fighting their way through the barriers. The pursuit was swift. The police and the club's private security gave chase, but Lucas's skills and James' skill allowed them to evade the pursuit. They were eventually able to hide the car in one of James's safe houses. This hijacking became a sensation. James and his team have once again proven that they are the best in the business. But James understood that with each such case his risks increased. He became more cautious and decided that the next hijacking would be carefully planned and less noticeable so that he could lie low again and continue his legend unnoticed. While James and his team enjoyed their momentary victory, they did not realize that they had attracted the attention of not only the police, but also the most dangerous criminal gangs in England. Their daring thefts, especially the last one, became a source of envy and discontent among competitors. Crime bosses began to look for ways to recruit James to cooperate or eliminate him. One evening, James received an unexpected invitation to a meeting from London's most powerful crime boss, Victor "the Shark" Brown. It was impossible to refuse such an invitation, so James decided to take a risk and go to the meeting, taking Max and Lucas with him as cover. Victor met them at his luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the city. He offered James a deal that was hard to refuse, to steal for him a rare and unique McLaren F1LM car from the private collection of one of the richest men in the country. Victor promised huge rewards and protection from competitors, but in return demanded absolute loyalty. James knew that this proposal could be both his greatest victory and his greatest failure. He took time to think and began planning the operation with his team. Max began collecting information about the collection and security systems, while Lucas prepared for any possible situation on the road. After a few weeks, they were ready to go. The collection was located in a secure estate, surrounded by high fences and protected by the most modern technology. James knew that this time the stakes were too high and any miscalculation could cost them their freedom or even their lives. The operation began late at night. Max hacked the security systems and opened access to the territory. James and Lucas made their way inside, avoiding cameras and security patrols. They walked to the garage where the McLaren F1LM was parked and began work. Suddenly, Max radioed an alarming message. Unknown armed people had arrived on the territory. The situation became tense. James knew that time was short. He and Lucas got into the car and drove out of the garage, but the path to freedom was blocked. A shootout began. Max, using his skills, disabled several cameras and opened additional gates to give them a chance to escape. Lucas, showing all his driving talent, maneuvered between obstacles, avoiding pursuit. James, sitting nearby, tried to coordinate the team's actions. As a result, they managed to escape from the trap and hide on deserted roads. But they knew that they were now being hunted. The return to Victor passed without incident. He was pleased with the work done and kept his promise, paying James and his team the promised reward. But James understood that they had entered a new, more dangerous game. Victor was a powerful ally, but also a dangerous enemy. Now James and his team had to find a way to maintain their freedom and protect their lives. New challenges, dangers, and adventures lay ahead of them. They knew that in a world where few can be trusted, survival depends on staying one step ahead of your enemies. And James, as always, was ready to take on this challenge. After a successful operation to steal a McLaren F1LM, James and his team realized that they were embroiled in a more complex and dangerous game than they could have imagined. Despite all the risks, James understood that each new case raised his status and strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. For some time, the team decided to act more cautiously. They temporarily moved to another city to avoid increased attention from the police and competitors. There, James made new connections and began to develop plans for the future. One of these plans was the creation of a network for the theft and sale of rare cars throughout Europe. James knew that to do this, he would need to expand the team and attract the best specialists in various fields. He began to look for people who could become his allies in this matter. Soon, new members joined the team. Emma, an expert in forging documents and changing vehicle identification, and Thomas, an expert in hacking the most complex security systems. With their help, James's team became even more invincible and ready for the most difficult tasks. The first major operation of the new squad was a series of thefts of rare cars from private collections throughout Europe. They worked quickly and smoothly, using their skills and knowledge to overcome any obstacles. James and his team became famous in criminal circles not only in England but also abroad. However, the team's successes did not go unnoticed. Police and private detectives across Europe began to actively hunt for them. James knew that every new theft brought them closer to the point where they could be caught. He began to develop a plan that would allow them to disappear from the radar of law enforcement and continue their activities in the shadows. One of these plans was to create false leads that would distract the police and competitors from their true goals. James and Max developed an entire system of disinformation, spreading false information about their locations and plans. This allowed them to relieve pressure for a while and focus on more important tasks. But even in the shadows, James remained vigilant. He knew that among his circle there could be traitors or spies working for his enemies. Therefore, he established strict security rules and carefully vetted everyone who wanted to join his team. Meanwhile, Victor "Shark" Brown, pleased with the previous results, offered James a new task. This time the goal was even more complex and dangerous: the theft of a luxury limousine belonging to one of the most influential politicians in Europe. James knew that this operation would be extremely risky, but it could also pay huge dividends. The preparation for the operation was long and thorough. James and his team studied every detail of the security, the route of movement, and possible methods of breaking into the limousine. Finally, they were ready to complete the task. The night of the operation began with precise and coordinated actions. Max hacked the security systems and gained access to the limo's route. Thomas prepared all the necessary equipment, and Emma provided false documents and escape routes. James and Lucas took on the hardest part: stealing the limo and getting it to safety. When the limousine appeared on the road, James and Lucas quickly neutralized the guards and took possession of the car. But suddenly they were attacked by a group of unknown armed people. The situation got out of control, and a fierce firefight began. James realized it was an ambush. Using their skills and composure, James and Lucas managed to fight back and escape in a limousine. But they knew that now they were being hunted not only by the police and their competitors, but also by powerful enemies who would stop at nothing to destroy them. James decided that they urgently needed to change their plan and find a new shelter. They moved to a small village in the north of England, where no one knew them or could find them. Here they began to develop new strategies and prepare for the next stage of their dangerous and exciting life. New challenges, dangers, and adventures awaited James and his team ahead. They knew that every new day brought new challenges, but they were ready to accept them and continue their legendary history. In a quiet village in the north of England, James and his team began a new life. But it was only a temporary refuge. James knew they couldn't stay here long. They used this time to rest, recover, and make new plans. James was determined to continue his activities, but now his strategies became more complex and cautious. One day, James came up with an idea on how to use his skills to achieve even greater benefits. He decided to organize illegal races with stolen cars, where huge sums of money would be at stake. It was not only a risky, but also an extremely profitable venture. James knew that such races would attract many rich and powerful people looking for an adrenaline rush. The first race was organized at an abandoned airfield nearby. James and his team prepared several rare and fast cars that had been stolen in the past and invited participants. The race was a great success, and James saw great potential. But with success came new problems. The police began to receive information about illegal racing, and James knew he needed to be even more careful. He decided to move the races to different locations and change the route each time to make things more difficult for law enforcement. During one of these races, James met Carla, a talented racer who instantly caught his attention. She was brave, knew how to handle cars, and shared his passion for speed. Carla quickly became not only a member of his team, but also his partner in the most risky operations. Meanwhile, Victor "Shark" Brown, having learned about James's new activity, offered him support and protection in exchange for a share of the profits. James understood that this agreement could be beneficial, but also carried dangers. He decided to accept the offer, but with the condition that they would act only on his terms. While James and Carla enjoyed their racing success, Max and Emma continued to work on new ways to hack and change car identifications. Thomas developed new security systems for their hideouts so they could remain invisible to the police. One night, after another successful race, James received an alarming message from Max. He learned that a major police operation was being prepared against them. James realized that the time they spent in the village had come to an end. It was urgent to change the location and develop new plans. They decided to move to the continent, to Europe, where they could continue their activities away from the close attention of the British police. The move was difficult and required careful preparation. James and his team worked day and night to ensure a safe passage. Finally, they reached France and settled in Paris. Here, in the center of European civilization, they began a new chapter in their history. James contacted local crime bosses and quickly gained their respect with his skills and cunning. In Paris, James and Carla organized a new series of illegal races, which became even more popular and profitable. Max continued to develop his skills, hacking the most complex security systems, while Emma provided reliable escape routes and fake documents. At the same time, James did not forget about his past. He knew that his enemies and the police would not leave him alone. He developed new strategies to stay one step ahead. Carla became not only his partner, but also a loyal ally, supporting him in the most difficult moments. And although their life was full of dangers, James and his team were not going to stop. New adventures, challenges, and trials lay ahead of them. James knew one thing. While he was driving, not a single obstacle would stop him on the path to freedom and glory. In Paris, where the city lights at night shone brighter than the stars, James and his team found a new life. But even here, in the heart of Europe, their past continued to haunt them. They knew they couldn't afford to relax. In the evenings, when the streets were quiet, they gathered in their shelter and discussed new plans. One of these plans was to steal the most secure car ever produced, the Bugatti La Voiture Noire. This car was not only expensive, but also had a unique security system designed specifically to prevent it from being stolen. James knew that stealing this car would be his greatest achievement. Preparation for the operation took several months. Max researched all possible ways to break into the security system. Thomas developed a plan for infiltration, and Emma provided fake documents and alibis for the entire team. Carla trained in simulators to be prepared for any eventualities on the road. James, as always, led the process and coordinated the actions of all team members. He understood that this time the stakes were incredibly high, and any mistake could cost them their freedom or their lives. Finally, the night of the operation arrived. Bugatti La Voiture Noire was on display in one of the most protected museums in Paris. James and his team were ready for action. They arrived early, hiding in the shadows and watching the guards. Max hacked the security system and turned off the CCTV cameras, opening the way for infiltration. Thomas disarmed several hidden sensors to avoid an alarm. Emma prepared all the necessary documents and created false leads to confuse the police. James and Carla entered the museum and got to the car. As they were about to start the engine, one of the backup safety systems suddenly went off. Security began to move towards them, and the situation became critical. James acted quickly and decisively. He ordered Max to turn on the distraction signals to gain a few precious minutes. Carla started the engine and they raced out of the museum at full speed. The guards gave chase, but Carla's skills allowed them to evade pursuit. The streets of Paris flashed past the windows as they raced towards their hiding place. The entire team was on standby to ensure their safe return. They knew every moment could be their last, but they trusted their skills in each other. When they finally reached safety, James and Carla breathed a sigh of relief. They had Bugatti La Voiture Noire, and it became their greatest victory. The whole world knew about the daring theft, and James once again confirmed his status as a legendary car thief. But the joy of victory was overshadowed by new threats. The police intensified their search, and enemies from the criminal world did not give up trying to catch James and his team. They understood that new challenges awaited them, and every new day brought new challenges. James decided that now was the time to go underground and develop even more complex and sophisticated plans. He began to build a network of contacts throughout Europe to ensure his safety and continue his activities. Each member of the team knew that their lives had become even more dangerous, but they were ready to take on the challenge. New adventures awaited them ahead, and James was confident that together they could overcome any obstacles. After all, for him and his team, the main thing is freedom and speed, and no force can stop them. After the daring theft of the Bugatti La Voiture Noire, attention on James and his team reached its peak. They knew they were the #1 target for police and criminal gangs across Europe. However, this did not stop them. They understood that they now had to act even smarter and more carefully. For some time, James and his team lay low, hiding in a small town in the south of France. Here they developed a new plan that would allow them not only to avoid persecution, but also to continue their activities. James decided to create a network of underground garages and workshops where they could modify stolen cars, making them almost unrecognizable. One of these workshops was an old farm on the outskirts of the city. The outwardly unremarkable building hid inside high-tech equipment and professional mechanics ready to work on any car. Max set about installing state-of-the-art security systems to protect their shelter from possible intruders. Meanwhile, James began to establish connections with local crime bosses. He understood that to work successfully in a new environment, cooperation and mutual support were necessary. Gradually, he gained trust and respect, becoming part of the criminal network of southern France. One day, James received an offer that he could not ignore. One of the influential businessmen, hiding his real identity, offered a large sum of money for the theft of a unique Ferrari P4/5 Competition, which belonged to his competitor. This car was exhibited at a private exhibition in Monte Carlo, and stealing it was not only difficult but also extremely risky. James realized that this task could bring him not only a lot of money, but also new opportunities. He assembled a team and began preparations. Emma provided all the necessary information and fake documents. Max developed a plan to hack the security system, and Thomas prepared all the necessary equipment. The night of the operation came quickly. James and Carla, masquerading as exhibition guests, got inside. They moved carefully, avoiding cameras and security. Max, as always, was in touch, coordinating their actions and providing digital cover. When they got to the Ferrari P4/5 Competizione, James realized that this time the security system was much more complex than usual. But thanks to Max's skill and his own resourcefulness, he managed to bypass all the obstacles. The car was started and they began their journey to freedom. The chase was inevitable. Security and police responded instantly. A shootout and a race began through the streets of Monte Carlo. Carla, demonstrating her highest level of driving, maneuvered between obstacles, leaving her pursuers behind. When they finally reached safety, James felt a mixture of relief and euphoria. They have once again proven that they are the best in the business. But at the same time, he understood that each new success made them even more vulnerable. While they celebrated their victory, James began to develop new plans. He knew that even more difficult tasks and dangerous adventures awaited them. But the main thing is that he believed in his team and was ready for any challenge. After all, nothing was impossible for him and his people. Their life was full of speed, adrenaline, and constant movement forward to new heights and victories. Following their success with the Ferrari P4/5 Competizione theft, James and his team realized they had reached a new level of skill and fame. But with this came new challenges. They needed to not only avoid prosecution, but also strengthen their position in the world of underground racing and theft. James decided it was time to expand his operations. He began to establish contacts with criminal networks throughout Europe in order to create a powerful network capable of ensuring their safety and access to new resources. One of these networks was in Italy, where one of the largest markets for stolen cars was located. To strengthen his position, James decided to organize an international race for elite stolen cars. This race was intended to attract the attention of the richest and most powerful people in Europe, as well as become a symbol of their unrivaled skill. The race would take place along the scenic roads of the Alps, starting in France and ending in Italy. Preparation for the race took several months. James and his team carefully planned the route to ensure the event was safe and discreet. They also modified their vehicles to increase their speed and maneuverability. Max developed a sophisticated communication and surveillance system to monitor all stages of the race. On race day, the atmosphere was filled with adrenaline and anticipation. The participants came from different parts of Europe. Each of them was ready to risk everything for the sake of victory. James and Carla, as always, were the center of attention. Their car, the unique Lamborghini Centenario, attracted admiring glances. The race got off to an exciting start. James and Carla immediately took the lead, using their skills and experience to negotiate tight turns and dangerous sections of the road. Other participants tried to keep up, and throughout the race there was a fierce battle for the lead. But not everything went smoothly. Halfway through the race, James received a message from Max that the Italian police were on their trail. They had to act quickly and decisively to avoid arrest. James decided to change the route and go away from the main roads. Carla showed off all her skills while driving the car along narrow and winding mountain paths. The police continued to pursue, but they were unable to catch up with James and his team. Eventually, they found shelter in an old mountain chalet where they could catch their breath and consider their next steps. James realized that their time in Europe was coming to an end. They needed to find a new location for their operations where they could continue their activities without the constant fear of being caught. He began planning a move to Asia, where criminal networks were even more extensive and secretive. Over the next weeks, James and his team prepared for the move. They sold some of their cars to secure financing and prepare new documents. Max hacked into several databases to create new identities for each team member. Finally, the day of departure arrived. James, Carla, Max, Emma, and Thomas left Europe, embarking on a long journey to the east. Their new hideout was in Hong Kong, where they could begin a new chapter in their lives. Hong Kong, with its busy streets and vibrant nightlife, was an ideal location for their operations. Here they quickly gained the respect and trust of local crime bosses. James began to organize new races and hijackings, adapting to new conditions and expanding his network. New adventures, new challenges, and new horizons awaited them. James knew that his life would always involve risk and danger, but that was what made it truly exciting. He and his team continued to move forward, remaining true to their principles and aspirations. And while they were together, no obstacles could stop them on the path to new heights and victories. Hong Kong has become a new home for James and his team, full of opportunities and challenges. Their successes in Europe had caught the attention of many, and now they had to prove their worth in this bustling city. James quickly realized that Hong Kong has its own rules of the game, and in order to survive, you need to play by them. The team settled in an old warehouse on the outskirts of the city, which they turned into a high-tech base. Emma and Max set up surveillance and hacking equipment, while Thomas and Carla modified cars. Everything was ready for new operations. The first major target in Hong Kong was the theft of an exclusive Pagani Huayra, exhibited in one of the most prestigious car dealerships. This hijacking was meant to show everyone that James and his team were capable of the impossible. The preparation took several weeks. James carefully studied the building plans, security routes, and security systems. Max hacked into internal cameras and installed fake videos to create the illusion of normal operation. Emma provided false documents and escape routes. The night of the operation arrived. James and Carla entered the dealership using fake passes. Their actions were precise and polished, like a surgeon. They quickly reached the Pagani Huayra and began working on its theft. The security system turned out to be more complex than expected, but thanks to Max's skill and James's technical knowledge, they managed to overcome all obstacles. When the car was ready to leave, the alarm suddenly went off. James knew he had to act quickly. Carla started the engine and they burst out of the dealership, breaking through the gate. The streets of Hong Kong became the stage for their daring escape. Max directed them along the least guarded routes, helping them avoid persecution. Eventually, they managed to reach their hideout. The Pagani Huayra was hidden and ready for further modification. This hijacking became a symbol of their success and attracted the attention of not only local crime bosses, but also international organizations. James began planning new operations. They began working to create a network of underground workshops and bases throughout Asia to expand their capabilities and increase security. The team understood that every new day brings new risks, but they were ready for anything. Hong Kong continued to live its hectic life, and James and his team became an integral part of it. They led double lives. By day, they were ordinary citizens, and by night they were elusive car thieves whose actions aroused admiration and fear. New goals and new challenges lay ahead of them, and they knew that they could overcome any obstacles, relying on their experience and skills. Days and nights blurred together in the bright lights of Hong Kong, where James and his team continued their daring operations. They became increasingly confident and sophisticated, raising the stakes and expanding their criminal enterprise. Each new theft confirmed their reputation and attracted new customers. One day, James learned about a private auction of rare cars that was to be held in one of the luxury hotels in Hong Kong. Among the cars for sale was a unique Koenigsegg Jesko, a car that could become the crown jewel of their collection. James understood that stealing this car would not only bring them a lot of money, but would also strengthen their position in the criminal world. Preparations for the auction began long before the event itself. Emma and Max conducted a detailed analysis of the hotel's security and security systems. Thomas developed a break-in plan while Carla prepared for a potential high-speed escape. Every step was thought out to the smallest detail to minimize risks. The night of the auction arrived, and James and his team began executing their plan. They entered the hotel using fake passes and diversions. Max hacked into the CCTV systems, creating the illusion of normal operation while James and Carla headed to the underground garage where the cars were stored. When they reached the Koenigsegg Jesko, they were faced with a daunting task. Security was tight and their every move could be noticed. James and Carla acted carefully but quickly, bypassing security systems and disabling alarm sensors. Suddenly, one of the guards stumbled upon them. James, without losing his composure, neutralized him and they continued the operation. The car was started, and Carla led it to the exit of the garage. The alarm went off and the guards began running towards their position. Carla burst out of the garage at full speed, barreling through checkpoints and maneuvering through the narrow streets of Hong Kong. Max coordinated their actions, guiding them along safe routes. Ultimately, they managed to escape and deliver the car to one of their hideouts. Koenigsegg Jesko was theirs, and it was a triumph. This hijacking became a symbol of their invincibility and skill, attracting the attention of new clients and partners. However, James understood that with every new success, the danger also grew. The police stepped up their efforts to catch them, and competitors continued to try to eliminate them from the game. James began to develop more complex and clever strategies to stay one step ahead of everyone. They continued to expand their network, establishing contacts with crime bosses throughout Asia. New workshops and shelters appeared in Singapore, Tokyo, and Shanghai. Each city became a new arena for their operations, and each new business brought them not only money, but also respect. Despite the dangers, James and his team were not going to stop. They knew that new challenges and adventures awaited them. Their life was full of adrenaline, speed, and constant movement. And while they were together, no obstacles could stop them on the path to new heights and victories. Hong Kong has become a real labyrinth for James and his team, but their successes have attracted the attention of not only the police, but also influential individuals who want to use their talents for their own purposes. One day, James received a mysterious message from an unknown sender who suggested a meeting in one of the most secretive and dangerous areas of the city. James decided to take a risk and find out what was behind it. The meeting took place in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Hong Kong. There, a man named Victor Lan, known as the Shadow in criminal circles, was waiting for James. Victor offered James a task that could change their whole lives: steal a rare prototype car developed by one of the largest Asian corporations. This car was equipped with the latest technology and cost a fortune. Victor offered an incredible amount of money to complete this task, but warned that the security would be top-notch and any mistakes could cost lives. James realized that this task would be the most difficult and dangerous of their careers. He discussed the offer with the team, and they decided to accept the challenge. Careful preparations began. Max hacked into the corporation's internal systems to gain access to building plans and security routes. Emma created false documents and made escape plans. Thomas has developed special devices to bypass the latest security systems. The operation was scheduled for the night, when security was minimal. James and Carla entered the corporation using fake passes. Their path took them through multiple layers of security, including biometric scanners and laser traps. Max was in touch, coordinating their actions and helping them overcome all obstacles. When they got to the laboratory where the prototype was stored, it turned out that access to it was protected by a system that could not be hacked remotely. James had to use all his skills and improvise on the spot. He found a weak point in the system and managed to bypass it, opening access to the car. Carla started the prototype and they began their way to the exit. But then the alarm went off, and the guards began running towards their position. The real race for survival has begun. Carla, demonstrating incredible driving skill, maneuvered between obstacles and evaded pursuit. Max coordinated their actions, directing them along the safest routes. Suddenly, a helicopter with armed men appeared on their way. The situation was becoming critical. Thomas suggested using special devices to disable the helicopter. James agreed, and they activated the device, creating an electromagnetic pulse that disabled the helicopter. Finally, they managed to hide in one of their hideouts on the outskirts of the city. The prototype was theirs, and they handed it over to Victor Lan, receiving the promised reward. This mission became their greatest success, but also attracted the attention of international agencies and intelligence agencies. James realized that their game had reached a new level. Now, they were not just car thieves, but participants in a global game where the stakes were incredibly high. He began to develop plans to further expand their operations and protect them from new threats. New challenges and dangers awaited them ahead, but James and his team were ready for any challenge. Their life has turned into a continuous adventure, full of risk and adrenaline. And although every new day brought new dangers, they knew that together they could overcome any obstacles on the way to their goals. After a successful operation with a prototype car, James and his team realized that they had now become a target for international agencies and intelligence services. This meant that they had to act even more carefully and secretly. James began to look for new shelters and connections that could provide them with safety and support. One day, James received an unexpected offer from a famous crime boss in Tokyo, Mr. Ito. Ito was known for his network of underground casinos and illegal racing throughout Japan. He offered to cooperate with James, steal a rare Lexus LFA for him from one of the most protected collections in Tokyo in exchange for permanent protection and access to his resources. James understood that this task would be no less difficult than the previous ones, but it opened up new opportunities for his team. He discussed the offer with the team, and they decided to accept the challenge. Preparations for the operation began immediately. Emma and Max conducted research into the collection's security system, which was equipped with the latest technology, including biometric scanners and security robots. Thomas developed a penetration plan, taking into account all possible risks. Carla trained in simulators to be prepared for any unexpected situations on the road. The night of the operation arrived. James and Carla, disguised as security guards, entered the collection area. Their path ran through many levels of security. Max hacked into internal systems to disable CCTV cameras and create the illusion of normal operation. Emma secured fake passes and prepared escape routes. When they got to the Lexus LFA, the security system suddenly changed. James realized that someone might have found out about their plan and changed the settings. He quickly decided to use the alternative route that Thomas had provided in case of unforeseen circumstances. They bypassed several additional layers of security and disabled the last defense mechanisms. Carla started the Lexus LFA and they began their escape. The guards began to come running and the pursuit was inevitable. Carla showed off her driving skills as she broke through roadblocks and maneuvered through the narrow streets of Tokyo. Max coordinated their actions, directing them along the safest routes. When they finally reached safety, Mr. Ito greeted them personally and was impressed by their work. He provided James and his team with the necessary resources and protection, as promised. In return, he offered them participation in organizing the largest underground race, which was to take place in Japan. James and his team began preparing for the race. This was not just a competition, but a real test of their skills and endurance. They modified their cars to achieve maximum speed and maneuverability. Each team member worked on their own section to ensure success in the race. Finally, race day arrived. The streets of Tokyo were filled with adrenaline junkies and spectators. James and Carla went to the starting line, ready for the most important test of their lives. The race got off to a furious start as the cars raced through the city streets, negotiating incredible speeds and dangerous turns. James could feel the adrenaline pulsing through his veins as they surged forward. Carla maneuvered between cars, avoiding obstacles and outpacing her rivals. Max, Emma, and Thomas followed their movements, coordinating every step. The race was tense until the very end. But thanks to Carla's skill and teamwork, they crossed the finish line first. This was their greatest achievement and confirmed their status as the best in the world. After the race, James and his team realized that they had become not only legends of the underground world, but also the target of many. Now, they had to act even more carefully and develop new strategies. New challenges and adventures lay ahead of them, and they knew that together they could overcome any obstacles in their path. After their triumph in the underground race in Tokyo, James and his team became true legends. Their names were on the lips of everyone involved in the world of illegal racing and car theft. But with this success came new dangers. James understood that every new day brought more attention and threats. One such threat was the mysterious organization known as the Black Lotus. This group specialized in high-tech crimes and sought to eliminate all competitors in the criminal world. They learned of James and his team's accomplishments and decided it was time to eliminate them. One evening, while James and his team were relaxing in their hideout, they were attacked. Unknown armed men burst into their base and a shootout began. James and his team, using their skills and pre-prepared evacuation plans, were able to fight back and escape. But this attack sent a clear message. The Black Lotus would not stop until it destroyed them. Realizing that they needed to act quickly, James decided to go on the offensive. He collected information about the Black Lotus and found out that their main headquarters was located in one of the abandoned skyscrapers in the center of Hong Kong. This place was equipped with the most modern security systems, and it was almost impossible to penetrate there. But James knew that this was their only chance to stop the threat once and for all. The operation to destroy the Black Lotus began with careful preparation. Max hacked the skyscraper's security systems to gain access to its internal structure. Emma created false documents and provided infiltration routes. Thomas developed a plan of attack, taking into account all possible risks. Carla, as always, prepared for extreme driving in case a quick escape was necessary. The night of the operation arrived. James and his team infiltrated the skyscraper using fake passes and avoiding security cameras. Their path ran through a maze of corridors and security levels. They moved quickly and silently, neutralizing guards and avoiding traps. When they reached the Black Lotus headquarters, a fierce battle began. James and his team used their skills and teamwork to defeat their opponents. Max disabled the main security systems, giving them the advantage. Emma coordinated the actions, and Carla was ready for any development of events. As a result, James and his team were able to capture the leader of the Black Lotus and destroy their base. This victory not only protected them from the threat, but also strengthened their position in the criminal world. However, they understood that they could not relax. The world of crime was full of surprises and dangers, and every new day brought new challenges. After this, James decided it was time to expand their operations to other continents. They began planning a move to South America, where criminal networks were even more extensive and complex. It was a new beginning and new horizons. The move to South America was not easy. They had to adapt to new conditions and look for new contacts. The Amazon jungle and the megacities of Brazil became their new arena of operations. James and his team began building new hideouts and bases, establishing connections with local crime bosses. One day, James learned about a large gang that controlled underground racing and car thefts in Rio de Janeiro. This gang was known for its brutality and influence. James realized that in order to establish themselves in South America, they would need to fight this gang and prove their superiority. Preparations for a new operation began. James and his team studied the terrain, race plans, and the gang's security system. They developed a strategy to strike the final blow and gain the respect of the local criminal establishment. The day of the operation arrived. James and Carla went to the start of the race, ready for the most important test of their lives. Races in Rio were more dangerous and unpredictable than any other. The city streets were full of obstacles and unexpected turns. The race got off to a furious start. James and Carla raced through the streets of Rio, going through incredible speeds and dangerous areas. Max, Emma, and Thomas followed their movements, coordinating every step. Throughout the race, they faced many obstacles and dangers, but thanks to Carla's skill and teamwork, they were able to cross the finish line first. This victory strengthened their position in South America and earned them the respect of local crime bosses. James and his team knew that new challenges and adventures awaited them. Their life has turned into a continuous adventure, full of risk and adrenaline. And although every new day brought new dangers, they knew that together they could overcome any obstacles on their way to new heights and victories. Following their triumph in Rio de Janeiro, James and his team became respected not only in South America, but throughout the world. However, their successes attracted the attention not only of criminal circles, but also of international intelligence agencies. James knew that now they had to be even more careful and resourceful. One day, James received an offer from an old friend, a former Interpol agent who now worked for one of the largest criminal organizations in the world. He offered James participation in the largest theft in history, to steal a collection of rare cars from a private museum belonging to one of the most powerful people in the world. This museum was located on a private island in the Caribbean, and security was top-notch. James knew this would be their most difficult and dangerous plan, but also their most profitable. He decided to accept the challenge and began careful preparation. Emma and Max set out to investigate the museum's security system. They learned that the island was guarded not only by armed men, but also by high-tech systems, including drones and automated turrets. Thomas developed an infiltration plan that included using underwater drones and climbing equipment to scale the walls of the museum. Carla was preparing for some extreme driving on the island's winding roads. The operation began with a quiet boat approach to the island at night. James and his team used underwater drones to disarm underwater sensors and mines. When they reached the shore, Thomas used climbing gear to scale the walls and disarm the security systems. Once inside, they began to act quickly and decisively. Max hacked into CCTV systems and created false recordings to prevent security from noticing their presence. Emma turned off the alarm and they began moving the rare cars from the museum into specially prepared shipping containers. Suddenly, an alarm went off on the island. It turned out that one of the guards noticed their actions and called for reinforcements. A shootout began, and James realized that time was running out. Carla started one of the stolen cars, and they began a swift escape along the narrow and dangerous roads of the island. The drones and turrets opened fire, but Max was able to disable some of the security systems, giving them a chance to escape. They raced along winding roads, dodging pursuers and avoiding traps. In the end, they managed to get to the boat and left the island, taking with them the priceless cars. The hijacking was their greatest triumph, but also their most dangerous. International intelligence agencies began an active search, and James realized that they needed to lie low. They decided to go to Australia, where they could hide for a while and prepare for new challenges. In Australia, James and his team began to build a new network of contacts and shelters. They chose a remote ranch in the desert where they could calmly plan their further actions. Max and Emma upgraded equipment to ensure maximum safety, and Thomas developed new strategies for future operations. Despite the temporary lull, James knew that new adventures and dangers awaited them. Their life remained full of adrenaline and continuous movement. They were ready for any challenge that might come their way. And although every new day brought new threats, James believed that together they could overcome any obstacles and reach new heights. The heat of the Australian desert and the solitude of the ranch gave James and his team the opportunity to rest and rethink their next steps. But the calm was deceptive. James understood that they could not stay out of sight for long, and sooner or later new challenges would find them. At one of his meetings with local crime bosses, James heard about a new threat. An international criminal organization known as the Phoenix has begun to expand its influence in Australia. Their leader, Alexander Wolfe, was a ruthless and ambitious leader, seeking to destroy all competitors and take control of all illegal activities on the continent. James understood that sooner or later the Phoenix would pay attention to them and decided to launch a preemptive strike. Together with his team, he began to develop a plan to neutralize Wolfe and his organization. It was risky, but necessary for their survival. The first step was collecting information. Max hacked into several secure servers to obtain data on Phoenix bases and operations. Emma developed false documents to secure access to key facilities. Thomas and Carla prepared machinery and equipment for the upcoming operations. The team soon learned that Wolfe was planning a major arms deal on the black market. James decided this was the perfect opportunity to strike and ruin Wolfe's plans. They prepared a carefully planned operation to disrupt the deal and capture the Phoenix leader. The night of the operation arrived. James and Carla entered the abandoned factory where the deal was to take place. Max coordinated their actions from a safe location, relaying information about the guards' movements and Wolfe's preparations. Emma provided fake passes and provided diversions. Once the deal started, James and Carla were ready to take action. They quickly and silently neutralized the guards and captured key positions. Wolf, not expecting such an attack, tried to escape but was captured by James. The deal was broken, and Wolf ended up in the hands of James. This operation not only destroyed Phoenix's plans, but also strengthened James's position in the Australian criminal world. He has proven that he is ready to defend his interests and is not afraid to engage in battle with the most dangerous opponents. However, this victory brought new challenges. The Phoenix organization began hunting for James and his team. They understood that now they needed to be even more careful and think through every step. James decided to strengthen his network of contacts and create new hideouts across the continent to stay out of reach of his enemies. They began to develop new operations and strategies to counter the Phoenix and other threats. James understood that their path would be full of dangers, but he believed in the strength of his team and their ability to overcome any obstacles. New adventures awaited them ahead, and James knew that they could cope with any challenge. Their life remained full of adrenaline and continuous movement, and although every new day brought new threats, they were ready for any challenges and continued to move forward to new heights and victories. After the capture of Alexander Wolf, James and his team found themselves in a new reality. The operation in Australia gave them a great opportunity, but it also put them in the crosshairs of anyone looking for a way to rise in the criminal world. Now, their strategy had changed. They could no longer act as before. The time has come for new tactics and unexpected moves. Moving to Australia was not only a tactical maneuver, but also a chance for renewal. Inspired by the vast deserts and hidden oases, the team began to create a new base. This time it was not just a shelter, but a high-tech fortress capable of withstanding any threat. Thomas and Max developed new security systems using the latest advances in science and technology. Emma, with her talent for disguise and forgery, provided the team with new identities and legends. Now they have become elusive, capable of disappearing and appearing where they were least expected. Carla trained at the training ground, practicing maneuvers in conditions as close as possible to combat conditions. James began making connections with local crime bosses, strengthening his network. They entered into an alliance with Jack the Snake Reynolds, a legendary smuggler who knew every nook and cranny of Australia. Together they began to build a network of underground operations, including illegal racing and smuggling of rare goods. However, Phoenix was not going to retreat. In response to Wolf's capture, they began attacks on James's allies in an attempt to destroy his network. This made James act even more decisively. He developed a counterattack plan that included infiltrating the Phoenix's main base and destroying their key assets. The infiltration was planned for the night when security was minimal. James and his team used the latest technology to bypass security systems. They moved silently and quickly, using fake passes and laser cutters to penetrate the most secure areas. Inside the base, they found a lot of evidence of Phoenix's criminal activities. Max hacked their servers and downloaded all the data that could be useful in the future. But the main goal was the destruction of weapons and drug warehouses, which would deal a serious blow to the organization. Operation was successfully completed. They left the Phoenix base in ruins, blowing up warehouses and servers. This victory not only weakened their enemies, but also strengthened their reputation. Now James and his team were known as elusive avengers, capable of destroying any threat. However, after every success came new challenges. James understood that their life would never be calm, but he also knew that with such a team they could overcome any obstacles. New horizons, new operations, and new victories lay ahead of them. And although dangers lurked at every turn, they were prepared for them, continuing their journey in a world where speed and cunning meant everything. The Australian desert became a temporary refuge for James and his team, a place where they could gather their thoughts and plan their next steps. But the calm did not last long. After the destruction of the Phoenix base, they realized that they still had a lot of work to do. A few weeks after the operation, James received a message from an old ally, an informant named Raphael, who worked for one of Asia's largest crime syndicates. He said that Phoenix was planning a major deal in Shanghai involving the smuggling of rare artifacts and high-tech equipment. This deal could restore their strength and resources after their defeat in Australia. James knew he had to act quickly and decisively. He assembled a team and began preparations for the next operation. The plan was to infiltrate the deal, disrupt it, and seize artifacts and equipment to weaken Phoenix and strengthen their position. Max hacked several security systems to gain access to the plans of the building where the deal was to take place. Emma prepared forged documents and developed infiltration and escape routes. Thomas provided the necessary equipment and technology, and Carla trained in simulators to be prepared for any unexpected situations. The night of the operation arrived. They arrived in Shanghai disguised as businessmen and security officers. Entering the building, they moved silently and carefully, avoiding cameras and security patrols. Max coordinated their actions from cover, providing information in real time. When they got to the transaction site, it turned out that the security was much stronger than expected. James and Carla used diversions and smoke grenades to neutralize the guards. They captured artifacts and equipment, but suddenly, additional Phoenix forces appeared. A shootout began. The team acted coherently and confidently, using their skills and prepared equipment. Thomas provided cover while Max used his hacking abilities to confuse opponents and disable security systems. As a result, they managed to escape from the building and hide in the maze of Shanghai streets. Carla, driving a car with artifacts and equipment, rushed through the city at night, avoiding pursuit. They reached a safe place and checked the loot. Among the artifacts were not only rare historical treasures, but also the latest technology that could be useful in their future operations. This victory not only weakened the Phoenix, but also brought valuable resources to James and his team. They returned to Australia to consider their next steps. James understood that their struggle was far from over, and new challenges lay ahead. They began to develop new strategies and plans to continue their activities and stay one step ahead of their enemies. The team was full of determination and readiness for new adventures. James knew that together they could overcome any obstacles and reach new heights. New operations, new opponents, and new dangers awaited them ahead. But James and his team were ready for any challenge. Their lives continued to be full of adrenaline and constant movement, and they knew that their story was far from over. The victory in Shanghai was a major milestone for James and his team. The realization that they could not only protect their interests, but also actively resist the Phoenix gave them confidence. But there was no time to relax. They knew that every success brought them closer to new danger. Returning to Australia, the team began analyzing new technologies and artifacts captured in Shanghai. Among the equipment were prototypes of devices capable of hacking even the most secure security systems. Max and Thomas began studying and modernizing them to use in their operations. Meanwhile, James decided to establish contact with another powerful criminal network operating in the Pacific region. These people were known as the Pacific Shadows, masters of smuggling and covert operations. James understood that cooperation with them could be decisive in the fight against Phoenix. The meeting with the Pacific Shadows was scheduled on one of the hidden islands in the Pacific Ocean. James and Carla went there on a specially prepared boat equipped with hidden tracking and protection technologies. They arrived on the island where they were met by the leader of the Shadows, a man named Hiroto. He was secretive and cautious, but interested in working with James. Hiroto offered James an exchange, information about Phoenix bases in exchange for assistance in an operation to seize a large shipment of weapons that was supposed to pass through one of the ports of Australia. James agreed, realizing that this cooperation would bring mutual benefit. The operation began with careful preparation. Max hacked the port's security systems and monitored the movement of cargo. Emma created fake documents and routes to move the shipment of weapons. Thomas and Carla provided equipment and transport, and James coordinated all activities. The day of the operation arrived. The team entered the port under the guise of security officers. Their goal was clearly defined: to seize the cargo and remove it from the port without attracting too much attention. Max coordinated their actions, transmitting information about the movements of guards and patrols. When they got to the desired container, it turned out that security had been strengthened. James and Carla used diversions and smoke grenades to neutralize the guards. They began to load weapons into their vehicles. But suddenly, additional security forces appeared. A shootout began. The team acted coherently and confidently, using their skills and prepared equipment. Thomas provided cover and Carla expertly drove the vehicle, avoiding obstacles and evading pursuit. Ultimately, they managed to escape from the port and deliver the cargo to the safe base of the Pacific Shadows. Hiroto was impressed by their professionalism and kept his promise, providing James with valuable information about the Phoenix bases. With this information, James began to develop a plan for a large-scale attack on key Phoenix installations. They knew it would be a risky operation, but they also knew it could be a decisive blow to the enemy. The team worked day and night preparing for the operation. They developed several action plans taking into account all possible scenarios. Each team member was prepared for any eventuality, understanding that their lives and freedom were at stake. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. James and his team went to the Phoenix's first base, located in the desert. They entered the territory using fake documents and the latest technology. Their goal was simple: to destroy key resources and destabilize the organization. The operation began with the capture of the command center. Max hacked the security systems and disabled the base's main defenses. Thomas and Carla neutralized the guards and planted explosives in the weapons and equipment warehouses. When everything was ready, James gave the signal to retreat. They left the base minutes before the explosion, leaving the Phoenix without critical resources. This was only the first of many operations aimed at destroying the power of the Phoenix. New goals and new challenges lay ahead of them. But James and his team were ready for any challenge, continuing their path to the top of the criminal world. Their story is far from over, and every new day brought new adventures and new victories. After a successful operation in the desert, James and his team returned to Australia with renewed strength and determination. They understood that Phoenix would not give up trying to take revenge, so it was necessary to continue the offensive. However, this time they decided to act more sophisticatedly and use unexpected moves. One day, James received a tip from his informant Raphael that Phoenix was planning a major event, an elite undercover car race to be held in Monaco. This race attracted the attention of not only wealthy adrenaline junkies, but also powerful criminal figures from all over the world. James realized that this was a great opportunity to strike at the enemy, and at the same time hit a big jackpot. The team began preparing for the operation. Carla, known for her driving skills, became a key player in this regard. They modified one of their cars, turning it into a real beast on wheels, capable of winning the toughest races. Max and Thomas worked on improving all the car's systems so that it was not only fast, but also reliable. Emma, as always, was busy forging documents and creating a legend for Carla. She became a new, little-known, but promising racer capable of outshining her rivals. James developed an action plan that included not only participation in the race, but also a parallel operation to collect information and neutralize key Phoenix figures. The day of the race arrived. Carla arrived in Monaco disguised as a participant ready for extreme challenges. James and Max coordinated the team's actions from their mobile headquarters located on a yacht in the port. Emma provided cover and diversions to ensure their actions went undetected. The race has begun. Carla took the lead from the first seconds, demonstrating incredible skill. She maneuvered between cars, negotiating dangerous turns and narrow streets of Monaco. But the team's goal was not only to win the race. Max, using his hacking skills, connected to the security systems and began collecting data on the criminal figures present at the event. During the race, Carla noticed that several cars began to follow. These were racers working for Phoenix, whose goal was to eliminate her and thwart James's plan. The real battle on wheels has begun. Carla, demonstrating her skill, avoided attacks and counterattacked, leaving her pursuers behind. While Carla provided the distraction, James and Emma infiltrated the hotel where Phoenix's key figures were staying. Their goal was clear: to collect incriminating data and leave the devices for further surveillance. At the same time, Max continued hacking systems and collecting information, directing the team's actions in real time. The finish of the race was approaching. Carla, despite all the difficulties, maintained a leading position. At the last moment, when it seemed that victory was already in hand, one of the pursuers went for a ram. Carla used incredible reflexes to dodge and cross the finish line first. Winning the race brought not only recognition and respect, but also the opportunity to walk away with important information. James and Emma returned to the yacht, where Max was waiting for them with the collected data. They learned of several major Phoenix operations that they could now prevent. The return to Australia was marked by new plans. James began developing a series of operations to neutralize the Phoenix at key locations around the world. They decided to act quickly and decisively before the enemy had time to recover from the blow. The team understood that their fight was just beginning. New challenges and dangers were inevitable, but they were ready for them. Their story continued, and new adventures and victories awaited them. In a world where speed and cunning were everything, James and his team were consummate masters of their game. The victory in Monaco and subsequent operations against Phoenix attracted the attention of not only international intelligence agencies, but also competitors in the criminal world. It was inevitable. In a world where everyone strives for the top, the success of James and his team has made them the target of the most cruel and ruthless enemies. The first alarming news came from Emma. She was working on gathering information in one of her hideouts when suddenly the connection with her was lost. James immediately realized that something was wrong. They went to the place, but it was too late. Emma was found dead, her laptop and all her data gone. A threatening inscription left by competitors remained on the wall. "We'll come for you." The shock of losing Emma only strengthened the team's resolve. They knew they had to be even more careful now. Every step, every operation could be the last. However, they continued their activities, realizing that stopping would mean defeat. A few weeks later, more tragic news arrived. Max was working on yet another hack of the security systems of one of the Phoenix facilities when he was attacked. He managed to transmit the data to James, but was seriously wounded. James and Carla arrived on the scene to save him, but Max died in their arms. It was a brutal blow to the team. Max was not only a key specialist, but also a friend. Thomas and Carla, left alone with James, realized that their time might also be limited. They decided to strike back. Their target was one of the leaders of a rival gang involved in the murders of Emma and Max. They devised a plan to eliminate him and weaken the gang's influence. The operation went quickly and decisively. James and Carla infiltrated a rival meeting by setting up an ambush. In the ensuing firefight, they were able to eliminate the target, but the cost was high. Thomas was mortally wounded and died at the scene. The loss of Thomas was another heavy blow for James and Carla. They were left alone, but were not going to give up. Their determination only strengthened. James and Carla knew they now had to finish what they started. They decided to carry out a final operation against Phoenix and its competitors in order to end the threat once and for all. They started with careful preparation. James gathered all his remaining resources and contacts to organize a massive attack on the enemy's main bases. Carla trained day and night, preparing herself for the decisive battle. The day of the operation arrived. They attacked several key targets at once, destroying bases and weapons depots. Each attack was thoughtful and precise. James and Carla acted quickly and quietly, using all their skills and experience. Eventually, they made it to Phoenix's main base. A fierce battle ensued, but James and Carla, supported by their remaining allies, were victorious. The Phoenix leaders were eliminated and their organization destroyed. However, the victory came at a high price. James and Carla were left alone, having lost almost all their friends and allies. They knew their journey had been filled with pain and loss, but they also knew they had made the world a little safer by taking down one of the world's most dangerous criminal networks. Now they faced a new challenge: to survive and find the meaning of life in a new world. They decided to hide and start a new life, leaving behind their bloody past. Their story continued, but in a new way, where there was no place for old enemies and old battles. The victory over Phoenix and their competitors left James and Carla at the beginning of a new life. Leaving behind destruction and loss, they decided to use their skills and experience for new purposes. But fate had unexpected turns in store for them. One day, while they were relaxing on one of the quiet beaches in Australia, a stranger approached them. He introduced himself as Michael Drake, a representative of an international organization involved in the investigation and prevention of crimes. Michael knew about James and Carla's past, but instead of arresting them, he offered to cooperate. The organization known as the Talon was dedicated to combating the most dangerous criminal networks around the world. Michael said that they needed their help to complete particularly difficult missions. James and Carla, tired of constantly running and fighting for survival, decided to consider this offer. Their first mission was an operation in Russia, where one of the largest criminal groups was developing a new type of cyber weapon capable of hacking any security systems. James and Carla were sent undercover to Moscow to find out where exactly these weapons were being developed and how they could be neutralized. Under the guise of wealthy tourists, they infiltrated the circles of local crime bosses. Carla used her driving skills to attract attention at illegal races, and James made contacts with local hackers and informants. They found out that the laboratory where the weapons were developed was located in one of the old factories on the outskirts of the city. The operation began at night. James and Carla entered the plant using forged documents and the latest hacking technology. They reached the laboratory and found that the weapon was almost ready for use. James uploaded a virus into the laboratory systems to neutralize the weapon and destroy data on its development. But as soon as they tried to leave, the security system was activated. A brutal firefight began. James and Carla, using their skills and experience, made their way to the exit. They realized that they had been discovered and called for reinforcements. They managed to escape from the factory and hide in the maze of Moscow streets. When they returned to the Talon base, Michael was impressed with their work. They not only neutralized the threat, but also collected valuable information about the international connections of criminal groups. This information helped the organization conduct a series of successful operations around the world. James and Carla became permanent members of the Talon. They traveled to different countries, carrying out missions that helped destroy criminal networks and prevent major crimes. Their lives were once again filled with adrenaline and danger, but now they knew that they were making the world a better place. In one of the missions, they had to go to Brazil, where a large drug cartel had taken hostages and threatened to blow up a dam, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. James and Carla, working with local authorities, developed a plan to rescue the hostages and neutralize the threat. They infiltrated the drug cartel's camp using their camouflage and hacking skills. Carla, distracting the guards, allowed James to reach the hostages and free them. They then planted explosives in the cartel's warehouses, destroying the cartel's stockpiles of drugs and weapons. As a result, the operation was successful, the hostages were rescued, and the cartel suffered serious losses. Each new mission strengthened their resolve and belief that they could change the world for the better. James and Carla became true Talon legends. Their names were known in criminal circles around the world. But they knew there was still a lot of work ahead. So, their story continued, full of new adventures and dangers. They were not going to stop because their mission was just beginning. Together they continued to move forward, confronting evil and protecting those who could not protect themselves. With each successful completion of the mission, James and Carla gained new enemies. Enemies from the past, new criminal organizations, and those who have lost their power and wealth due to the actions of the Talon. The world around them became more and more dangerous. One day they received the task of preventing an attack on an international summit that was to be held in Paris. This mission proved to be extremely difficult as several criminal gangs banded together to thwart their efforts. Not only people from Phoenix became enemies, but also new, previously unknown organizations. Arriving in Paris, James and Carla began their preparations. They established surveillance of key facilities and studied plans for possible attacks. But the enemies were not asleep either. They began to pursue James and Carla, ambushing and attacking them. Life has become a continuous struggle for survival. One night, as they were returning to their temporary base, their car was attacked. Carla, showing her incredible reaction and driving skills, was able to escape from her pursuers, but their situation became increasingly critical. The enemies knew their location and began hunting. James and Carla decided to change tactics. They abandoned their communication devices and moved to a completely autonomous existence, relying only on their skills and instincts. They began to move around Paris, hiding in abandoned buildings and underground tunnels, avoiding cameras and patrols. At this time, they learned that the enemies were planning to use a powerful explosive device to destroy the building where the summit was to take place. They had very little time left. James and Carla gathered all their remaining resources and decided, take a decisive step. They knew that they would have to act quickly and without room for error. Using their skills and connections, they learned that the explosive device had already been delivered to Paris and was located in one of the warehouses on the outskirts of the city. James and Carla developed a plan to break in. They chose a night when security was minimal and began their operation. Having made their way into the warehouse, they discovered that the enemies were expecting their appearance. A fierce firefight began. James and Carla used all their skills to fend off the attacks and make their way to the goal. Every step was worth its weight in gold. Every moment could be the last. When they got to the device, it turned out that its protection was much more complex than they had expected. Time was ticking, and decontamination required maximum concentration. Carla, using her knowledge of engineering, began work on the device while James protected her from the attackers. At the last moment, Carla managed to defuse the explosive device. They made it on time, but this was only the first step. The enemies were not going to stop. James and Carla knew that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and that they now needed to go into hiding to prepare for the next stage of the fight. They contacted Michael Drake of the Talon, who organized their evacuation from Paris. Aboard the helicopter that took them into the air, James and Carla discussed their next steps. It was obvious that their enemies had united and became much stronger, but they still had determination and the will to fight. Arriving at a new secret base located in the mountains of Switzerland, they began to plan their next actions. James and Carla understood that it was necessary to strike a decisive blow against their enemies in order to protect themselves and their allies. They developed a series of operations aimed at disrupting the supply chains and financial flows of their enemies. They started with the largest and most important facility, the bank, through which the main financial flows of the enemies passed. Having made their way inside under the guise of security officers, they installed data collection devices and prepared a plan to destroy the servers. As a result of their actions, the enemy lost significant funds and control over their operations. The next step was an attack on several warehouses with weapons and equipment. James and Carla acted decisively and quickly, destroying enemy supplies and disrupting their plans. They knew that each such operation brought them closer to victory. However, the enemies did not sit idly by. They launched counterattacks in an attempt to destroy James and Carla. The battle became even more fierce, and every day brought new dangers. James and Carla understood that their lives were now a constant struggle for survival, but they were not going to give up. They knew their mission was important and that they could change the world for the better. Together, they continued to move forward, overcoming obstacles and defeating enemies. Their story was far from over, and new challenges and new victories awaited them. After a number of successful operations against their enemies, James and Carla decided it was time to change tactics. They realized they had to go beyond their usual methods and use new, unexpected approaches to stay ahead of the curve. One day they received a strange message delivered through several anonymous sources. The message contained coordinates and a password to a hidden database located on a server on the deep web. The information they could obtain was incredibly important, a complete list of their enemies' agents and resources. Using their skills and caution, James and Carla were able to break into the database and extract information. But they also discovered that their activities were being tracked by an unknown third party. This side called themselves the Ghosts, a group of hackers who fought corruption and crime around the world, remaining in the shadows. James decided to contact the Ghosts and offer cooperation. Their leader, a man under the pseudonym Cypher, agreed to the meeting. They met in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Berlin. Cypher turned out to be a young but extremely talented hacker who knew more about James and Carl than they realized. Collaboration with Ghosts opened up new opportunities. Together, they began to develop a plan to eliminate key enemy figures using cyber attacks and disinformation. Cypher proposed starting with the largest operation, hacking the control system of drones used by enemies for surveillance and attacks. The operation began with careful preparation. Cypher and his team hacked the central server, and James and Carla began introducing false data and viruses into the control system. At the same time, the Ghosts provided protection for their actions from possible counterattacks. Once everything was ready, James and Carla began the operation. They introduced a virus that reprogrammed enemy drones to self-destruct. Suddenly, several drones got out of control and began attacking the bases of their own masters. This caused chaos and panic among the enemies, weakening their position. But that was only the beginning. The Ghosts conveyed information to James that the enemies were preparing a large-scale operation to seize oil platforms in the Persian Gulf. If this operation had succeeded, they would have gained control of a significant portion of the region's energy resources. James and Carla began developing a plan to prevent this operation. They contacted local authorities and organized joint efforts with the Ghosts. Together, they began working to destroy the infrastructure needed to take over the platforms. The operation in the Persian Gulf was incredibly complex. James and Carla, together with local intelligence agencies and the Ghosts, infiltrated oil platforms under the guise of technical personnel. Their goal was clear: to prevent the capture and destroy enemy equipment. When the enemies began their operation, James and Carla were ready. They activated the prepared explosives and began attacking the enemy forces. In the ensuing battle, they used all their skills and resources to prevent the capture and protect the platforms. As a result, The enemy's operation failed. They suffered serious losses and were forced to retreat. James and Carla had another important victory, but they knew the fight wasn't over yet. Ghosts offered to continue cooperation, and James and Carla agreed. Together, they developed new strategies and plans aimed at destroying criminal networks around the world. They understood that every day brought new challenges, but now they had new allies and new opportunities. Their story continued, full of unexpected twists and dangers. James and Carla remained on the front lines of the fight against crime, with new missions and victories ahead of them. After a successful operation in the Persian Gulf, James and Carla realized that their mission had become even larger and more significant. Together with the ghosts, they began to actively act against criminal networks around the world. However, with each successful strike against their enemies, their own lives became more and more dangerous. One day, Cypher informed James and Carla about the existence of a secret organization behind most of the major criminal networks. This organization, known as the Shadow, controlled many of their enemies and was incredibly powerful. The ghosts proposed to join forces to deal a decisive blow to the Shadow. James and Carla agreed. They knew that this could be their most difficult mission yet, but they also knew that destroying the Shadow could finally weaken their enemies and bring peace to their lives. They began planning the operation with the ghosts, using all available resources and information. The Shadow's control center was located in a deeply hidden underground complex in one of the most secure areas in the world. The entire operation required careful preparation and coordinated actions. James and Carla, along with the Ghost team, developed an infiltration plan that included the use of the most advanced technology and cunning strategies. When the day of the operation arrived, they entered the complex undercover. Using forged documents and hacking security systems, they reached the central command post. The leaders of the Shadow, well prepared and armed, were waiting for them there. A fierce battle ensued. James and Carla, together with the ghosts, fought for every meter, using all their skills and experience. They managed to neutralize several key figures of the Shadow and download a virus into their systems, which paralyzed the entire infrastructure of the organization. As the battle reached its climax, James came face to face with the leader of the Shadow, the man who was behind many years of chaos and destruction. In a tense battle, James was able to gain the upper hand and finally destroy the enemy. However, this was not easy for him. He was seriously injured. Carla, seeing the injured James, was able to take him to safety, where they were evacuated by the ghosts. The leader of the Shadow was defeated, and their organization was destroyed. It was the end of a long and grueling war. They returned to Australia, where James began his recovery from his injury. During this time, Carla and Cypher set about eliminating the remaining threats and consolidating the peace they had fought for so long. Gradually, the world became safer, and criminal networks were broken up. James and Carla realized that now they had a chance to start a new life, free from constant threat. They decided to go into the shadows, leave their fighting, and begin a new chapter where they can enjoy the world they helped create. The story of James and Carla was coming to an end. They became symbols of struggle and victory over evil. Their names remained in the legends of the criminal world as those who were able to change the course of history. A new life awaited them, full of hope and peace. But they're not done yet. There was a final step ahead, a final operation that would finally destroy the remnants of the Shadow and ensure peace for their future. This mission was the most important, and they knew they had to complete it to change the world forever. James's recovery took several months. At this time, Carla and Cypher continued to fight, destroying the remaining elements of the Shadow and strengthening their positions. However, despite their best efforts, they knew that the final blow to the Shadow was yet to come. Once James recovered, he and Carla decided it was time to strike the final, decisive blow. All information gathered pointed to the remaining leaders of the Shadow hiding in an abandoned military complex in the mountains of Switzerland. The place was virtually impenetrable, but James and Carla knew they had to get in there and put an end to this threat once and for all. Preparation for the operation was thorough and detailed. They gathered all the resources they could, including the best specialists from the Ghosts and their old allies. The plan was simple: infiltrate the complex, destroy the remaining Shadow leaders, and destroy their infrastructure once and for all. The day of the operation arrived. James, Carla, and their team began their trek to the mountain complex. Using the latest technology and their skills, they overcame many obstacles, including complex security systems and armed patrols. When they reached the entrance to the complex, the final phase of the operation began. Once inside, they encountered brutal security. A fierce firefight ensued, but thanks to their skill and coordination, the team was able to move forward. James and Carla knew that every step brought them closer to their goal. When they reached the central command post, they were confronted by the elite of the Shadow, the last and most dangerous leaders of the organization. In a tense and dramatic fight, James and Carla fought tooth and nail. Each of their blows was accurate and powerful. Each shot was fatal. Finally, they reached the final goal. The leaders of the Shadow were defeated, their plans were destroyed, and their infrastructure was destroyed. But at the last moment, when it seemed that victory was already in hand, one of the self-destruct devices was activated. Time was ticking. James and Carla, realizing that the complex was about to explode, began evacuating. They ran along the corridors, avoiding traps and explosions. At the last moment, they managed to get out of the complex when it collapsed in a gigantic explosion, burying the remains of the Shadow. It was a victory, but a victory with a price. They lost many friends and allies in this fight. However, James and Carla knew their mission was accomplished. They destroyed the Shadow and freed the world from its threat. Returning to Australia, they decided to start a new life. They retired from active combat and began to build a future where they could enjoy the world they had helped create. Their story became a legend, and their names became a symbol of struggle and victory. But even in peacetime, they continued to be on alert, ready for any surprises. After all, they knew that the world is never absolutely safe, and there is always a place for heroes who are ready to defend good. James and Carla's story may come to an end, but their legacy will live on forever, inspiring a new generation of advocates for justice and peace. Third criminal story. Jackson Rogers was born in a rough area of New York City where crime was part of everyday life. Already as a child, he was distinguished by his intelligence and intelligence, but he often used these qualities for not the most legitimate purposes. At school, Jackson quickly earned a reputation as a bully who knew how to find a way out of the most difficult situations. As a teenager, Jackson met Marcus, Peter, and Sam, who also lived in his neighborhood and shared his desire for easy money. Together, they started with petty thefts and frauds, gradually honing their skills. Over time, their crimes became more daring and complex. When Jackson and his friends reached adulthood, they decided to organize their own gang and specialize in bank robberies. Their first big case was the robbery of a small bank in New Jersey. They carefully planned every step, studied security systems and police patrol routes. The robbery was successful, and this inspired them to take further action. With each new robbery, their reputation grew. The Jackson gang became known in criminal circles as an invincible team of professionals that leaves no trace. They used sophisticated technology to bypass security systems and were always one step ahead of the police. Robberies became their way of life, and each new success brought more adrenaline and money. They robbed banks in different cities of America, always changing their methods and leaving no evidence behind them. The Jackson gang became legends, and their stories were passed down by word of mouth, terrifying bankers and inspiring other criminals. One day, deciding to stage the most daring robbery of his career, Jackson and his team took on the largest bank in Los Angeles. The preparation took several months, but they were confident of their success. However, despite careful planning, something went wrong. The police were surprisingly well informed and prepared. A fierce shootout began, during which several gang members were wounded. Jackson and his friends barely escaped, but this robbery served as a serious warning to them. Realizing that their time was running out, they decided to hide and stop their activities for a while. While hiding from the police, the gang planned their next move. Jackson knew their days as legendary bank robbers were numbered, but he was determined to end his career on his own terms. Despite all the difficulties and failures, Jackson and his gang decided not to give up. They knew that their next move would not only have to be carefully planned, but also incredibly bold in order to re-establish their reputation as the best bank robbers in America. Several months have passed since their last robbery. Jackson and his team used this time to recuperate and reflect on their mistakes. They changed their appearance and left Los Angeles to get lost in another city. All of America was talking about them, and the police conducted an intensive search, but the gang skillfully hid, leaving a minimum of traces. The new target was chosen with special care. It was the largest bank in Chicago, holding millions of dollars in cash and securities. Jackson and his team spent several weeks studying building plans, security systems, and employee schedules. They even installed their man in the bank to get all the necessary information from inside. Finally, the day came when everything was ready. Once on the case, the gang acted with cold-blooded precision. Jackson led the operation, coordinating the actions of his men through hidden radio transmitters. They entered the bank through an underground tunnel, which they discovered thanks to old archives of city communications. Inside the bank, everything went according to plan. Security systems were disabled and employees were caught by surprise. The gang quickly headed to the vault where the main valuables were located. Jackson told his men more than once that the main thing was to act quickly and not lose their heads. They knew that every second counted. However, despite all the precautions, the bank turned out to be much better protected than they expected. Suddenly, the backup alarm went off, which they were unable to turn off. Police arrived on the scene within minutes, surrounding the building. Jackson quickly realized it was a trap and decided to change the plan on the fly. He ordered his men to take hostages and prepare for a long siege. It was a risky step, but there was no other choice. For several hours they held their positions, negotiating with the police and trying to gain time. Each of the gang members understood that this could be their last fight. They weren't going to give up without a fight. Jackson hoped that at some point they would be able to find a loophole and get out of the encirclement. He knew that only their efforts and determination could save them. Meanwhile, the police were preparing for the assault. There was a tense silence inside the bank, broken only by occasional conversations and the noise of helicopters circling above the building. Jackson understood that time was against them, but did not lose hope for success. A new escape plan was already maturing in his head, which was to become a real triumph of their legendary career. The situation inside the bank became increasingly tense. Jackson knew the police wouldn't wait forever, and he knew they needed to find a way out before the assault began. A daring plan matured in his head, which could be their salvation. Jackson ordered his men to prepare for a diversion. He suggested using hostages as cover, but it had to be done with minimal risk to their lives. The gang split into two groups. One remained in the vault, and the other, led by Jackson, began moving towards the main exit, leading the hostages. Meanwhile, outside the bank, special forces were preparing for the assault. The police command negotiated with Jackson, trying to find out his intentions and convince him to surrender. But Jackson was adamant. He knew that the only way to get out of this trap was to act decisively and quickly. As they approached the main exit, Jackson pretended to surrender. He demanded a helicopter in a safe exit corridor. The police agreed to his terms, hoping that this would avoid bloodshed. Suddenly, Jackson gave a signal to his team. They threw smoke bombs and, under the cover of thick smoke, began to rapidly move towards an emergency exit that no one knew about. This was a carefully prepared part of their plan, which they had worked out in advance. The special forces were taken by surprise. In the confusion and chaos, they did not immediately realize that the gang was using the smoke as a diversion. Jackson and his men escaped the building through an old ventilation tunnel that led to a nearby street. Once outside, they quickly changed clothes and disappeared into the crowd. Jackson knew that their chances of success depended on how quickly they could leave the city. They headed to the previously prepared cars, which were waiting for them in a secluded place. The police soon realized that the gang had gotten away, and a massive chase ensued. Jackson and his team drove at full speed, changing cars and routes to confuse their pursuers. Thanks to their preparation and composure, they managed to evade the police and hide in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. There, protected by walls and darkness, Jackson and his team began to consider their next steps. They knew that their legendary reputation was now under serious threat, and that their every move would be under close police surveillance. However, despite all the difficulties, Jackson was not going to give up. He knew their next move would have to be carefully planned and even more daring to restore their status as invincible bank robbers. They decided to lie low for a while to develop a new plan that would once again shock all of America. Several months have passed since Jackson and his gang escaped from the police. They remained undercover, carefully avoiding any attention. Their latest heist had become the stuff of legend, and now they were preparing for their next move. They knew that the police would be closely monitoring any movements, so their new plan had to be absolutely flawless. Jackson gathered his team in a new hideout, an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of Chicago. That evening, they gathered in the basement to discuss their next move. The plan was ambitious and required incredible precision. The target was the Federal Reserve Bank in San Francisco, one of the most secure institutions in the country. Jackson knew that this would be the most difficult robbery of their careers, but he also knew that the success of this case would restore their lost glory. They began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank: security system layouts, employee work schedules, security patrol routes. Marcus, their technology specialist, hacked into several internal networks to gain access to the building's plans and security systems. Peter and Sam studied escape routes and found several weak points that could be exploited for infiltration. They planted several front workers in the bank to gather more information and pave the way for the operation. Every step was carefully thought out, and Jackson personally checked all the details to avoid repeating past mistakes. The day of the robbery arrived. Jackson and his team, dressed in bank uniforms, got inside under the guise of service personnel. Marcus began hacking into security systems, disabling cameras and alarms. Peter and Sam took up positions at the vault, ready to act at a moment's notice. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and his men made their way to the vault and began picking the locks. They worked quickly and accurately, knowing that time was on their side. At that moment, something went wrong on the street. The police unexpectedly received an anonymous call about an impending robbery. Despite the emergency measures, Jackson did not lose his cool. He gave the order to complete the operation as quickly as possible. They managed to open the vault and begin packing the money into bags. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the building. This was an unaccounted-for backup signal that was activated when the main safe was opened. The police began to surround the building. Jackson knew they only had a few minutes to escape. He gave the order to his team and they began the evacuation. Using pre-prepared routes, they moved towards underground tunnels that led to an abandoned sewer network. They ran through the tunnels, trying not to leave any traces. The police, discovering the empty vault, gave chase, but Jackson and his team were once again one step ahead. Reaching the surface far outside the city, they quickly changed vehicles and disappeared into the night. The Federal Reserve Bank robbery became the most daring and discussed crime in American history. Jackson and his gang have once again proven that they are the best in the business, leaving behind only legends and rumors. Now, with a huge amount of money and a reputation that has turned them into real myths, they decided to temporarily leave the country. Jackson knew that their next goal would have to be even more ambitious. But to do this, they needed to find a new shelter and consider their next steps. After successfully robbing the Federal Reserve Bank, Jackson and his team left America to lay low and consider their next steps. They decided to go to Europe, where they were less known and where they could safely hide. The choice fell on a small town in the south of France, where they rented a villa and began planning their next step. Jackson knew that their reputation was now not just a legend, but also the subject of intense scrutiny by police and intelligence agencies around the world. Therefore, he decided that their next goal should not only be ambitious, but also carefully thought out to the smallest detail. This time, Jackson decided to change tactics. Instead of one large robbery, they planned a series of smaller but well-organized raids on banks in different European countries. This should not only bring in a lot of money, but also confuse the investigation, making them less predictable. The first target was a bank in Zurich, Switzerland. It was one of the richest banks in Europe, and its security was considered one of the best in the world. Jackson and his team began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank: the security system, the work routine of employees, the patrol routes of security guards. Marcus, their technical genius, hacked into several key systems to gain access to the building's plans and internal communications. Peter and Sam developed an infiltration plan that included the use of fake documents and equipment. When everything was ready, the team moved to Zurich. They acted carefully so as not to attract attention. Jackson and Marcus entered the building under the guise of technical specialists. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any developments. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and entered the vault. They worked smoothly and quickly, using the latest technology to open locks and safes. At that moment, something went wrong. One of the bank employees returned early and found them in the vault. Wasting no time, Jackson neutralized the witness, but the alarm had already been activated. Peter and Sam reacted instantly, starting a diversion outside to buy time for their comrades. Soon, the police began to surround the building, but the team was ready for this. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and began evacuating through underground tunnels that they had prepared in advance. At this time, Peter and Sam distracted the police, causing a little chaos on the streets of the city. When they emerged from the tunnel, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Zurich and headed to a neighboring country, leaving only rumors and guesses behind them. The bank robbery in Zurich was another success and reaffirmed their status as the best bank robbers. Now, with significant funds in hand, Jackson and his team began preparing for their next heist. They knew that the police would pursue them around the world, but this only fueled their excitement and desire to once again prove their superiority. Their next target was a bank in Madrid, Spain. Jackson planned to use new tactics and technologies to avoid repeating past mistakes. He understood that each new raid would be more difficult than the previous one, but this only added to their confidence in their abilities. Preparations for the bank robbery in Madrid began immediately after the successful escape from Zurich. Jackson and his team carefully studied every aspect of the next case, understanding that every step must be thought out to the smallest detail. To begin with, they sent Marcus to Madrid under the guise of a tourist to collect information about the bank and its security system. He used hidden cameras and microphones to record anything that might be useful. At this time, Peter and Sam were selecting the necessary equipment and developing a detailed plan for penetration and evacuation. The target was a large bank in the center of Madrid, known for its vast reserves of cash and jewelry. Jackson knew that this heist had to be executed with perfect precision to avoid a repeat of the situation in Zurich. When everything was ready, the team moved to Madrid. They acted carefully so as not to attract attention. Jackson and Marcus again entered the building under the guise of maintenance workers. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and began opening the vault. This time they used the latest laser cutters and combination locks, which Marcus cracked using specially designed programs. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. At that moment, a security guard who was not supposed to be on duty suddenly entered the bank. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the guard, but this aroused suspicion among the rest of the employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Madrid and headed to a previously prepared shelter outside the city. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more funds in hand, Jackson and his team began planning their next move. They decided to hide for a while and carefully consider their further actions. Each new raid became more and more risky, and they realized that they had to be one step ahead not only of the police, but also of their competitors. The next target was a bank in Milan, Italy. Jackson knew that this city was famous for its rich banks and complex security system. He understood that this would be the most difficult robbery of their careers, but he was ready to take the risk for the big score. They again began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank: the security system, employee work schedules, security patrol routes. Marcus again hacked several key systems to gain access to building plans and internal communications. Peter and Sam developed an infiltration plan that included the use of fake documents and equipment. After a successful robbery in Madrid, Jackson and his team decided to lie low for a while and consider their next steps. They knew that each new raid became more risky, and they understood that they had to be one step ahead not only of the police, but also of their competitors. The next target was a bank in Milan, Italy. Jackson knew that this city was famous for its rich banks and complex security system. He understood that this would be the most difficult robbery of their careers, but he was ready to take the risk for the big score. They began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank: the security system, employee work schedules, security patrol routes. Marcus again hacked several key systems to gain access to building plans and internal communications. Peter and Sam developed an infiltration plan that involved the use of fake documents and equipment. Jackson and his team traveled to Milan disguised as businessmen and tourists. They rented several apartments in different parts of the city so as not to attract attention to themselves and to be able to quickly change their place of residence if necessary. For several weeks they collected information and prepared everything necessary for the operation. The day of the robbery arrived. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and began opening the vault. This time they used the latest laser cutters and combination locks, which Marcus cracked using specially designed programs. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. At that moment, a high-ranking employee unexpectedly entered the bank who was supposed to be at a meeting in another city. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the employee, but this aroused suspicion among other bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Milan and headed for a previously prepared refuge in the Alps. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more funds in hand, Jackson and his team began planning their next move. They decided to hide for a while and carefully consider their further actions. Each new raid became more and more risky, and they realized that they had to be one step ahead not only of the police, but also of their competitors. The next target was a bank in Vienna, Austria. Jackson knew that this city was famous for its rich banks and complex security system. He understood that this would be the most difficult robbery of their careers, but he was ready to take the risk for the big score. They again began with a detailed study of all aspects of the bank: the security system, employee work schedules, security patrol routes. Marcus again hacked several key systems to gain access to building plans and internal communications. Peter and Sam developed an infiltration plan that included the use of fake documents and equipment. Planning for a bank robbery in Vienna began immediately after the successful escape from Milan. Jackson and his team knew that with each new raid the stakes grew, and they had to be even more careful and resourceful. Jackson sent Marcus to Vienna under the guise of a researcher to gather all the necessary information about the bank. Marcus spent several weeks studying security systems, employee routines, and security patrol routes. Peter and Sam at this time were engaged in selecting the necessary equipment and developing a detailed plan for penetration and evacuation. The target was one of the largest banks in Vienna, known for its vast reserves of cash and jewelry. Jackson knew this heist had to be executed with perfect precision to avoid repeating past mistakes. When everything was ready, the team moved to Vienna. They acted carefully so as not to attract attention. Jackson and Marcus again entered the building under the guise of maintenance workers. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and began opening the vault. They used the latest laser cutters and combination locks, which Marcus cracked using specially designed programs. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. At that moment, a high-ranking employee unexpectedly entered the bank, who was supposed to be at a meeting in another city. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the employee, but this aroused suspicion among other bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Vienna and headed for a previously prepared shelter in the Alps. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more funds in hand, Jackson and his team began planning their next move. They decided to hide for a while and carefully consider their further actions. Each new raid became more and more risky, and they realized that they had to be one step ahead not only of the police, but also of their competitors. This time, they decided to return to America and carry out another major robbery, which would be the final chord of their criminal career. The target was the largest bank in New York, where billions of dollars in cash and securities were stored. Jackson knew that this would be the most difficult robbery of their careers, but he was willing to take the risk for the big score. Preparations for the robbery of the largest bank in New York began immediately after Jackson's team returned to America. They knew that this would be their last and largest robbery, which was supposed to immortalize their names in criminal history. Jackson and his team took up temporary shelter on the outskirts of the city. They understood that their every step would be under the close scrutiny of the police and intelligence services, so they acted as carefully as possible. Marcus once again took on the task of studying the bank's security systems and internal communications. Peter and Sam were busy gathering equipment and developing a detailed plan for the operation. The target was a Wall Street bank known for its vast holdings of cash and jewelry. Jackson knew this heist had to be executed with perfect precision to avoid repeating past mistakes and end their careers on a high note. When everything was ready, the team moved to the bank. Jackson and Marcus entered the building under the guise of technical specialists. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and began opening the vault. This time, they used the latest laser cutters and combination locks, which Marcus cracked using specially developed programs. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. At that moment, a high-ranking employee unexpectedly entered the bank, who was supposed to be at a meeting in another city. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the employee, but this aroused suspicion among other bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left New York and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more money on hand, Jackson and his team decided to retire. They realized that each new raid was becoming more and more risky, and decided that it was better to leave at the peak of glory than to be caught. They divided the spoils and went to different parts of the world to start a new life under new names. Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam remain legends in the world of crime. Their robberies became the subject of much research and discussion, and their names went down in history as the best bank robbers in America. They knew that their legend would live forever, and their exploits would become an example for future generations. Despite their decision to retire, Jackson and his team knew their legendary career would follow them for the rest of their lives. They scattered to different parts of the world, but continued to communicate through encrypted channels to keep abreast of events and remain ready if necessary. Several months have passed since their last robbery in New York. Jackson settled on a small island in the Caribbean, Marcus settled in Japan, Peter moved to Australia, and Sam decided to stay in Europe, choosing Switzerland to live. Each of them tried to live quietly and unnoticed, enjoying the fruits of their criminal career. However, despite all the precautions, Jackson felt that they could not hide from their past forever. One evening, while watching the news, he came across a report of a new daring bank robbery in Los Angeles, which was carried out with the same precision and sophistication as their own raids. This alerted Jackson, and he decided to contact the rest of the team. They arranged a virtual meeting to discuss the current situation. Marcus, analyzing the data about the new robbery, came to the conclusion that it could be their former competitors or even someone from their circle who decided to use their methods. This discovery caused a wave of concern among the team. Jackson suggested meeting in person to discuss possible actions. They agreed to meet on neutral territory, in a small resort town on the Italian coast. When they came together, they realized that they could not stand by while someone was using their methods and jeopardizing their safety. The team decided to investigate and find out who is behind the new robberies. They started by analyzing all the available data Marcus had collected and tried to find similarities between their methods and those of the new robbers. Peter and Sam went to Los Angeles to collect more information on the spot and possibly find traces of the criminals. Jackson and Marcus remained in Italy, where they continued to coordinate efforts and analyze the data collected. They understood that this could be a trap and were prepared for any development of events. Peter and Sam, while in Los Angeles, discovered several important clues that led them to a group of young and ambitious robbers who decided to repeat the success of the legendary Jackson gang. Realizing that they were dealing with new players in the criminal arena, the team decided to tread carefully. They contacted the young robbers and invited them to meet. Jackson understood that instead of confrontation, it was better to try to negotiate and use the situation to his advantage. At the meeting, Jackson and his team told the young robbers about their successes and mistakes, offering them cooperation and support in exchange for stopping daring robberies that could attract unnecessary attention. The young robbers agreed, realizing that they could learn a lot from real legends. Thus began a new stage in the life of Jackson and his team. They became mentors for a new generation of robbers, passing on their knowledge and experience, but remaining in the shadows. Their legend continued to live on, but now they acted more carefully and with calculation, realizing that every action they took could have far-reaching consequences. The new life of Jackson and his team took on a different shade. They became mentors for a new generation of robbers, helping them avoid the mistakes that they themselves once made. Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam lived in the shadows, coordinating and controlling the situation so as not to attract the attention of the authorities. Several years have passed. The new group of robbers, led by Jackson and his team, achieved significant success, committing several high-profile robberies that remained unsolved. Jackson felt proud of his students, but also realized that their success might attract unwanted attention. One evening, while Jackson was relaxing on his island, he received an alarming message from Marcus. Authorities began to actively investigate new robberies, and leads began to lead to them. This caused a wave of concern among the team, and they again gathered together to discuss the current situation. Jackson suggested temporarily stopping all operations and letting the matter cool. They decided to lay low and stop any activity related to robberies in order to divert attention from themselves and their students. However, not all team members agreed with this decision. The young robbers, inspired by their successes, did not want to stop. Disagreements began, and Jackson realized that the situation could get out of control. He decided to personally meet with the leader of the young group to explain to them the importance of temporarily ceasing operations. The meeting took place in a secret location, where Jackson tried to convince the young robbers of the need for caution and a temporary lull. However, despite all his arguments, the leader of the young group did not want to stop. He believed that their successes showed their invincibility and decided to continue their activities, ignoring Jackson's advice. This caused significant disagreement and tension between the old and new team. At this time, the police began to intensify their actions. They began to notice a connection between the new robberies and the legendary Jackson gang. Task forces and investigators began an active hunt for anyone who could be involved in these crimes. Jackson, realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, decided to act. He gathered his old team and proposed a plan to save their students and himself. They decided to stage a fake robbery that would distract the police and allow them to escape. The plan was daring and risky. Jackson and his team used all their knowledge and experience to prepare and carry out this robbery. They targeted a bank in London that was not associated with their previous activities in order to confuse investigators. When everything was ready, they began to act. The robbery went smoothly and flawlessly. Jackson and his team left behind a minimal footprint and used fake documents and equipment to create a false trail. The police, focusing on the new robbery, temporarily stopped the pursuit. This gave Jackson's team and their students time to hide and disperse. They decided to disperse to different countries and completely stop any activity related to robberies. Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam understood that their time had passed, and it was time to start a new life away from crime. Several years have passed. The legends of Jackson and his team lived on, but they themselves remained in the shadows. Their students, taught to be careful, also stopped their activities and began a new life. Living on their island, Jackson enjoyed the peace and quiet of knowing that they had done everything they could to leave gracefully and leave a legacy behind. Several years have passed since Jackson and his team decided to retire. Living on his island in the Caribbean, Jackson enjoyed a quiet life, away from the criminal world. However, the past haunted him. He often thought back to when they were at the height of their criminal careers and felt like something was missing. One morning, while watching the news, Jackson came across an article about a new major robbery in Las Vegas. The operation was carried out with such precision and audacity that it reminded him of their own methods. Interest turned to concern when he realized that behind this robbery were their former students who decided to return to criminal activity. Jackson decided to contact his old team. Marcus, Peter, and Sam were also concerned that their legacy could cause new problems. They agreed to meet on neutral territory to discuss the situation. Gathering in a small town on the French coast, they discussed their concerns. Jackson offered to meet with former students and try to convince them to stop their dangerous activities. However, the situation turned out to be more complicated than they expected. The young robbers not only continued their crimes but also attracted the attention of powerful criminal groups who wanted to use their skills for their own purposes. Jackson understood that they couldn't just stop them. He proposed a radical plan to return his team to the world of crime in order to take control of the situation and keep everyone involved safe. Marcus, Peter, and Sam agreed, realizing that this was the only way to protect themselves and their students. Their first task was to find and meet the leader of the young robbers. They used their old connections and contacts to get on the trail and arrange a meeting. The meeting took place in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Las Vegas. Jackson and his team outlined their concerns and offered to cooperate with the young robbers. The young robbers, realizing that their former mentors could be useful, agreed to cooperate. They talked about their plans and how their skills attracted the attention of criminal gangs. Jackson and his team offered to help them carry out several major robberies and then leave the criminal world forever. The first goal was the largest jewelry exhibition in Miami. Jackson and his team took charge of developing the plan and coordinating the efforts. Marcus started hacking security systems. Peter and Sam started preparing equipment and escape routes. The young robbers had to act under their leadership. The operation went smoothly and successfully. They were able to steal millions of dollars worth of jewelry without leaving a trace. The heist was a new triumph for Jackson and his team, and proof to young robbers that experience and strategy make all the difference. However, after this robbery, the situation began to escalate. Criminal groups, having learned about the new team, began to pursue them in order to use them for their own purposes. Jackson knew they needed to finish their business and leave for good, otherwise they would all be in danger. The latest case was a series of bank robberies in several American cities, planned in such a way as to simultaneously enrich and confuse investigators. Jackson and his team worked quickly and accurately, coordinating the actions of the young robbers. After successfully completing a series of robberies, they decided to lay low. Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam gave their final instructions to their students and went to different parts of the world, deciding to leave the criminal world behind forever. Despite their decision to retire, Jackson and his team felt one last case could end their careers on their terms. They decided to organize a grand bank robbery in Chicago to ensure a comfortable future for themselves and their loved ones. Jackson gathered his team at a secret base, which they set up in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Peter and Sam began studying the bank's plans, guard routes, and security systems, while Marcus took on the task of hacking into electronic systems and obtaining information from the bank's internal networks. The target was the largest bank in Chicago, the Chicago National Bank, known for its large reserves of cash and jewelry. Jackson and his team knew that this heist had to be executed with perfect precision to avoid failure. The plan was as follows. Marcus would hack the bank's security system by disabling the cameras and alarms. Peter and Sam prepared the necessary equipment to break into the vault, including laser cutters and special devices for opening safes. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. They decided to carry out the robbery at night, when the bank was closed and security was minimal. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and the team sprang into action. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault where they began to pick the locks. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. However, despite careful preparation, something went wrong. Suddenly, a backup alarm they didn't know about went off. The police were on the way. Jackson and his team acted quickly. They managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Chicago and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Despite the decision to travel to different parts of the world after a successful bank robbery in Chicago, Jackson and his team were unable to completely break with the world of crime. Deep down, they understood that the excitement and adrenaline that they experienced during robberies had become an integral part of their lives. Several months have passed. Jackson, living on his island in the Caribbean, received a message from Marcus. They were still communicating through encrypted channels. Marcus suggested meeting to discuss a new potential case. Jackson, Peter, and Sam agreed, realizing that the world of crime was calling them again. Gathering at a secret location in Europe, the team discussed the possibility of another major heist. This time their target was one of the largest banks in London, the Imperial Bank of London, known for its vast reserves of cash and securities. Jackson knew that this robbery would have to be even more daring and carefully planned to avoid failure. Marcus took on the task of studying the bank's security systems and internal communications. Peter and Sam began gathering equipment and developing a detailed plan for infiltration and evacuation. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. The plan was as follows. Marcus would hack the bank's security system by disabling the cameras and alarms. Peter and Sam prepared the necessary equipment to break into the vault, including laser cutters and special devices for opening safes. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and the team sprang into action. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault where they began to pick the locks. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. However, despite careful preparation, something went wrong. Suddenly, a backup alarm they didn't know about went off. The police were on the way. Jackson and his team acted quickly. They managed to collect a significant amount of money and jewelry and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left London and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Despite all the risks, Jackson and his team realized that they could not give up their life of crime. Their next heist was to be even more daring and ambitious. They chose a new target, the International Bank in Paris, known for its vast reserves of gold and securities. Jackson gathered the team in a secret meeting where they discussed the details of the operation. Marcus took on the task of studying the security system and hacking the bank's internal networks. Peter and Sam began preparing equipment and developing an infiltration and evacuation plan. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. The plan was as follows. Marcus would hack the bank's security system by disabling the cameras and alarms. Peter and Sam prepared the necessary equipment to break into the vault, including laser cutters and special devices for opening safes. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. For several weeks, they carefully studied the bank and its security systems. Marcus discovered several security vulnerabilities that could be exploited for infiltration. Peter and Sam developed an evacuation plan that included the use of underground tunnels leading to the Seine River. The day of the operation arrived. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took up positions outside, ready for any eventuality. Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and the team sprang into action. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault and began picking the locks. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. They worked quickly and smoothly, understanding that every second counted. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. Suddenly, a group of collectors arrived at the bank who were not supposed to be there at that time. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the collectors, but this aroused suspicion among other bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and gold and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Paris and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now with even more money on their hands, Jackson and his team realized that they could not completely leave the world of crime. Each new raid brought them not only money, but also a sense of satisfaction and power that they could not find in ordinary life. They decided to continue their criminal activities, but with more caution and care to avoid traps and continue to live in the shadows. Realizing that each subsequent robbery would have to be more complex and daring, Jackson began planning a new series of robberies that were supposed to cover several large banks in different countries. They decided to use their knowledge and experience to create a network of bank robberies that would threaten the entire financial system. The next target was a bank in Tokyo. Marcus, Peter, and Sam began preparations, studying all aspects of security and developing a detailed plan for the operation. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. They understood that they were now in a game of survival, where every action could be decisive. But Jackson and his team were ready for any challenge, knowing that only their courage, intelligence, and determination would help them achieve success and preserve their legend. Jackson and his team began preparing for a bank robbery in Tokyo. They realized that this heist would be more complex and require an even greater level of caution and precision. Tokyo was known for its high technology and complex security systems, so every step had to be carefully thought out. Marcus went to Tokyo first. Disguised as a businessman, he began to study the bank and its security system. He noted that the bank uses the latest technology, including biometric authentication and sophisticated surveillance systems. However, Marcus was confident that he could bypass these systems with his skills and the latest tools. Peter and Sam began preparing equipment and developing an infiltration and evacuation plan. They decided that this robbery would require not only physical training, but also a high level of technological equipment. Peter purchased the latest laser cutters and hacking devices, and Sam developed an escape plan that involved using underground tunnels leading to the Sumida River. Jackson, coordinating the actions of the entire team, ensured that every step was carefully planned. He knew that Tokyo's police force was one of the best in the world, and any deviation from the plan could lead to disaster. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. Marcus entered the bank under the guise of a technician. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Marcus quickly hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault and began picking the locks. Everything went according to plan. They worked quickly and smoothly, understanding that every second counted. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. Suddenly, a security guard who was not supposed to be on duty entered the bank. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the guard, but this aroused suspicion among the rest of the bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and securities and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Tokyo and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more money on their hands, Jackson and his team realized that they could not completely leave the world of crime. Each new raid brought them not only money, but also a sense of satisfaction and power that they could not find in ordinary life. They decided to continue their criminal activities, but with more caution and care to avoid traps and continue to live in the shadows. They began planning a series of robberies in different countries to create a network of bank raids that would threaten the entire financial system. The next target was a bank in Moscow. Marcus, Peter, and Sam began preparations, studying all aspects of security and developing a detailed plan for the operation. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. They understood that they were now in a game of survival, where every action could be decisive. But Jackson and his team were ready for any challenge, knowing that only their courage, intelligence, and determination would help them achieve success and preserve their legend. After a successful robbery in Tokyo, Jackson and his team headed to their next target, a bank in Moscow. This robbery was to be part of their plan to create a network of bank raids that could threaten the financial system and strengthen their reputation as the most daring and skillful of bank robbers. Marcus went to Moscow first to study the bank's security system and collect the necessary information. Under the guise of a tourist, he began analyzing security systems, employee work schedules, and security patrol routes. Peter and Sam began preparing equipment and developing an infiltration and evacuation plan. The target was the Moscow Central Bank, known for its large reserves of cash and securities. Jackson knew this heist had to be executed with perfect precision to avoid failure. The plan was as follows. Marcus would hack the bank's security system by disabling the cameras and alarms. Peter and Sam prepared the necessary equipment to break into the vault, including laser cutters and special devices for opening safes. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. They rented several apartments in different parts of the city so as not to attract attention to themselves and to be able to quickly change their place of residence if necessary. For several weeks, they carefully studied the bank and its security systems. Marcus discovered several security vulnerabilities that could be exploited for infiltration. Peter and Sam developed an evacuation plan that included the use of underground tunnels leading to the Moscow River. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Marcus quickly disabled the security systems and the team sprang into action. Everything went according to plan. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault and began picking the locks. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. They worked quickly and smoothly, understanding that every second counted. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. Suddenly, a group of security guards who were not supposed to be on duty entered the bank. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the guards, but this aroused suspicion among the rest of the bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and securities and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Moscow and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now with even more money on their hands, Jackson and his team realized that they could not completely leave the world of crime. Each new raid brought them not only money, but also a sense of satisfaction and power that they could not find in ordinary life. They decided to continue their criminal activities, but with more caution and care to avoid traps and continue to live in the shadows. The next target was a bank in Hong Kong. Marcus, Peter, and Sam began preparations, studying all aspects of security and developing a detailed plan for the operation. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. After a successful bank robbery in Moscow, Jackson and his team decided to take a short break to rest and think about their next steps. But the thought of the next robbery did not leave them. Hong Kong was the next target, a city known for its economic strength and high security standards. Marcus went to Hong Kong first. Under the guise of a businessman, he began to study the security system of one of the largest banks in the city, Hong Kong International Bank. He noted that the bank uses the latest technology, including biometric authentication, sophisticated surveillance systems, and numerous redundant security systems. Peter and Sam, who remained in Europe, began preparing equipment and developing an infiltration and evacuation plan. They decided that this robbery would require not only physical training, but also a high level of technological equipment. Peter purchased the latest laser cutters and hacking devices, and Sam devised an escape plan involving the use of sewer tunnels leading to Victoria Harbor. Jackson, coordinating the actions of the entire team, ensured that every step was carefully planned. He knew that the Hong Kong police force was one of the best in the world, and any deviation from the plan could lead to disaster. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. Jackson and Marcus entered the bank under the guise of maintenance employees. Peter and Sam took up positions outside, ready for any eventuality. Marcus quickly hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms. Jackson and Marcus headed to the vault and began picking the locks. Everything went according to plan. They worked quickly and smoothly, understanding that every second counted. Peter and Sam, who were monitoring the situation from outside, reported that everything was clear and they could continue. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. Suddenly, a group of security guards who were not supposed to be on duty entered the bank. The situation became tense, but Jackson acted quickly and calmly. He neutralized the guards, but this aroused suspicion among the rest of the bank employees. The alarm went off and the police were on their way. Peter and Sam began a diversion outside, causing a small collision with police cars to buy time. Jackson and Marcus managed to collect a significant amount of money and securities and began evacuating through previously prepared underground passages. When they got outside, cars were waiting for them. They quickly left Hong Kong and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. Now, with even more money on their hands, Jackson and his team realized that they could not completely leave the world of crime. Each new raid brought them not only money, but also a sense of satisfaction and power that they could not find in ordinary life. They decided to continue their criminal activities, but with more caution and care to avoid traps and continue to live in the shadows. The next target was a bank in Sydney. Marcus, Peter, and Sam began preparations, studying all aspects of security and developing a detailed plan for the operation. Jackson coordinated the entire team to ensure everything went smoothly. After a successful heist in Hong Kong, Jackson and his team decided to change their approach to the next case to avoid repeating the same mistakes. They understood that they needed to adapt and use new strategies to achieve success. The next target was a bank in Sydney, Australia. Jackson gathered the team in a secret meeting where they discussed the need to change tactics. Instead of jumping right into planning a robbery, they decided to conduct detailed reconnaissance and carefully work out all possible scenarios. The team understood that adapting to new conditions and innovative approaches would help them avoid repeating previous mistakes. Marcus, Peter, and Sam started by exploring the city and its features. They penetrated the bank's security system without attracting attention and collected all the necessary data. Marcus used his technical skills to create a virtual copy of the bank to simulate various situations. Peter and Sam developed several possible infiltration and evacuation routes, taking into account all possible surprises. They rented an office in Sydney's CBD to work undercover. This office became their base for planning and coordinating activities. Jackson took on the task of coordinating the entire operation and ensuring that all team members were prepared for any contingency. They chose a day for the robbery when the bank was supposed to have a minimum number of employees. The night before the operation, the team gathered for a final test of the plan. They analyzed every step and took into account all possible risks. Jackson insisted that every member of the team knew their plan down to the last detail. The morning of the operation arrived. Disguised as ordinary employees, Marcus, Peter, and Sam entered the bank building, acting calmly and confidently. Marcus began hacking the security system, using his latest developments to bypass the defense mechanisms. Peter and Sam took up key positions, ready to act on Jackson's signal. When everything was ready, Jackson gave the signal. The team began to act quickly and harmoniously. Marcus disabled the security cameras and alarms, giving Peter and Sam the opportunity to break into the vault. They used laser cutters and the latest safe-opening devices. Jackson oversaw overall coordination, overseeing every step of the operation. But suddenly, the unexpected happened. One of the bank employees, who was not part of their calculation, returned early. He noticed suspicious behavior and activated the emergency alarm. The police began to approach the bank. Jackson made a quick decision to change the evacuation plan. The team used one of the alternate routes they had worked out in advance. They left the building through an underground tunnel leading to a hidden exit in one of the neighboring streets. Pre-prepared cars were waiting for them on the street. The team quickly left the area and headed to a previously prepared shelter. The police arrived too late, and the Jackson gang once again remained elusive. At the shelter, the team analyzed the operation, noting both successes and shortcomings. They understood that they needed to continue to adapt and improve to stay one step ahead of the police. Jackson and his team realized that their strategy had to constantly change and adapt to new conditions. They decided to temporarily lay low and carefully plan their next steps to avoid repeating mistakes and ensure the success of future operations. Now they were planning the next heist, analyzing all aspects and developing new approaches to remain elusive and successful in their criminal trade. Despite their success in Sydney, Jackson and his team knew that each subsequent robbery required an increasingly sophisticated approach. They decided to pause and rethink their methods to avoid predictability. This time their target was a bank in Chicago, but instead of a traditional robbery, they decided to implement a more cunning strategy. The team first rented an office in downtown Chicago, operating under the guise of a consulting firm. This allowed them to move freely around the city and gather information without arousing suspicion. Marcus used his hacking skills to penetrate the bank's security systems and study them from the inside. Peter and Sam began studying the building's architecture and possible escape routes. They conducted night raids to accurately know every detail and weak point in the bank's security. Jackson coordinated the team's efforts, developing several possible contingency scenarios. Their new plan was more complex and multi-layered. They decided to use a diversion to confuse the police and bank security. On the day of the robbery, the team set up several false leads and diversionary operations throughout the city to divert attention away from the main target. On the day of the operation, Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam took up their positions. They started by setting off several false alarms in different parts of Chicago, creating chaos and redirecting police forces to those locations. At the same time, Marcus hacked the bank's security systems, disabling the cameras and alarms. Under the guise of delivery employees, Jackson and Peter entered the bank building. Their task was to get into the server room and install a device that would allow Marcus to completely control the security systems. Sam remained outside, prepared for any eventuality and coordinating the team's actions. Once the device was installed, Marcus began hacking the security system. They gained access to the vault and began loading securities and cash into prepared containers. Everything was going according to plan, but suddenly the situation changed. One of the bank employees noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Jackson reacted quickly, giving the command to evacuate. They used pre-prepared routes and hidden exits to leave the building. Cars were waiting for them on the street, ready for a quick evacuation, but the police were on their tail. A tense chase ensued through the streets of Chicago. Jackson and his team showed off their driving skills, skillfully maneuvering between cars and avoiding pursuit. They used pre-prepared hiding spots and traps to confuse the police. Finally, having reached a safe place, the team switched to another vehicle and fled the city. They headed to a previously prepared shelter on an abandoned farm outside the city, where they could calmly analyze the operation and evaluate their actions. At the shelter, they analyzed the operation, noting both successes and shortcomings. They realized they needed to continue to adapt and improve to stay one step ahead of the police. Now they were planning the next heist, analyzing all aspects and developing new approaches to remain elusive and successful in their criminal trade. Jackson and his team knew that each new operation had to be unique and carefully planned to avoid predictability and maintain its legendary reputation. After a tense robbery in Chicago, Jackson and his team decided to take a short break to thoroughly prepare for their next case. They understood that each new robbery required even greater sophistication and creativity. Their next target was a bank in Zurich, Switzerland, known for its high security standards and significant securities holdings. The team knew that the Zurich heist would be a daunting challenge. Marcus, using his hacking skills, began by exploring the bank's digital infrastructure, breaking into security systems and obtaining the necessary information. Peter and Sam worked on developing an infiltration and evacuation plan, studying the building's architecture and underground utilities. Jackson decided to introduce a new element to their strategy, creating a fake security system supply company. This allowed them to infiltrate the bank under the guise of security update specialists. They rented an office in Zurich, completed all the necessary paperwork, and began working on creating a flawless cover. After several months of preparation, The team was ready for the operation. The day of the robbery arrived. Jackson, Marcus, and Peter entered the bank posing as employees of a security installation company, while Sam remained on call outside, prepared for any eventuality. Marcus quickly hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms. Jackson and Peter headed to the vault where they began to pick the locks using the latest technology they had developed. They worked quickly and smoothly, understanding that every second counted. However, despite careful preparation, their plans were again disrupted. One of the bank employees, who was not part of their calculation, returned early and noticed suspicious activity. The alarm was activated, and the police began to approach the bank. Jackson reacted quickly, giving the command to evacuate. They used pre-prepared routes and hidden exits to leave the building. Cars were waiting for them on the street, ready for a quick evacuation. The chase through the streets of Zurich was intense, but the team used their driving skills and knowledge of the city to escape. They headed to an abandoned villa on the outskirts of the city, where they had prepared a shelter in advance. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. After analyzing the operation, the team realized that they needed to constantly adapt and use new strategies to stay one step ahead of the police. They decided that their next goal would be even more ambitious and challenging. Jackson proposed carrying out a series of robberies in different countries to confuse investigators and create the illusion that they were operating in several places at the same time. Marcus, Peter, and Sam supported this idea, realizing that it would help them maintain their reputation and avoid detention. Their first target in a new series of robberies was a bank in Amsterdam. Jackson and his team began preparations, studying all aspects of security and developing a detailed plan for the operation. They used all their knowledge and experience to create the perfect plan that would allow them to succeed. The day of the operation arrived. All team members took their positions. They acted harmoniously and quickly, realizing that every step could be decisive. Marcus hacked the security system, Peter and Sam broke into the vault, and Jackson coordinated the actions of the entire team. The operation was successful, and the team was able to collect a significant amount of money and securities. They quickly left Amsterdam and headed to a pre-prepared shelter. The police were once again left empty-handed, and the Jackson gang added another successful robbery to their storied history. After a successful heist in Amsterdam, Jackson and his team decided it was time to begin phasing out their storied career. They understood that each new robbery increased the risk of being caught, and they wanted to leave at the peak of their fame. However, for this it was necessary to carry out one more, most ambitious robbery, which would secure their status forever. The target was a bank in New York, known for its huge reserves of cash and jewelry. This was the largest and most heavily guarded bank they had ever encountered, and their latest raid was to be the real climax. Preparations began immediately after returning from Amsterdam. The team rented several apartments in New York to work undercover. Marcus began hacking security systems to gain access to building plans and internal communications. Peter and Sam were developing equipment and working out infiltration and evacuation routes. Jackson understood that the success of this operation depended on the smallest details. They spent months working out every step and every possible scenario. The team trained in simulations using replicas of the bank's security systems and circuitry. They also infiltrated several people into the bank to gather information from the inside. The day of the robbery arrived. All team members took their positions. Jackson and Marcus entered the building under the guise of maintenance workers. Peter and Sam took positions outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Marcus quickly hacked the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms. They entered the vault, working quickly and smoothly. Marcus and Jackson picked the locks. Peter and Sam controlled the situation from the outside. They collected a huge amount of cash and jewelry, but suddenly the situation changed. High-ranking employees who were not supposed to be there unexpectedly arrived at the bank. The alarm was activated and the police began to approach the bank. Jackson reacted quickly and gave the command to evacuate. They used pre-prepared routes and hidden exits to leave the building. Cars were waiting for them on the street, ready for a quick evacuation. A tense chase began through the streets of New York. Jackson and his team showed off their driving skills, skillfully maneuvering between cars and avoiding pursuit. They used pre-prepared hiding spots and traps to confuse the police. Having reached a safe place, the team switched to another vehicle and fled the city. They headed to a previously prepared shelter outside the city, where they could calmly analyze the operation and evaluate their actions. After analyzing the operation, the team realized that despite all the difficulties, they achieved their goal. They collected a huge amount of money and jewelry, and their legend as the most successful bank robbers in history was cemented. Jackson and his team decided that this was their last raid. They divided the loot and went to different parts of the world to start a new life away from crime. Each of them knew that their names would remain in history, and their exploits would be passed on from mouth to mouth. Several years have passed. Jackson, Marcus, Peter, and Sam lived a quiet life, enjoying the fruits of their success. They no longer met or kept in touch, knowing that their past was behind them. The legend about them continued to live, but they themselves remained in the shadows, happy with their new life. Several years have passed since Jackson and his team carried out their last great raid in New York. They moved to different parts of the world to start a new life, leaving behind their criminal past. Each of them enjoyed peace and security, knowing that their legend would live on forever. Jackson settled on a tropical island in the Caribbean. His days were spent in tranquility, surrounded by natural beauty and comfort. Sometimes he remembered the past and smiled, knowing that he and his team had achieved unprecedented success. Marcus settled in Japan, where he began developing security software. His hacking skills were put to use in legal activities, and he enjoyed a new career using his intelligence and talents for good. Peter moved to Australia, where he opened a small workshop restoring vintage cars. His love of technology was embodied in this work, and he was pleased that he could find his place in the new world. Sam chose Europe and settled in Switzerland. He opened a sports club where he trained young athletes and shared his experience. His days were filled with physical activity and mentoring, which brought him satisfaction and joy. Even though they no longer kept in close contact, each of them knew that they would forever remain a team, bound by their shared history and successes. They lived their lives in peace, knowing that their criminal careers were a thing of the past. Several more years passed. The legend of Jackson and his crew lived on, passed down by word of mouth throughout the criminal underworld and among those who admired their audacity and skill. Their names became synonymous with luck and ingenuity. One day, while sitting on the veranda of his house and watching the sunset, Jackson received a letter. It was from Marcus, who had found a way to contact him through secure channels. In the letter, Marcus wrote about how glad he was for his new life and how grateful he was that they were able to leave on time. Jackson smiled as he read the letter and felt a sense of warmth and nostalgia for the days when they were an elusive team. Jackson eventually wrote back to Marcus, expressing the same feelings of gratitude and joy. They both knew that they had made the right choice, leaving at the peak of fame and starting a new life. Thus ended the story of the legendary team of bank robbers who were able not only to achieve incredible success, but also to emerge from the game unscathed, leaving their mark on the history of the criminal world. The story of the fourth criminal. Robert Miller was born in a small town in Oklahoma. His childhood was far from easy. His father left the family when Robert was just 6 years old, leaving his mother, Helen, to struggle to survive alone. Helen worked several jobs to support her son, and Robert learned early on that if he wanted to get anywhere in life, he had to rely on himself. At school, Robert stood out among his peers for his construction skills. He could fix almost anything he could get his hands on, and often helped his neighbors with minor repairs. These skills proved useful as he grew older and began working on a local construction site. Robert was a hard worker and reliable employee, and his superiors valued him for this. However, life at a construction site did not bring satisfaction to Robert. He dreamed of more, but did not know how to achieve it. One day, returning home after a long day at work, he saw a report on TV about a daring bank robbery. Something clicked in his head. An idea quickly took hold of his thoughts. He could use his skills not only to build, but also to plan and execute the perfect crime. Robert began studying bank robberies, analyzing every case that came his way. He carefully studied the methods used by other robbers, noting their mistakes and weaknesses. Robert was confident that he could do it better, and the most important thing was not to get caught. He began training, honing his skills in picking locks and breaking into buildings. His craftsmanship and attention to detail gradually improved. Robert planned his first robbery with the precision of an architect. He chose a small bank on the outskirts of the city and carefully studied its layout and security system. At night, he entered through the basement, using his construction skills to open the door without being noticed. The safe succumbed to his dexterity and patience, and Robert walked away with a decent amount of money, leaving minimal traces behind him. Thus began a new chapter in the life of Robert Miller. He continued to work in construction during the day, remaining in the shadows, and at night he turned into one of the most skilled robbers in America. No one suspected that behind the mask of an ordinary builder was hiding a person capable of such daring crimes. With each new robbery, Robert became more and more confident in his abilities. He carefully planned each crime, paying special attention to detail. He never repeated himself, each time choosing different banks and changing penetration methods. Robert studied patrol routes, security systems, and the habits of bank employees to avoid any surprises. In one of his robberies, he encountered a particularly complex security system. The bank in downtown Houston was equipped with the latest technology, including security cameras and motion detection systems. But that didn't stop Robert. He spent several weeks studying the system, developing a plan that included turning off the power at the right time and using special tools to bypass the alarm. The robbery went smoothly. Robert entered the bank by disabling the security systems and opened the safe in a matter of minutes. He left the crime scene before anyone noticed anything was wrong. This success attracted the attention of the police and the FBI, but they did not have a single lead that could lead them to Robert. Despite the increased attention from law enforcement agencies, Robert was not going to stop. He understood that each subsequent robbery would have to be even more carefully planned. Robert began to lead a double life with even greater caution, avoiding any suspicious activities. He continued to work at a construction site, communicated with colleagues and friends, remaining in the shadows. Meanwhile, rumors of a mysterious robber who acted alone and always escaped without a trace began to spread throughout the criminal world. Robert received offers from various criminal groups who wanted to get him into their ranks, but he rejected all offers, preferring to act alone. He liked to feel completely in control of the situation and know that no one could betray him. One of his most ambitious plans was to rob the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. It was the largest and most secure facility, and Robert knew that this would be the pinnacle of his career. He began his careful study again, devising a plan that had to be flawless. Robert collected all the necessary tools, studied every detail of the security system, and planned his penetration to the smallest detail. The day of the robbery has arrived. Robert, as usual, looked like an ordinary construction worker as he walked to work. But in fact, he was heading for his most risky and daring robbery. That day, Robert was more focused than ever. He knew that even the smallest deviation from the plan could turn into a disaster. But he also knew that his plan was perfect. Robert entered the underground tunnel leading to the Federal Reserve Bank vault, using his construction skills to avoid attracting attention. He made his way to the wall of the vault, where he used sophisticated drilling and prying equipment. Every step he took was thought out and calculated in seconds. He knew he only had a short window of time before the security system detected the breach. When he reached the vault, his heart beat in unison with the quiet sounds of the tools. Opening the safe required maximum concentration and precision from him, but after a few minutes the safe door gave way. Inside were millions of dollars, neatly folded into packages. Robert acted quickly. He took as much money as he could carry and carefully sealed the safe back so that no one would immediately notice the robbery. His way back was as flawless as his entry. He left the bank through the same tunnel, avoiding cameras and sensors. Returning home, Robert felt euphoric. He had just pulled off one of the most daring robberies in history, and no one suspected that an ordinary construction worker was responsible for it. But he knew that now he had to be even more careful. Attention to his actions will increase, and any delay or mistake could cost him his freedom or even his life. Robert spent the next few weeks in hiding, avoiding unnecessary attention. He did not spend the stolen money immediately, preferring to keep it in secret caches. He returned to his normal life as a construction worker so as not to arouse suspicion. However, the thought of the next big heist was already beginning to form in his mind. Over time, Robert realized that he needed something more. He wanted to go beyond bank robberies and try his hand at other, equally daring crimes. He began studying ways to hack corporate systems and penetrate highly secure facilities. His goal was simple: to become the greatest criminal in history, acting alone and leaving only a clean trail behind him. Robert continued to improve his skills and plan his next moves. He remained unpredictable and elusive, and his story became legendary in the criminal world. No one knew his real face, and this gave him an advantage. Meanwhile, police and FBI investigations into his cases continued, but Robert was always one step ahead. He knew his greatest game was yet to come, and he was ready for whatever challenge fate had in store for him. Robert understood that he needed to constantly improve in order to stay out of reach of justice. He began learning new technologies and hacking techniques, taking cybersecurity courses under false names. His knowledge grew, and he soon became a master not only of physical hacking, but also of cybercrime. His next target was a high-tech research center in Silicon Valley. Robert knew that not only financial resources were stored in this center, but also confidential data of large corporations. He decided that hacking such an object would raise his reputation to a new level. The plan was complex and multi-stage. Robert purchased the necessary equipment in advance and prepared several false documents in order to enter the center under the guise of a contractor. In the evening, when the center closed, he activated his fake passes and began his journey to the target server. Once inside, Robert used his cyber hacking skills to gain access to secure systems. He managed to bypass complex security algorithms and get to the data storage. He copied all the necessary files to an external drive, and then, to cover his tracks, launched a virus that destroyed all traces of his penetration. Having successfully completed the operation, Robert left the center as quietly as he entered. He knew that this hack would attract the attention of the most powerful people, and that he was now a target not only for law enforcement, but also for the corporations whose data he had stolen. Robert spent the next few months moving from place to place, hiding from possible persecution. He did not immediately use the stolen data, but carefully analyzed it to understand how best to monetize it. In the process, he learned about various secret operations that were carried out under the guise of major corporations. Using the information he received, Robert began to blackmail some of the most powerful people in the country. He demanded a ransom in exchange for silence, and his terms were carried out without hesitation. Money flowed like a river, and Robert became one of the richest criminals in America. His life was full of dangers, but also incredible opportunities. Robert was aware that his every action brought him closer to possible exposure, but adrenaline and excitement did not allow him to stop. He enjoyed the game at which he was an unrivaled master. Meanwhile, law enforcement agencies continued their investigations. The FBI created a special group whose goal was to catch the mysterious criminal. They studied every trace, every little detail, hoping to find at least some clue that would lead them to Robert. But he was always one step ahead, anticipating their actions and avoiding traps. Robert knew his greatest triumph was yet to come. He continued to plan and dream of new, even more daring crimes that would make the world talk about him. He became a living legend, a ghost that no one could catch. And perhaps this is how he wanted his story to continue. Endless, full of risk and opportunity without a final outcome. Robert remained in the shadows, continuing to carefully plan his next steps. His reputation grew, and rumors of his incredible skill and courage spread not only among criminal circles, but also among ordinary people who began to perceive him as a modern-day Robin Hood. However, for Robert himself, this was not a game of heroism, but a complex chess game where every move could be decisive. One day he learned about a new project to build the largest and most high-tech casino in Las Vegas. This casino was planned to use the latest security and money storage technologies. Robert realized that robbing this facility would be his greatest achievement. He began preparing with incredible care, studying construction plans, security plans, and patrol routes. For several months, he secretly visited Las Vegas, preparing everything necessary for penetration. He installed hidden cameras to monitor the movements of casino security and employees, and studied the behavior of the people working there. Robert also collected security information, including combination locks and biometric scanners. Finally, the day arrived for the casino to open to the public. Robert chose this moment because he knew that during the opening, all attention would be focused on the holiday and security would be relaxed. He entered the casino under the guise of a VIP guest, using fake documents and an elaborate cover story. Inside the casino, he acted quickly and decisively. Using his knowledge of the security system, he broke into a vault where huge amounts of cash were kept. Robert knew he had limited time before security noticed his absence from the hall. He opened safes with the precision of a surgeon, taking away millions of dollars. But instead of immediately leaving the crime scene, Robert left behind several fake clues pointing to other criminal groups. This was meant to confuse investigators and divert their attention from his real identity. When Robert left the casino, he disappeared into the crowd again, becoming an ordinary passerby. He knew that now all the police and FBI forces would be thrown into finding the culprits, but his plan was so perfect that no one could suspect him. Robert spent the next few months hiding in different parts of the country, changing his appearance and identification documents. He enjoyed his success, but did not forget about the possible danger. New plans were already brewing in his head, and he knew that the next step had to be even more ambitious. Meanwhile, investigations in Las Vegas have reached a dead end. The police and FBI could not find any real evidence pointing to the real culprit. Robert remained a ghost, elusive and mysterious. Every new day was a challenge and an opportunity for him. He understood that his game had no end, and that this was its essence. Robert continued on his way, remaining a consummate master of the underworld, and the world watched with bated breath his incredible adventures, not knowing what was yet to be seen. Robert enjoyed his success in Las Vegas, but knew that sooner or later he would have to come up with something new and even more impressive. He began exploring international heist opportunities, looking at banks and targets in Europe and Asia. He was attracted by the idea of committing a series of robberies that would surpass all his previous achievements. One of his targets was the most guarded bank in Switzerland, known for its impenetrable security systems and huge reserves of gold and precious stones. Robert realized that if he managed to rob this bank, his reputation would rise to unprecedented heights. He began studying the bank, spending months preparing. Robert learned that the bank had hidden vulnerabilities that could be exploited. He developed a complex plan that involved forging documents, using high-tech devices, and carefully coordinating his actions. Finally, the day came when Robert decided to put his plan into action. He arrived in Switzerland under an assumed name and with a carefully prepared legend. Robert used his connections and skills to get inside the bank. His goal was clear: open the vault and leave with as much money and jewelry as possible. Having entered the bank, Robert disabled the security system using devices that he developed specifically for this case. He acted quickly and confidently, opening safes and taking the contents. When he reached the gold bullion vault, he had to use all his skills to bypass the last line of defense. The robbery went smoothly. Robert managed to escape without leaving any traces. He left Switzerland that evening, disappearing into the crowd. His success was stunning, and news of the daring robbery quickly spread throughout the world. The police and security services were shocked by how carefully and professionally the crime was planned and executed. After the robbery, Robert understood that his life would become increasingly dangerous. He decided to lie low and not attract attention to himself for a while. Robert moved to South America, where he started a new life under a different name. But plans for the future were already forming in his head. Robert was not just a robber, he was a criminal genius. His skill and ability to remain elusive made him a living legend. He knew his game was on and that there were still many opportunities and challenges ahead. While Robert pondered his next steps, the world followed his story with bated breath. No one knew where he was or what he was planning next, but everyone expected new, incredible robberies from the greatest criminal of his time. Robert settled down in a small village in Argentina where no one knew him. He lived modestly, not drawing attention to his person. However, he continued to follow the news and develop, studying new technologies and methods that could be useful to him in the future. Time passed, and Robert felt it was time to go on stage again. His next target was ambitious and challenging: the largest bank in Tokyo, known for its advanced security technology. Robert knew that robbing this bank would be a real challenge, and that was what attracted him. He began to prepare by studying Japanese language and culture so as not to arouse suspicion when traveling to Tokyo. Planning took several months. Robert developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. He knew that the bank's security system included not only physical barriers, but also complex cyber defenses. So he combined his skills in physical and cyber hacking to develop a unique strategy. When everything was ready, Robert went to Japan. He rented an apartment in Tokyo and began to implement his plan. Disguised as a security engineer, he infiltrated the bank, using false documents and charm to avoid arousing suspicion. He installed several hidden devices that were supposed to disable the security system at the right time. At night, when the bank was closed, Robert activated his devices. He entered the building through an underground tunnel that he discovered during his research. The security system was temporarily disabled, and he was able to reach the vault without much trouble. Robert opened the safes and took millions of yen, as well as valuable documents and jewelry. But this time, something went wrong. The bank's security system went off faster than Robert expected, and he heard the sound of sirens. He knew he had only minutes to leave the bank. Using his escape plan, Robert quickly and deftly made his way out of the building, avoiding cameras and guards. But the alarm was raised and police soon began combing the area. Robert knew that his position was now extremely dangerous. He managed to leave Tokyo and hide, but he understood that this robbery had attracted the attention of not only the Japanese authorities, but also international organizations. He again changed his appearance and documents to avoid capture. Despite the difficulties, Robert did not give up. He returned to Argentina, where he hid part of the loot. There he began to develop new plans, knowing that he would have to be even more careful and inventive. He continued to improve his skills and learn new technologies to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. The world still didn't know where Robert was or what he was planning next. His robberies became legendary, and no one could predict what his next move would be. But one thing was clear: Robert Miller, America's greatest robber, was not going to stop there. His story continued, full of risk, excitement, and elusive skill, making his name synonymous with genius and daring in the world of crime. After returning to Argentina, Robert realized that his last operation in Tokyo was too close to failure. He decided to step away from major robberies for a while and focus on less visible but still profitable targets. Living under his new name, Robert began working on his next move with the care and thoroughness that became his trademark. Instead of focusing on one large target, Robert decided to attack several banks in different countries in Latin America. This allowed him not only to spread the risks, but also to stay one step ahead of the authorities. He began by studying banks in Chile, Peru, and Brazil, noting vulnerabilities in their security systems. First up was a small bank in Santiago, Chile. Robert got inside under the guise of a client who wanted to open an account. He installed several hidden cameras to study the inner workings of the bank and the behavior of the guards. Then, using his cyber hacking skills, he infiltrated the banking system and gained access to deposit data. The plan was simple but effective. He hacked the system overnight, redirecting funds from several large accounts to his own dummy accounts. This allowed him to take millions without having to physically enter the vault. Robert knew that such operations would attract less attention, and he would have more time to plan his next move. After a successful robbery in Chile, Robert headed to Lima, Peru. Here he used similar tactics, but added a few new elements to make things more difficult for investigators. He faked his identity and got a job at a bank under the guise of an IT specialist. This gave him access to internal security systems and allowed him to study them from the inside. Robert spent several weeks preparing everything necessary for the break-in. On the night of the robbery, he used his position to disable the security systems for a short time. He then diverted large sums of money to his dummy accounts. Robert left the bank undetected, leaving only minimal traces behind him. In Brazil, Robert decided to go even further. He chose a target in Rio de Janeiro, where security was high but the stakes were higher. Here he used his social engineering skills to gain the trust of bank employees and gain access to restricted areas. He hacked the security system using complex algorithms that he developed himself. On the night of the robbery, Robert acted with incredible precision. He entered the vault and opened the safes, taking money and jewelry. When he left behind several fake clues pointing to local criminal groups to confuse investigators. His plan worked, and he was able to escape with the loot, leaving law enforcement in confusion. Returning to Argentina, Robert knew that his reputation as a brilliant robber had only strengthened. But he also understood that with each new robbery, attention to him would only grow. He needed to come up with something new and unexpected to stay one step ahead. He began to develop a plan to create a false identity that would allow him to operate even more secretly. Robert used his cyber hacking skills to create fake documents and identities that were so convincing they could fool even the most experienced investigators. Now, with a new identity and an updated arsenal of skills, Robert was ready for the next stage of his career. He knew that new challenges and dangers awaited him ahead, but this only fueled his excitement. Robert Miller's story continued, full of unexpected twists and incredible adventures, making his name a legend in the world of crime. With a new personality and an updated arsenal of skills, Robert decided to leave Latin America and turn his attention to Europe. He understood that European banks had their own characteristics and complexities, but this only fueled his interest. The first banks in his sights were in Germany, France, and Italy. Robert arrived in Berlin under the name Marcus Schmidt, Posing as a security expert, he rented an apartment in an upscale area and began researching local banks. His target was a bank known for its history and reliability. Robert knew that in Germany he would have to act especially carefully, given the high level of security and technological innovation. He entered the bank under the guise of a consultant who was supposed to conduct a security audit. Robert used his knowledge and experience to gain the trust of his employees. He managed to install several hidden devices that allowed him to control the bank's security systems. On the night of the robbery, he disabled the systems for a short time, broke in and opened the safes, taking significant amounts of money and jewelry. From Berlin, he headed to Paris. Here he chose a target in the heart of the city, a bank that served wealthy and influential clients. Robert used his social engineering skills to infiltrate the premises by posing as a representative of a large client. He carefully studied the security system and found weaknesses that could be exploited. At night, Robert entered the bank, disabling the alarm system using his devices. He opened safes and took away valuable documents and money, leaving behind a minimum of traces. Going out into the street, he disappeared into the crowd of tourists, as if nothing had happened. The success in Paris further strengthened his reputation and self-confidence. The next stop was Italy. In Milan, he chose a bank known for its precious deposits. Robert used a new tactic. He introduced himself as an art historian who is interested in valuable exhibits stored in the bank. This allowed him to gain access to the interior and study the security systems. When night fell, Robert acted with coolness and precision. He disabled the security systems and broke in, opening safes and taking jewelry and money. When he left behind fake evidence pointing to local criminal groups to confuse investigators. After successful operations in Europe, Robert returned to Argentina to consider his next steps. He understood that his crimes had attracted the attention of international law enforcement agencies, and he needed to be even more careful. Robert continued to change his appearance and documents in order to remain elusive. Despite the dangers, he was not going to stop. New challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and Robert was ready for them. He began exploring opportunities for new heists in Asia and the Middle East, developing even more complex and sophisticated plans. The world continued to watch his actions with bated breath, not knowing where and when he would strike next. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new adventures and challenges. His name became synonymous with genius and audacity in the world of crime, and no one knew what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert had no intention of stopping, and his path was full of surprises and exciting turns. After successful robberies in Europe, Robert decided that it was time to test his strength in an even more difficult arena, Asia. He chose Hong Kong, known for its high financial stakes and complex security system, for his next operation. Hong Kong attracted him not only because of its wealth, but also because of the challenge that this metropolis presented. Arriving in Hong Kong under the name Michael Chen, Robert began by getting a job at one of the local IT companies. This allowed him to study the city's infrastructure and gain access to the necessary contacts. He studied the behavior of guards and security systems and researched local banks and casinos to understand where the best places to strike. His target was one of the largest banks in Hong Kong, known for its wealthy clients and huge deposits. Robert began planning his infiltration using all his skills and experience. He knew that for a successful robbery, he would not only need to disable the security systems, but also bypass the security cameras that were located throughout the building. At night, when the bank was closed, Robert used his devices to hack the security system. He got inside, avoiding cameras and motion sensors. Robert opened several safes, taking away significant amounts of money and valuable documents. When he left behind false evidence that was supposed to point to an international criminal network. Robert planned to carry out his next robbery in Singapore. Here he chose a bank that was known for its strict security and high concentration of jewelry. Robert knew that robbing such a facility would be a real challenge, and this only fueled his interest. He began by infiltrating the bank's security system under the guise of a cybersecurity specialist. Using his skills, Robert installed several hidden programs that allowed him to gain access to the bank's internal systems. On the night of the robbery, he disabled the alarms and cameras, broke in and opened the safes. He took the money and jewelry, leaving behind a minimum of traces. Robert knew that he was now being pursued not only by national but also by international security services. He understood that his next step must be even more carefully planned and careful. New challenges and opportunities lay ahead of him, and he was ready for them. His next step was to rob a bank in Dubai. Dubai was known for its wealthy sheiks and high stakes, and Robert decided that this would be his greatest triumph. He began by studying the bank's security system and developing a penetration plan. He used his contacts to gain access to the necessary resources and devices. At night, Robert entered the bank by disabling the alarm and cameras. He opened several safes, taking away huge sums of money and jewelry. When he left behind false evidence that was intended to confuse investigators. Robert knew that his success in Dubai would attract the attention of the whole world, and that was exactly what he wanted. Returning to Argentina, Robert realized that his life had become even more dangerous. He constantly changed his appearance and documents to avoid capture, but despite all the risks, he continued to enjoy his game, staying one step ahead of his pursuers. Robert Miller's story continued, full of unexpected twists and exciting adventures. His name became synonymous with skill and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. The world watched him with bated breath, not knowing what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of dangers and incredible opportunities. Robert understood that each of his successes made his goal even more tempting for international security services. Now he could not afford a mistake, and each subsequent operation required even greater precision and care. Despite all the risks, Robert felt that his skills and training made him almost elusive. Returning to Argentina after being robbed in Dubai, Robert began to consider a new goal. This time, his attention was drawn to Switzerland, a country with one of the most complex and advanced banking security systems. Swiss banks were renowned for their confidentiality and reliability, and robbing one of them would be the crowning achievement of his career. Robert decided to focus on one of the largest banks in Geneva. He knew that preparation for this operation would take longer than usual and would require an even more careful approach. He developed a new plan to infiltrate the bank under the guise of a highly qualified cybersecurity specialist. This would give him access to internal systems and allow him to study all aspects of security. Arriving in Geneva under the name Philip Klein, Robert got a job at a bank. Over the course of several months, he gained the trust of his colleagues and management while simultaneously studying the security system and developing a robbery plan. He managed to install several hidden devices that were supposed to help him turn off the alarm and cameras at the right time. The night of the robbery arrived. Robert, having prepared to the smallest detail, entered the bank. His devices worked perfectly, temporarily disabling security systems. He reached the vault where he opened several safes and took away huge sums of money and valuable documents. However, he understood that he could not linger. Every second could cost him his freedom. Robert left the bank unnoticed, leaving a minimum of traces behind him. He knew that his pursuers would now be even more persistent, but he was confident in his ability to remain elusive. Returning to Argentina, he realized that his actions were a real challenge for international security services, and this only fueled his excitement. Robert decided to lay low for a while to calm the situation and develop a new plan. He understood that each next step would require even greater caution and skill. A new goal awaited him: the largest bank in Singapore, known for its impenetrable security system. Preparations for the operation in Singapore took several months. Robert studied every aspect of the bank's security, developing complex hacking algorithms and creating fake documents to get inside. On the night of the robbery, he acted with the precision and composure that became his trademark. The security system was temporarily disabled, and Robert managed to take huge amounts of money and securities. After a successful robbery, Robert knew he had to disappear for a while. He headed to one of the quiet villages in the Swiss Alps, where he planned to spend several months until the situation calmed down. But even here, far from the hustle and bustle, his mind continued to work, developing new plans and strategies. Robert Miller's story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert had no intention of stopping, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting adventures, making his life even more exciting and dangerous. Spending time in solitude in the Swiss Alps, Robert enjoyed the peace and tranquility. This place became for him not only a shelter, but also a platform for new thoughts. He knew that the time had come to move on to even more complex and sophisticated operations. A new plan was ripening in his head, which was supposed to surprise and stun the whole world. Robert decided that London would be the next target. A city with ancient traditions, a complex history, and huge financial flows. He understood that a robbery in London would require him not only to have professional skills, but also to know the local culture and peculiarities. Robert began to study everything that could help him, from the features of the British security system to the habits and rituals of local residents. Arriving in London under the name James Harper, he immediately got down to business. Robert chose as his target one of the oldest banks in the city, which was famous for its inaccessibility. He got a job at a bank under the guise of a security consultant and began methodically studying its system. Robert understood that success depends on the details, so he paid attention to every detail. Months of preparation were not in vain. He learned that the bank uses a complex, multi-layered security system, including not only electronic locks and surveillance cameras, but also security patrols. Robert developed a plan that involved disabling the systems for the few minutes necessary to break into the vault and open the safes. At night, when the bank was empty, Robert took action. He activated devices that temporarily disabled the alarm and cameras. Having entered the building, he opened several safes with the precision of a jeweler, taking not only money, but also securities and jewelry. When he left behind fake evidence pointing to local criminal groups. After a successful heist, Robert knew time was on his side. He left London and headed to Italy, where he planned to spend some time until the situation calmed down. In Italy, he found refuge in a small house on the Amalfi coast, where he could relax and develop new plans. Despite the risk, he couldn't stay away for too long. Robert felt he needed to keep playing to stay on top. He began to develop a new plan: to rob the largest bank in Tokyo. This operation was to be his most daring and difficult yet, but he was ready for the challenge. Robert went to Tokyo under the name Kenji Nakamura. He knew that cybersecurity was high in Japan, so he had to develop his hacking skills to perfection. He spent several months studying the bank and developing complex algorithms to bypass security systems. The day of the robbery arrived. Robert infiltrated the bank using his devices to temporarily disable the security systems. He acted quickly and accurately, opening safes and taking away huge sums of money and securities. When he left behind fake evidence that was meant to confuse investigators. Returning to Italy, Robert realized that his life had become even more dangerous. He understood that each new operation attracted more and more attention to his person. But passion and thirst for new challenges did not allow him to stop. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became synonymous with genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert remained elusive, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Robert was aware that with each new operation the level of risk increased. His actions became more and more bold, and his pursuers began to narrow their circle. He knew he needed to be even more careful and resourceful to stay one step ahead. After a successful operation in Tokyo, Robert decided to temporarily move to a less visible place. He chose one of the cities of Eastern Europe for this, believing that here he could temporarily hide and consider further steps. This time, he went to Prague under a new name, Thomas Novak. In Prague, he rented a small apartment in the historical center of the city, where he enjoyed the tranquility and studied local features. Robert continued to analyze banks and large financial institutions to select his next target. He realized that conducting operations too often in large cities could attract unnecessary attention, so he looked for more unconventional options. This time his attention was drawn to one of the oldest and most protected treasuries in Eastern Europe, a museum in Prague, where unique jewelry and historical artifacts were kept. Robert knew that this would not be just a robbery, but a real challenge that would require a combination of all his skills. He started by getting a job at a museum under the guise of a restorer. This allowed him to study the interior and security systems. Robert carefully developed a plan, taking into account all possible obstacles and risks. He knew that the museum was protected not only by modern security systems, but also by security patrols. Night fell when the museum was closed to visitors. Robert used his devices to temporarily disable alarms and surveillance cameras. Having entered the building, he headed towards the treasure vault. Opening safes required his utmost concentration and precision, but he completed the task. Robert took unique artifacts and jewelry, trying not to leave traces. While leaving the museum, he heard a noise. One of the guards noticed that something was wrong. Robert acted quickly, using a smoke bomb to create a screen and leaving the building through the emergency exit. Taking advantage of the intricate streets of the historical center, he disappeared from view. Realizing that he now needed to disappear for a while, Robert went to a small town on the outskirts of the Czech Republic. Here, he planned to wait until the noise surrounding the robbery died down. He knew his actions would attract the attention of international security services, but he was confident in his ability to remain elusive. While spending time in hiding, Robert continued to improve his skills and develop new plans. He understood that new challenges and opportunities awaited him. The world watched his actions, not knowing where or when he would strike next. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and audacity in the world of crime, and no one knew what else he was capable of doing. But one thing was clear. Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Robert decided that he needed to change continents for a while and move to South Africa. He had heard about a large diamond vault in Johannesburg, and the idea of breaking into it and stealing the treasure seemed like an exciting challenge. This vault was known for its complex security system and numerous guards, which made the operation even more attractive. Arriving in Johannesburg under the name Andrew Morgan, Robert began to study the area and look for ways to penetrate. He found a job with a company that provided security systems for large facilities, including a diamond storage facility. This gave him the opportunity to study all the details of security from the inside and develop a plan that would take into account all possible risks. Robert devoted several months of preparation, checking every detail of the plan. He knew that any slight miscalculation could lead to failure. Finally, the day came when he decided to act. On the night of the robbery, Robert used his devices to temporarily disable security systems. He made his way inside the vault, avoiding cameras and guards. Having opened several safes, he took diamonds and valuable documents, trying not to leave traces. However, one of the security guards noticed suspicious activity and raised the alarm. Robert knew he only had a few minutes to leave the building. He quickly headed towards the prepared exit, but met guards on the way. Using his skills and cunning, he was able to bypass them, creating a distraction. Robert got out into the street and mixed with the crowd, leaving the crime scene. Realizing that he was now being pursued not only by local authorities, but also by international security services, Robert decided to lie low in a small village on the coast of Mozambique. He knew that this place would be an ideal hideout while the fuss about the robbery died down. After spending several weeks in peace and quiet, Robert began to develop a new plan. His next target was a bank in Rio de Janeiro, known for its huge gold reserves. Robert understood that robbing this bank would not only be difficult, but also extremely risky. He arrived in Brazil under the name Carlos Mendoza, posing as a businessman interested in investing. Robert began studying the bank and its security system, developing a penetration plan. He knew it would take more time and resources to prepare, but he was prepared for it. On the night of the robbery, Robert acted with the precision and composure that became his trademark. He used his devices to disable security systems and got inside. Having opened several safes, he took gold and securities, leaving behind a minimum of traces. After leaving the bank, Robert understood that his actions would again attract the attention of international security services. He decided to hide for a while in the Amazon, where he could get lost in the wilderness and think about his next steps. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. Robert remained elusive, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. Hiding in the depths of the Amazon, Robert found temporary refuge among the local tribes, where his pursuers could not reach him. But even in this remote and wild area, he continued to consider his next steps. Robert understood that every new success made him a target for all international security services, and he needed to develop a plan that would be not only daring, but also unpredictable. He decided to return to his roots and remember the first robbery he committed in a small bank on the outskirts of the city. This experience inspired him to come up with the idea for a new operation, a network of simultaneous robberies of small banks around the world. Robert understood that this would be a real challenge for him and his pursuers because it would be extremely difficult to coordinate such actions. To implement his plan, he developed a complex control and coordination system using the latest technology and cryptography. He created several false identities and infiltrated his people into various banks. These people were supposed to help him commit the robberies at the same time in order to confuse the investigators and complicate their search. The first step was choosing banks. Robert carefully studied each site to ensure their vulnerability and potential profitability. He chose banks in New York, London, Paris, Sydney, and Hong Kong. Each of these cities had its own characteristics and difficulties, but this only fueled his excitement. Robert began coordinating his team's actions using encrypted communication channels. He knew that success depended on the accuracy and synchronicity of all actions. On the night when everything was supposed to happen, he sent out the last instructions and prepared for the operation. At the appointed time, the teams simultaneously entered the banks. Robert personally controlled the action from his hideout, monitoring every move through networks of cameras and security systems. The operation was performed with precision down to the second. All teams managed to disable the alarm, open the safes, and take away the money and securities without leaving any traces. When it was all over, Robert felt relieved and satisfied. He understood that such a daring and large-scale robbery would attract the attention of the whole world and would become his greatest achievement. Now he needed to disappear and hide even deeper to avoid persecution. Robert left the Amazon and headed to Antarctica, where he could temporarily get lost among the research stations and use them as shelter. He knew that this place would be ideal for his purposes, remote and difficult to access. While in Antarctica, Robert continued to develop his skills and develop new plans. He understood that each new step required more and more caution and ingenuity. His story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. Hiding in Antarctica, Robert found temporary peace. His new base at one of the abandoned research stations provided the perfect hideout. Here, among the icy expanses and polar nights, he was able to find inspiration for new, ambitious plans. Robert realized that his reputation and success depended not only on his daring and careful preparation, but also on his ability to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. Inspired by the legends of the great mafiosi and their strategies, he decided to create something more than just a series of robberies. His goal was to build his own network of influence, which would allow him to control key financial flows around the world. To begin with, he chose several promising associates who could become his eyes and ears in different parts of the globe. Robert understood that each of them must be dedicated and have special skills. He began looking for such people through closed networks and cryptographic channels, offering them not only money, but also a share in future success. His first destination is Hong Kong. Here he found a talented hacker named Lee, who could hack any security system. Lee was young, ambitious, and willing to take risks to win big. Robert offered him a deal. Lee would create an invisible network to intercept financial transactions, which would allow Robert to control the flow of money without attracting attention. While Lee was working on the network, Robert went to Dubai. Here he found Saeed, an experienced financier and money launderer. Said agreed to join Robert, seeing this as a chance for unlimited opportunity and wealth. Together, they began to develop a scheme to launder stolen funds through a complex network of shell companies and bank accounts. The next step was Europe. In Paris, Robert met Jacqueline, a former spy with unique intelligence and counterintelligence skills. Jacqueline knew how to get information and remain undetected. She became an indispensable link in Robert's network, helping him predict his opponent's moves and avoid traps. Together with the new team, Robert began to act. Their first joint operation was daring and complex. They decided to intercept a large international transfer that had to go through several banks in different countries. Lee hacked security systems and diverted funds to accounts controlled by Saeed. Jacqueline provided cover and diverted attention from the operation. Operation was successfully completed. The money was transferred without arousing suspicion. Robert realized that his strategy was working. Now he could control financial flows without resorting to direct robberies. This was a new level of play, and he was ready to move on. The next target was New York. Robert knew that the largest and most secure banks were waiting for him here. He began developing a plan to seize control of financial operations in one of the largest banks in Manhattan. With the help of Lee, Saeed, and Jacqueline, he created a complex multi-step scheme that would allow him to infiltrate the system undetected and take control. With a new sense of confidence and a strong network of allies, Robert returned to developing a plan to seize control of the financial operations of one of the largest banks in Manhattan. He knew that this step would be the most difficult of all that he had taken so far. Every aspect of the operation had to be executed flawlessly. Lee, his hacker, began by introducing a complex virus into the banking system. This virus was supposed to allow them to access sensitive information and transactions without arousing suspicion. Lee worked day and night, testing and refining his program to ensure its effectiveness. Said, a financial specialist, developed a scheme to launder funds through several offshore accounts and shell companies. He carefully checked every detail so that not a single trace could lead to them. Said knew that the slightest mistake could ruin the entire operation and was prepared for any development of events. Jacqueline, a former spy, played a key role in intelligence and counterintelligence. She spent several weeks in New York researching the bank and its employees, identifying weaknesses and possible threats. Jacqueline created a detailed plan to bypass the security system so that their actions would go undetected. Finally, everything was ready. Robert and his team decided to act on the night when the bank was conducting a large international transaction. This was meant to create a distraction and create the perfect conditions for their operation. Lee, from his hideout, launched an attack on the bank system. He used a virus to gain access to servers and redirect funds to accounts controlled by Saeed. At this point, Saeed and Jacqueline were on the ground, monitoring the process and ensuring the safety of the operation. Robert coordinated the actions of the team from his headquarters, closely monitoring every move. For several hours, the operation went according to plan, but suddenly, something went wrong. One of the bank employees noticed unusual activity in the system and raised the alarm. The team acted quickly. Lee managed to complete the translation and remove traces of his presence, but the guards were already on the way. Jacqueline, using her skills, ensured the team's escape by covering their tracks and creating false evidence pointing to another group of hackers. Despite sudden complications, the operation was completed successfully. Robert and his team received a huge amount of money and important information that could be used for further operations. They knew they were taking a risk, but their professionalism and teamwork allowed them to emerge victorious. After the operation, Robert decided to hide for a while and give the team a rest. He understood that now their pursuers would be even more persistent, but he was confident that they would be able to cope with any difficulties. Robert returned to his hideout to formulate new plans and prepare for the next challenges. After a successful operation in New York, Robert and his team decided to lay low for a while. They went to various parts of the world to divert the attention of their pursuers. Robert chose a small villa on the Italian coast, where he could calmly analyze the information obtained during the latest operation. Spending time in peace and quiet, Robert began to think about new goals. He understood that they needed something big to establish their reputation and reach the next level. His attention was drawn to the idea of controlling the world's largest corporations through their financial structures. He understood that this was not just a robbery, but a real financial seizure. Robert began by selecting key corporations whose financial flows he wanted to control. He selected several giants in the technology, pharmaceutical, and energy sectors. He and his team developed a strategy that would allow them to penetrate the systems of these companies and control their financial operations from the inside. Lee, the team's hacker, began developing complex algorithms to hack corporate networks. He used the latest advances in cybersecurity to remain undetected and protect the team from detection. Said, a financier developed schemes to legalize funds received and ensure the security of transactions. Jacqueline, a former spy, was involved in information gathering and reconnaissance. The first target is the largest technology corporation in Silicon Valley. Robert and his team decided to proceed carefully so as not to attract attention. They developed a plan that included gradual infiltration into the company's system through shell companies and false contracts. Lee began the hack by creating fake employee accounts that allowed him to gain access to the corporation's internal network. Said prepared a scheme to transfer money through several offshore accounts to avoid suspicion. Jacqueline provided cover by creating false evidence and distracting security. The operation lasted several weeks. Robert controlled every step, monitoring the team's actions and adjusting the plan as necessary. Gradually, they began to control the financial flows of the corporation, gaining access to millions of dollars. After successfully taking over the first corporation, Robert decided that they were ready for the next step. This time, their target was a pharmaceutical company known for its huge profits and complex security systems. They used the same approach as in the previous operation, but took into account new features and risks. The team acted harmoniously and professionally. Lee hacked the company's system, Said ensured the security of transactions, and Jacqueline controlled the situation on the ground. Robert remained in the background, managing the operation and analyzing the results. Soon they seized control of the financial flows of this corporation. Now they had enough resources and influence to act even bolder. Robert began to plan a new operation, which was to be the culmination of their activities. This time they decided to attack the largest energy corporation in the world. It was a complex and risky operation, but Robert and his team were up to the challenge. They developed a detailed plan, taking into account all possible risks and escape routes. The operation began with a hacking of the corporation's security system. Lee used his skills to infiltrate and create false accounts. Said ensured the security of financial transactions, and Jacqueline supervised intelligence and cover. When the operation was in full swing, unexpected complications arose. The corporation's security system turned out to be more complex than they expected, and security guards began to hunt them. Robert quickly decided to change the plan and use the emergency exit. The team acted quickly and harmoniously. Lee managed to complete the hack and redirect the funds. Said controlled the transactions, and Jacqueline provided cover. They managed to leave the building unnoticed and escape. After the successful operation, Robert and his team realized that they were now targets for all international security services. They needed to lay low and think about their next steps. They decided to temporarily disperse and hide in different parts of the world in order to divert the attention of their pursuers. Robert chose a small village in the Swiss Alps, where he could calmly think over new plans and analyze the results of operations. He knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for them. Hiding in a quiet Swiss village, Robert enjoyed the peace and quiet, which helped him think through new plans. Despite the temporary lull, he knew that the world does not stand still, and his every action causes resonance. His team also scattered to different parts of the planet, waiting for a signal for a new operation. Robert understood that they needed to be even more sophisticated in order to remain undetected. He decided to change tactics and target high-tech companies whose secrets and innovations could bring not only money, but also new opportunities for further action. The first such target was the largest artificial intelligence company in Silicon Valley. Robert developed a plan to infiltrate their research center to gain access to advanced technology and data. Lee, his hacker, started by creating fake accounts and hacking security systems. Said, a financial specialist, developed schemes to legalize the obtained data and then sell it on the black market. Jacqueline, a former spy, traveled to Silicon Valley to gather intelligence and secure the operation. On the night of the operation, Lee hacked the research center's security system, giving Robert and Jacqueline access inside. They entered the center and began copying all important data and research. Robert knew that these technologies could bring in huge amounts of money and provide them with new opportunities for further operations. When they left behind false evidence pointing to another hacking group to confuse investigators. The operation was successful, and the team managed to escape unnoticed. Now they not only had money, but also access to advanced technology that they could use in future operations. Robert's next target was a biotechnology company in Boston. He knew that their research could be very valuable on the black market. Lee began hacking the system to gain access to the company's laboratories and data. Said and Jacqueline coordinated the action, providing security and cover. The operation in Boston was more complicated than they expected. The security system turned out to be more advanced, and Lee had to improvise to bypass it. Eventually, They were able to gain access to laboratories and steal important research. When they left, they again left behind false evidence to confuse investigators. With each successful robbery, Robert and his team became more and more confident in their abilities. They began to develop a plan to seize control of key financial and technological structures in different countries. Robert knew that this required not only precision and skill, but also the ability to predict the actions of his opponents. The next target was an energy company in Texas. Robert and his team developed a plan to infiltrate their control system to gain access to data on resource extraction and distribution. Lee hacked the system, said coordinated financial flows, and Jacqueline ensured the security of the operation. The operation was successful, and the team gained access to important data and resources. Now they not only had money, but also control over key resources, which gave them enormous influence and power. After successful operations, Robert and his team decided to lay low for a while and consider further steps. They understood that their actions had attracted the attention of all international security services, and they needed to be even more careful. Robert returned to his hideout in the Swiss Alps, where he could calmly analyze the results of operations and develop new plans. He knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready for them. Robert Miller's story continued, and every new day brought new challenges and adventures. His name became a symbol of genius and daring in the world of crime, and no one knew where or when he would strike next. But one thing was clear: Robert was not going to stop, and his path was full of unexpected turns and exciting events. For many years, Robert Miller remained elusive, his operations becoming increasingly sophisticated and daring. But it was his success that led to him becoming a prime target for all international security services, including the FBI. Robert's every move was carefully analyzed, and investigators worked tirelessly to predict his next move. The FBI created a special task force to capture Robert Miller. This group includes the best specialists in cybersecurity, financial intelligence, and counterintelligence. Their task was not only to catch Robert, but also to destroy his network of influence, which spanned several continents. After several unsuccessful arrest attempts, the FBI decided to change its tactics. They began collecting information on everyone who had ever been in contact with Robert, examining even the most insignificant connections. Eventually, they found his former accomplices who could provide important information. One of the key sources of information was the former hacker of Robert's team, Lee. After one of the unsuccessful operations, Lee felt that his life was in danger and decided to quit the game. He approached the FBI with an offer of cooperation in exchange for protection and leniency. Lee provided the agents with important details about Robert's methods of operation, his hideouts, and his contacts. With the help of information from Lee, the FBI was able to trace Robert's last few transactions and determine his suspected whereabouts. They found out that Robert was hiding in the Swiss Alps, where he had several hiding places. However, this was not enough to catch him. A clear strategy and accurate data were needed. The FBI began to infiltrate its agents into Robert's circle. They used shell companies and false documents to gain his trust. One of the undercover agents was able to establish contact with Saeed, a financial specialist who was still loyal to Robert. Using hidden tracking devices, the agent managed to transmit information to the FBI about Robert's upcoming major operation. The FBI knew this was their only chance to catch Robert. They developed a plan that involved coordinating several international security services. The operation had to take place simultaneously in several countries in order to neutralize Robert's entire network and prevent his escape. The day of the operation arrived. Robert and his team were preparing for a major hack of the financial system in London. They had no idea that they were being followed. At the moment when Lee began hacking the system and Sayed coordinated financial flows, the FBI and British security services began to act. Agents stormed Robert's hideout in the Alps, taking him by surprise. At the same time, Said and Jacqueline, who were in London, were arrested. Lee, who cooperated with the FBI, was evacuated from the danger zone and placed under the witness protection program. Robert tried to resist, but his strength was exhausted. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. The FBI has charged him with numerous cybercrimes, financial fraud, and robbery. Robert was extradited to the United States, where he was to stand trial. The trial of Robert Miller became a sensation. His stories of robberies and elaborate schemes were presented in court, attracting national attention. Robert did not deny his actions, but his lawyers tried to reduce his sentence, pointing out his cooperation with certain security services. Ultimately, Robert Miller was sentenced to life in prison without parole. His team also received long prison sentences. But even while behind bars, the name of Robert Miller remained a legend in the world of crime. His stories continued to be told as examples of genius and daring, and the FBI and international security agencies took pride in catching one of the most elusive criminals of our time. Robert Miller's life sentence in a maximum security prison was not the end of his story, but only the beginning of a new chapter. He became a legend among the prisoners, and many tried to befriend him or get advice. Robert, although he was behind bars, did not lose his sharp mind and charisma. The FBI continued its investigation to destroy all remnants of Robert's network. They knew that even from prison he could continue to influence the world of crime. Using his fame, Robert began writing memoirs in which he shared details of his crimes and reflections on life. These recordings attracted the attention of not only prisoners, but also the general public. Publishers and journalists fought for the right to publish his memoirs, seeing in them not only a sensation, but also an opportunity to make money. While in prison, Robert also began working on his legal matters. He studied the intricacies of the law to challenge aspects of his case and punishment. His lawyers appealed, but the chances of success were slim. However, it kept him busy and motivated. The FBI and other security agencies continued to monitor any activity related to Robert. They understood that his influence could extend far beyond the prison walls. Meanwhile, his former associates such as Lee, Saeed, and Jacqueline also tried to adjust to their new lives, each dealing with the consequences of their actions in their own way. Despite his best efforts, Robert was unable to completely rid himself of his heritage. His name continued to be admired and feared, his stories were discussed and studied, and his methods and tactics became the subject of research in the world of forensics and security. Over time, the public began to perceive Robert not only as a criminal, but also as a symbol of the ability to resist the system. His memoirs became bestsellers, and he himself, while in prison, became a figure that evokes complex feelings among people around the world. Robert Miller's story ended not in triumph, but in realization. He spent the rest of his days reflecting on his actions and their consequences. Despite everything, he remained the same person who once began his journey as a simple builder and then became a legend of the underworld. This story is about genius and audacity, about how far a person who decides to challenge the whole world can go, but also that for every action there is a price to pay, and even the most cunning criminals cannot escape justice.